화이팅!
화생명 화이팅! PX 화이팅! 화생명 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. Some enthusiasm here at Lowell Park today as we are getting ready for our final day of the regular season, or perhaps the final day, as there are still possibilities for tiebreakers. Of course, that is not this series, though. This series is a different one. HLE taking on BNK FearX, and there's not a lot of stakes in this game particularly, Will.
Well,
however, it's about momentum, right?
Yeah, like, is it as hype as the second series for what it means individually on the day? Definitely not. Does it still mean a lot for Hanwha Life's race towards the top of the Legend group, which will be relevant when we move into round 3, 4, 5? Still relevant for them, for BNK as well, trying to maintain a good position, of course, in the standings, because if you're at the bottom of the Rise group, you don't get to play in play-ins at all. Your tournament just ends at the end of round 5, so every match still matters. This is not like, okay, BNK aren't going to playoffs and they're going to reset after playoffs that they're not involved in. It's not like the normal 7th place scenario that we often have at this point in spring season with this new format. So this match still is important for BNK, but in terms of Legend versus Rise, it's the DK Nongshim series we'll have later on that has everyone super interested.
Yeah, that is the big one. You can see as far as the differential between KT and DK, that is what we're going to be fighting for. But first, it's like you say, HLE racing to try and get towards a Gen G that just went on a perfect season again. You know, well, not again. They've gotten very, like 17-1s just seem like a normal season for this team. It's absolutely absurd being able to get the perfect season. First time since T1 did it, I'm pretty sure, back in spring of 2022. And HLE are a different team, right? Yeah. HLE are a team where the regular season means basically nothing, but it was interesting. I was watching the opening, right? And Sobro versus Zeus, this is really cool, but I want to go on my little tangent just for a moment. Watching the opening, and you see just how colossal, you know, Zeus coming into HLE is represented beautifully in our opening. And then Gen G, it's the same thing, like Ruler coming back and all this sort of stuff. And it seems like Gen G have got it more right at this point right now.
Yeah.
But I think that the conversation's going to be different moving into our road to MSI.
Speaking of breaking tradition in openings, you know, Peanut is actually the one who gets the end of the opening.
And not on a motorcycle.
Yeah, it's always been Faker who's the last player shown in most openings. It's Peanut this time around. He's looking for 2,000 kills here. And I don't know if it's going to happen today, to be honest. He's 15 away. In a series, they are favored to win in 2 games, I would say, by most people's expectations. I don't know if Peanut, who plays more of a supporter role, is going to be finding 15 kills. We'll see what he's got.
Yeah, it depends what he's going to play, you know? Like, maybe they just throw him a Kazakh's game and hope that he actually performs better than that champion's capable of. I think he's a top laner now, so it doesn't necessarily work out quite as well. But maybe one of these carries could come through for Peanut. His Nidalee has actually been pretty good this season, although Zeus has kind of been better.
I wonder what the trajectory is going to be for BNK moving forward, because they've obviously opted into Soboro and Daystar as experiments until they became mainstays. And Daystar is still obviously a little bit less experienced than Soboro here in the LCK by a few series, but I do feel like what he's shown us has not necessarily been enough to generate the type of, okay, this guy is locked in as the new main mid laner, whereas for Soboro, I think a lot better performances than Clear thus far. Talk about the bottom lane matchup, though, because Diablo is so key for this team. You can see his laning is incredible as well. Top 2 in duo kills, has the top 3 goal difference at 15. Those stats a little bit higher for Viper in both metrics, but consider Hanwha Life Esports' win rate, their record, and the fact that they rarely lose compared to BNK, who's not even in the Legend group. And it's very impressive what Diablo's been able to get done on his own. Him with Kellen as well. I feel like Kellen's had a very strong middle of the season, and pushing towards the end here has stabilized a lot. In the very first round, we were like, oh man, Kellen, this is looking rough.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, the bottom lane for BNK have been so good, but they're also so incredibly important. I actually love the comparison between Viper and Diablo, because if Diablo and Kellen don't do well, this team loses.
Pretty much.
If Viper and Delight don't do well, that's because the top side is probably dominating, and it's probably part of the plan as well. This is the thing that's really, really rough for any bottom lane that's facing off against HLE, is because if you want to win through it, you're playing against the best defensive bottom lane that we have here in the LCK, and it's so hard to get through Viper, who he can carry, but he's also just so good at soaking pressure and then being good when it matters.
All three of the lanes here for Hanwha Life Esports tend to dominate. And I mean, Zeka is an incredibly strong mid laner who has a massive champion pool right now. You have Viper and Delight, who can play weak side, can play strong side. They're very flexible in draft. And then you have Zeus. Enough said there. And that gives Peanut so much agency. But when Peanut is one of the smartest early game pathing junglers the game has ever seen, it's just hard to go into a mid game where you're feeling like your win cons can be reached, because they've often been trashed by Hanwha in 2 out of 3 of your lanes if you're lucky, if not all 3. And that's the scary part about playing against this team, is Diablo's late game team fighting is amazing, but will he be able to get there? Daystar has had some clutch moments. I know he's Valdez's boy, but will he be able to survive the laning phase where he's been pretty weak thus far when he doesn't have the counter matchup against Zeka? And then in the top side, you know, Sobro debuted as an emergency call-up against Zeus, got popped then, and a lot has changed since then, but I think Zeus has leveled up a ton. If you compare Zeus in 2022 to where he is now 3 years later, I don't think we could say Sobro has quite had the same eclectic growth.
Yeah, no, I think it's a bit of an unfair comparison when Zeus is probably top of the list for most people's top laners in the world right now. Although Keen's making a pretty decent point in the regular season thus far as well. We'll see whether Zeus is going to be able to show us a thing or three, though, as we dive into the draft for game number 1. Rumble already going to be taken away. Sobro giggling about that one, which is good to see. That even Ryu had a smile on his face, and that is so rare.
You love to see it, though. You love to see when you're a player, it's still pretty
Vibes
cool.
are up. Vibes are definitely up.
It feels good when you're playing against Zeus and they target ban your Rumble. That means Zeus doesn't think he can beat you with anything no matter what the matchup is. It's like, okay, well, I don't want him to have that. I respect him that much.
Yeah.
That's a good feeling.
So 2 undefeated champs for Zeka have been banned away, one by themselves and one by the opposition. An interesting situation here, because I'm wondering, like, is it just we're going for Jace first pick, or is it we need to get a jungler? And
I think they can go for Pantheon first pick is pretty safe. They can go for the Jace first pick. There's a lot of flexibility here, but you're giving up a lot.
Oh, Azir.
With the Talia ban,
that's what I missed. I was like, there's something I'm missing here.
Our LCK mids have really devolved into tier list encounters, and so when Talia's gone, you're like, well, I better get Azir, or they'll get Azir, and there's no Talia to respond. Even though there are champs you could play into Azir, we don't do that here at the LCK. We just play by the list. And over the Pantheon, Raptor looks for the Xin Zhao pick here instead, giving it some time, giving it some thought, however. And we'll see if they want to get the Jace with this, take that one away from Zeus. The other plan is to wait and see if he picks it and try to play something tanky into it. Diablo's been pretty good on this Varus pick. They're actually going to try to prioritize that one away from Viper, because Viper is obviously an insane Varus himself, and it gives you a pretty good win con in the lane. And like I said, losing the lane to Hanwha Life is what basically every team does in the LCK, so trying to minimize that feels smart.
Yeah, I was actually wondering whether Peanut would go towards the Trundle, which has gone up in priority here in the LCK, something that he's played a lot over his career. And there is the hover change. Of course, the expected pick is the Pantheon at this point in time, because the Xin Pantheon trade has been something we've been seeing so much. But instead, the Scion's going to be locked in, and now I think Zeka will just lock away the Trundle for Peanut.
Yeah, you have to get Trundle here, otherwise, you know, it's going to get banned away 100%. And
I like it.
Yeah, I think this is pretty wise, because with this draft, it gives you a lot of power in the mid lane with the damage that Azir has. And we knew the Ahri was likely coming with the Xin Zhao lock-in here. So what you get with... Okay, this was not expected. Yeah, it's going to be Ahri.
Just a bunch of ladies being hovered for a moment until the Ahri.
Because if you go Pantheon, then you need to have like a winning side lane in the top lane. You already have a strong side laner in the Azir and a lot of damage there. And this offers a lot of different front-to-back compositions here for Viper to play through as well. It's hard to target ban Viper now in the draft. Sure, you got the Varus, but there's so many champions that Viper can play with the front line here. So the Senna being one of the scariest ones, so that's going to be the first one they take away, but you can't stop him from playing everything that is strong in this meta.
Yeah, I think Senna Jhin are probably the bans if you just want to get rid of what Viper wants to play right now. Although, actually, no, I think a hyper carry would be good.
Yeah,
with
I
the
mean,
Scion Trundle not representing a lot of damage.
You could even play like Jinx Lulu, and it feels really good with this draft. Like, there's just too many options here.
I didn't think about the Jinx. The Jinx actually can match range relatively well, although it does still have a rough time into Varus just in general. A lot of champions do.
It will have a bad time. It's not going to win you the lane, but it's so good for late game team fights. So they ban the Nico away here. There's the Jhin that you mentioned. You could also ban the Alistair, which we always see in this spot. Usually it's where the Nico was, but either way.
Is it Renata?
Could be Renata. Ezreal also feels, I feel, fairly risky here for Diablo because there's a huge front line you have to get through, and even though you have safety with your Arcane Shift, it's not about dive that you're going to be dealing with. This is not really what I expected, however. I thought maybe we'd see something like a Yorick here in the top lane or a Nidalee, just to try to get bigger advantages there and try to win that lane and have a strong power point up there. As Lucian...
Oh, God. Okay, so it could just be Lucian Braum that has been so incredibly strong here towards the bottom side. The Braum also okay into a lot of the supports that are left outside of the Renata that they would be playing right into.
What I love about Lucian into Ahri is, you know, if the Ahri tries to go in for a charm onto the jungler, or tries to charm the Braum even, or the Azir in the front line, you just go in and blast out a rotation of your abilities, and the Ahri is at half health or less. The Lucian just responds so quickly, so fast, and does so much burst that the Ahri needs to get that reset ASAP, and the whole team has to be perfectly coordinated or she just dies. As the Renata you mentioned does finally come through here.
I mean, it's Kellen as well. This is a really powerful lane. Of course, the Braum will still have some utility for blocking some of what she wants to do, but I do feel like Renata in the lane is going to be so incredibly powerful. So it is once again one of those scenarios where Humble Life Esports are going to be on the back foot towards the bottom side of the map. I do think, like, weirdly enough, Sion's going to have priority on the top side.
That definitely can happen.
It can. And I think they're going to be looking towards Peanut to try and string this together, because this is a composition that does a lot of things mid to late game and isn't necessarily able to get a whole lot of that power early on. So HLE might be off to a rough start.
I'm kind of worried, though, about what happens in late-game team fights with the Ambessa, because if she goes in trying to catch the Azir, he can just say no with his ultimate, and Lucian, if you try to catch him, you're so deep into the fight then that Trundle just presses R on you, and then you disappear.
Yeah.
Everyone just attacks you, and you pop, so playing out team fights later on, if you have an advantage, I think is quite strong here for the side of B&K, but I do like what Hana Life's late game looks like. I like what their side lanes look like here as well, and they've saved a lot of options for the rest of these upcoming drafts in this Fearless best of 3. There are other picks they could have gone for. Like, they could have gone for the Pantheon, but they opt to leave it.
I love those Viking beanies. They're the best.
And with the glasses, like, it's kind of a vibe. Like, yeah, it's kind of Zeus looking.
Yeah, there's like... Oh, man. I'd be having such a good time if I was them. I'm actually feeling a little bit jealous. Maybe we can send someone on a mission to find one of those Viking beanies so that we can cast in them for the rest of the day. Although, my God, that would be so incredibly hot. But it does not matter, right? It doesn't matter, because you'd get to be a Viking, and that's just awesome. Okay, let's go on the Rift, game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We unfortunately do not have Viking beanies, but what we do have is the will to buy them if we find out how. And that might be enough to get us through the day. Wolf, what do you reckon?
I think just looking at that fan with the Olaf beanie, I don't even know if I'd call it a beanie, just helm made of fabric.
Oh, fantastic.
It was enough for me.
Helm.
It's enough for me. So, see what this level 1 looks like, because Braum.
Yep.
Braum good level 1.
Braum good level 1. I love that. That's what it is. As Daystar not going to get aggressed on, didn't move too far up the lane. Good stuff. They are going to spot out this ward and look to get rid of it. As Merry Christmas says Peanut, as he puts down that ward there as well. Knows exactly what's going on around these wolves, and we'll be starting here towards the enemy blue buff. So
we've seen so many of these.
Yeah, the vertical jungling ensuing.
Yeah, we have so many of these starts with the Trundle Braum. and just Trundle in general with a lot of winning bottom side lanes. You can do a ton of early game pressure with it. And they'll catch the wave down the bottom side, knowing that the range advantage that the Varus and the Renata has means that they were going to lose that exchange anyway. So they just avoid the interaction, get Peanut the start on his opposing jungle's number there, the start on the blue buff, and then we'll catch the wave and we'll be able to chill and get level 2 slowly, but we'll be actually fine. So nothing really lost here. A good usage of the Braum. And if anyone makes a mistake on BNK's side, like if somebody goes too far in there or Daystar decides he wants to ward that brush, then he might have to flash. So just a lot of power in this level 1.
Yep, and they utilize it quite well, especially with the fact that now it means that it's harder for Raptor to stick around towards the bottom side, doesn't get to take his blue buff, things like that. Definitely needs to make sure that he's staying up in the experience. So it means that they should have the ability to, you know, throw Peanut into the lane and try and get this lane in a better position. Because as we can see, it's not looking too hot.
No. That ward was not killed in the tri-brush there, and Peanut will be seen as he comes over, but he can relieve the pressure here. As long as he's respected, should be fine for Diablo and Kellen, but like that he can come over here and relieve some of this. Ward gets dropped. They're being respectful. We saw that Ozir streak, as Peanut's just going to come in anyways.
Yep, there's the flash, but the flash out from Kellen was good. That's 3 summoner spells that they put on cooldown, but still, no first blood going to happen here.
It's the wave that's in such an awkward spot here for Diablo and Kellen. That means they know the Peanut's there, but they're like, we really need to get that experience, get that money, and sadly for them, that'll force a flash. But I was just going to mention the Azir loss streak as every time I try to mention it, we're going to have a scuffle.
Yeah, I was trying to tell a story yesterday. It took me about 400 years to get it out, so I completely understand you. That is going to be the Rift Scuttle, actually taken here by Raptor though. Peanut going to have to take the long walk towards the top side. Bit of a jungle tempo advantage here, as Kellen not going to find the handshake. And as we expected, things going kind of okay here for the Scion in the early stages of the lane.
Yeah, grasping firmly as he does. Anyway, now we can talk about Azir for just a second, because we saw a list of those names. A lot of them were on our Rise group players, and then it's like, when we had that graphic come up, was Zeka hard pushing the lane and having a good time into Ahri, as you often do in this matchup. So I'm not worried about the loss streak here when it comes to Zeka playing this champion that, you know, 2-3 years ago, we were like, he's not really an Azir guy. Like, he's middle of the pack at best. You know, he's had some rough Azir games, but... Which
is so funny, because he was playing it so much when he won Worlds.
Yeah. So then we were like, I guess he fixed it. He figured it out. Yeah. Like, literally before Worlds, when DRX was a fringe bottom-of-the-table team, barely in the qualifiers team, we were like, yeah, no, he can't play it. There's no chance.
Nope.
And we also didn't think there would be any way they'd go to Worlds, and then Zeka really showed what he was capable of and has iterated on and improved on his champion pool since. We've talked about it a lot, but I'd say he's one of the scariest Azirs you can face in the LCK. We have quite a few of them. Cut your Chovies, your Fakers, your BDDs.
You've even got, like, it's the year of closer as well, remember?
True.
His Azir has actually looked pretty good. So yeah, there's definitely like a 6 Azir players, like, of notable skill level here in the LCK, at least.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not even enough. Maybe it's like 8. Which is almost everyone, which is very, very silly. Here you've got Viper and Delight just pushing up into Sobro. We'll see whether it is going to be a plate going on over, as Peanut is trying to set up for a dive here, and he just walks on in, puts down the ground, and there is the concussive blows. They'll just get the flash out from Sobro and go about their business, and maybe just look for a redive as he does dodge out of the way as Viper picks up the turret aggro. Sobro outplays him, and that's going to be first blood going over to BNK FearX.
Bit of a miss there. The turret aggro swapping over as Delight takes it first, and they go for the redive, and Peanut has a ton of health, but Viper picking up the aggro is just the end of that. He also dies, tries to dash out of it, but does not get out of the aggro range in time. I suppose maybe if he had flash dashed there, he could have gotten out of it. The dive would have failed, but just an awkward situation all around as Delight takes the aggro first to start setting up the concussive blows here. And Sobro is just stunned, flashes, and that could have been the end of it.
Yeah, it could have been fine. It could have been just take a plate and then like
Viper
and then run away.
He aggroed first before Peanut there.
Yeah, that was
Peanut didn't pick it up at all. Just mistimed the follow-up, and he just dies.
Well, Peanut says thank you for your sacrifice as he goes to take the enemy Krug camp before going home. So at least there's that, you know. Still, HLE going to be even in gold, things like that. Laning phase going just fine here for the squad, but certainly for Sobro, this is fantastic news because you can see he's falling so far behind. It's almost 20 CS, kind of crazy. This is kind of fresh off a reset, but you can see Zeus has a large wave to pick up here, so it's not going to improve anytime soon.
There's a lot of matchups into Sion where you can just outrange him, and yeah, you can't kill him, but you can constantly chip away at him, so he has to play defensively. And Bess is not really one of those matchups. He's like, yeah, I'll grasp with you, I'll trade with you, it's fine. You can see this is the best Sobro can hope to offer here, and it's really tough. The resistance shred comes through, and Zeus can just hold his own here. He's got a cookie in his inventory. And that's why I was surprised we didn't see something like the Yorick, where you can really kind of keep him at bay and chip away at his health and play that way. Yeah,
at least right now, with the fact that Sobro has been able to at least pick up his first bit of an item, he's feeling a little better. But like you were talking about, I don't know whether it's going to get so much better super quickly, because I think Zeus like completes even just a Balmy Cinder and he's going to be feeling better. But as soon as that Sunfire capes in, even wave control is going to be a difficulty here for Sobro. And Zeus takes that cannon and is just going to go back home. Not a lot of blue stuff left over. As you can see, has a slight gold lead. Nothing too much. Is now BNK PRX immediately starting off these grubs. And it looks like HLE not in position to take these. They also got the dragon, so this is going to be very close to feats of strength going over to them as far as these objectives are concerned. Yeah, and a good start.
We just don't see any sort of wraparound here for Viper and Delate. They can't get close enough, and the Azir ultimate's so powerful in skirmishes like this, especially pre-level 6 for the Renata, but the timing is so perfect here for BNK. They end up getting that prio and take 2 grubs. They don't fight their way for the third one. Just going to leave that one up and available. I suppose Raptor could come back and look for it if there is no sort of grab on that one from Peanut. A bit bizarre, but they just wanted to play it safe.
Yep.
They only get 1 smite, so...
It is a good look, though, for BNK PRX here.
Yeah, no, it's a great start.
Like, the problem is, the Dragons are looking dicey. Like, I know Orcs is here today. He has an absolutely adorable cardigan on as well. You guys should definitely get ready for that on the space. Dagon's color coordination of his shirt and his hair as well. Oh my goodness, the space is going to go completely off as far as the fashion is concerned. But I digress. It does mean Orcs is here and he could be paying attention for when we get this next dragon.
Yeah, it could be Mountain Soul.
It could.
That would be...
that could be a very, very large scion.
It very much could be. It could be a large scion that's got 4 stacked Mountain Dragons to Mountain Soul as well. If B&K get this next dragon, the Hextech. Two dragons to start off when you have the Infernal and the Hextech. You're like, oh, it's not going to be the best and most coolest ones, but there's still...
It could be Cloud.
Yeah, still a few cool ones left here.
Imagine if it was Cloud. As, oh dear, Spirit Rush not enough to get out of the way, but still able to get him over the wall afterwards, so should be fine. No flash required, just a trade of ults here between the 2 mid laners.
Yeah, no concussive blows procced there, so Daystar doesn't have to worry about even flashing or anything like that, so handles it relatively well there.
Yep, Delight not necessarily brauming as effectively as he otherwise could. It's another Winter's Bite that he's unable to find.
Yeah.
Try and lock down these players, although I don't know whether Daystar would have been in too much trouble. So might have got a flash.
And B&K are going to come up here and take this final grub, but this is kind of awkward because it gives a little bit of a window here for HLE with that prio gap here to potentially take the dragon for free. Like, 3rd grub or a single elemental dragon. I think.
And they'd already just stopped on the grubs because they didn't really need to, right? And they decided to hold on to tempo instead. As oh god, okay, well that teleport was not the one he wanted there. Zeka, as he does shift the sands, gets himself out of the way as the piercing arrow dodge there by Zeka here for now. But he, teleports back and has to flash immediately. That does give them a little bit of time to get vision around this dragon. And Zeus walking over a bunch of vision, but he's on his way to try and fight for this one.
Yeah, Viper just trying to grab another plate here as Zeus coming down, as you mentioned. The window of this is pretty tight. I don't think BNK can secure this without a, just straight up 4v4 fight here potentially. And because Zeka's also coming back.
Oh dear.
Daystar.
Yeah, Daystar does not have his R button available as the culling is going to come on through, and there is the pillar. There is nowhere for him to go. I really think it's smart though. Valdez's boy Daystar not using his flash in that instance. He was very, very dead. The mistake had happened prior.
Yeah.
Let's not make it worse.
Yeah, no, certainly the right call there. But they're still going to give out this dragon, in which we had like the...
Yeah.
weird teleport from Zeka, which cost him arguably both of his summoners because he teleported in to then lose his flash.
Can we get an Orcs check? Can we get an Orcs check as well as this dragon's going down?
Let's see.
Want to see whether this is going to be a Chemtech or not.
That's Cloud. That's the Atlas check. He's right next to
God! Well, I mean, I was paying attention. You know that. I'm right here. I was calling for the Orcs check, you know? That's extra layers of attention. So here we go. This is a banger day as far as dragons are concerned.
It's pretty good for both teams, the Cloud Soul, and it often is. The movement speed, of course, very useful on the map as well for rotations. But
do you know what I love? I now stay appraised of like almost all like dragon statistics at all times because people link me anytime the like Cloud Soul is doing well. And do you know what? It's just always really good.
Yeah.
The highest win rate Soul in the game at this current time. And I just think that that's happened over so many years. It's kind of crazy.
I think I mean, we all knew when it was your favorite that was going to be the case.
It's just favorite.
But it's good that the stats back it up because some of the memes that we do here and some of the you know, curses and all that don't necessarily get backed up by stats, even though they are in fact real. The dragons
I did travel to LA with Maddie Froxon, who's you know, the lead on balance at the moment for my D-Noob in 2014. So I've known the guy for a long time. So maybe that's
told you the
where
secret back then?
Yeah, he told me the secret back then, and also I've been feeding him information just to make sure that we can keep Cloud Soul on top.
So I want to take a quick snapshot of like where we are in this game, where the Scion has a lead. Like that's a very small lead, obviously, but there's a lead there. He has a 20 CS lead. Part of this is because Sobro picked up that kill earlier. And then you have this massive laning lead for Zeka, and then Viper's been left alone. And they picked up so many plates. Like there's a plate top side, there's 2 plates down the bottom side that have been picked up here for Hanwha Life Esports. They just have gotten more out of the Rift. So even though it's a 1-to-1 kill score here, they also got that Dragon arguably for free when BNK grouped up after not grouping up initially when they went for the 3rd grub. And then they ended up overextending with Daystar as the rest of the team backed out. So the Dragon just went over, they got a kill there. And the tempo is definitely feeling really good for Hanwha Life because they have this comp that has great front to back later on and great scaling with this Azir. The side lane of the Azir is going to be weakened by the fact that he picked up no grubs, but it's still a big threat if left alone in a side with his Nashor's Tooth. So BNK, I feel like the early game was looking great for them. They were holding their own. They got that first dragon. They were able to control grubs, but I mean, Sobro's defense there on the top side was good, but now we're like watching the Scion chase a... Well, I mean, he's just looking for a proxy, but it looks like he's chasing him away.
He kind of is, and Sobro knows that there's not a whole lot he can do to him right now. With the Bramble Vest already completed, this guy has got armor for days.
Viper is trying to get his hit by turret shot stat up today.
And also his hitting turret stat. I feel like every time we look at Viper, he is pushing as far up as he possibly can. And it has actually worked out for him, as we can see here, even on CS, but does have a bunch more money. And a lot of that is going to be the plates. Only 1 kill on the back of this Lucian.
Yeah.
And do you know what's really interesting, Wolf? I feel like this composition for HLE almost perfectly epitomizes who they are as a team.
Yeah, no, I can see it.
It's just like, if you wait, we will beat you. Like, this is, like, we don't really care whether we fall behind, whether we make errors in the early game. Like, we're going to win later on, do something about it, or just lose.
And in the moments leading up to this Herald contest, Delight's going to have to face check.
Well, does he have to? He definitely does face check, and in fact, he just puts up the door and he's fine. Man, that's some extra points into the door, I reckon, as the train has left the station. Kellen is going to leave the Rift. Has no bailout for him. It's a double kill of the bottom lane for the Scion in an instant. As the public execution onto Viper, he could be going down, bounced around. He's going to fall, but I just don't know whether it's going to not be enough to save BNK Fearex here as Daystar looking for the charm. Another Flash Winter's Bite goes wide there. Delight is at least consistent in this game. And HLE still very happy with the outcome as, oh dear, that charm is going to connect as Delight gets in there with the door to stop Zeka from taking that damage.
Without Peanut, they can't go directly into this Herald easily. Raptor is also down, but low health bars here. Zeus is going to have to push this wave out first, and I think they should eventually be able to secure this, but it was not the fight they were looking for. The key thing about this I was going to mention right before was Viper pushed the mid wave out, right? Delight picks up Locket. So Delight actually has Locket. He has that big advantage when he goes in for this face check, has his door up, has his ultimate here. And he's just happy to go in and tank it because they knew they were there. They knew they had the numbers advantage. Sobro was still showing bottom, and Kellen gets deleted here. Sobro goes in to try to turn this play. And yeah, I wasn't going to get super deep into that, but Raptor does get ulted in, tries to turn on to Zeus, but Zeus is super tanky. And yes, Viper was on the wrong side of the fight, does get taken out here, but was never going to be an extended fight you could win here at this point for B&K. Daystar narrowly avoids that Winter's Bite, but like, Delight got the locket, they were set up, they were like, all right, we're going to force this fight. I know they're likely in this bush, and we're ready to just pounce on them because Braum can tank it. We can just ult them and then turn with Zeus coming in with his ultimate. Like, I feel like even though they couldn't see, they knew everything.
Well, Daystar is able to use his ult to get out of the way of the Scion, but that was very scary. And yeah, this could have been way worse for B&K Furex. I think I oversold it as far as a win for HLE just because of the shenanigans that happened immediately afterwards. Rift Herald does come on through though. That is going to spell the end of this outer turret as Diablo takes a full culling to the head. And now Zeka is going for a bit of a drive. Peanut turns up, finds Daystar yet again. Remember, doesn't have the ulti. And the Azir is coming in. My God, the drifting on this man. Just swoops onto the turret, takes it down. And now it is Zeus's turn. All right, checking the brush there as well. Man, HLE is showing off. Have they been taking driving lessons from Peanut? Because of his cool motorcycle driving that he had that season, that one time as Raptor's dead. Crescent Guard does do a fair bit of work there in that moment. Public execution into the backline for Sobro, but the Emperor's Divide says, no, you are not dashing out of that one, and it's Delight that gets the kill. Zeka gonna flash immediately, as he was extraordinarily low, and Zeus feels immortal. I don't know whether he necessarily is, especially not against this on-hit Varus, but that was a lot of fun and a lot of winning for HLE.
If the pillar was a little bit further back there, Diablo might have had to flash, actually. But watch the damage that comes out of Peanut here when he goes onto this Ahri. Like, it's actually, he gets charmed. He's like, yeah, I don't care, drops another pillar.
My
ults, chomps, and autos, goodbye. It was just like, goodbye, basically a solo kill. Like, Zeus hit him before that, but I mean, by all intents and purposes, a solo kill there. And then this is the front-to-back fighting that you can do with this comp. And like I said, when Sobro goes on to Viper, he's like, ooh, I kind of don't want to be here. I'm stuck in here. There's a lot of damage here. And when it's this disjointed, it's not really truly the kind of front-to-back team fight I'm talking about, where we're going to see on objectives where, you know, 5 champions on both sides start off a fight. But when it's broken up like this, I mean, B&K do fall like dominoes.
Well, nice handshake there from Kellen onto Viper, but he takes a Winter's Bite. That one's going to land. Viper does have to get himself out of the way, but just has to use a dash for it. Daystar will find the angle on this bottom lane, though, and there are some resets to come in. A double kill for Diablo at the same time. B&K Furex going to be very happy about that, even if they aren't necessarily out of the woods.
Say a lot of things about how Viper is playing this first game, but respectful, I would not be one to describe it as...
No, well, this is not respectful, but like, does Zeus need to? It's a bailout. Let's see whether that is going to work out. They almost take down Peanut, the Subjugate. Almost working there. Sobro going to come in. Is 3 people enough to kill Zeus? No. The answer is no, ladies and gentlemen, as in comes Zeka, finds an Emperor's Divide. The handshake's decent, but not decent enough. And yeah, Zeus is a problem, and I do not have the solution. You know, this is like fast and light technology, you know? Like, how do we get to that? Well, maybe it's just impossible.
I just don't... maybe it is. Because this was, like, not necessary from Viper to play this like this. Delight gets left out to dry, then Viper gets charmed, and, like, not entirely sure what we're doing here. I guess the idea was Zeus can TP at any moment if it goes sour, if it takes us too long. He did show up, but too late. And then he goes in here and is able to get the fully charged Q onto Diablo. Kellen does his best to help him out, but the bailout is actually super close here. He even flashes to try to guarantee it, but is unsuccessful. And Otacon does go over in the meantime because it was a trade up there for Hanwha Life, and we're better in control over the map. The push from Zeka in the bottom lane was there. So they kind of just go over and take that. We don't need to watch it. You know, it's Nashor's Tooth, Azir things, whatever. But
yeah, this feels so unfair, though, doesn't it? I feel like there are so many moments for B&K that look kind of okay, and then a big zombie guy comes over and kills everyone.
When you think about almost every moment that's gone well for B&K this game, though, it's been Hanwha Life messing something up. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Viper taking the turret aggro in the top lane, he and Delight overextending in mid. You know, the shenanigans that ensued around the setup there for the the Grubs, and, you know, these weird wonky trades keep happening, but somebody's always pushing. It's like, oh, Hanwha Life traded a little bit badly, but they're winning on the map, you know, and The side laning here doesn't get easier. Rylai's picked this time into the Ambessa.
Yeah.
More common, but he'll have the Leandri's third. And then he's really going to start hurting anyone he interacts with, even for a moment.
Yeah, and like right now, it's so hard. Nash's and the Rylai's means that if Zeka is discovered in a side lane, he's also got the Merc Treads as well, so if a Charm comes in or something like that, he's not going to be as worried about it. But he just kites so effectively.
You can't really take him down before the rest of the team can respond in most cases, which is already an issue.
Oh, Delight, that was sexy. I think he got the steal, right?
I
did see
so.
money come up over his head. All right, Raptor going to split the fight here, but the door is doing so much. Public execution into the backline as Sobro finds Viper. They execute him, they take him down. Remember, the Scion still exists. Zeka trying to get the DPS down, but he will fall. And Peanut, the next one, just throwing this club into the opposition. Diablo doesn't get bailed out. And it's so far a 2 for 2. The disengaged cone going to come on through there as Zeus. He doesn't quite have the keys to the train right now, and he only has like 700 health. Let's see whether that's going to be enough. Soul Furnace comes up, and he will explode, but there's 1,090 gold for Sobro.
That's a lot of money. And that is a trade up finally here for B&K, but they had to use so many resources to do it that guess what? Viper's up. Zeka's up in 10.
I want to have a look at the damage graph and see like Zeus at the very top of the damage graph, because that's very funny. Look at this fight.
Look at the positioning of where everyone goes after this ult from Sobro. Zeka's here, he's trying to peel, but the angle is super awkward. Daystar's just surfing on the edge here as well, and they can't, he could have potentially ended up
outplayed that Empress Divide really well.
And then like Daystar is just constantly applying damage here, and Zeus ends up getting the kill on the other side as the dragon. Okay, we're just fighting for a dead dragon.
Yep, we're going for it again as the culling is just going to be eaten by the entire team. Zeka on a great flank angle as the handshake onto Delight is not fantastic, and Raptor doesn't have that Crescent Guard anymore. Still they take down Delight, but look at this AoE. It's kind of repulsive. Raptor knows that he's going to go down, and now, oh god, that is not the ticket that they wanted to pick up. As Zeus will find the angle, the flash forward from Kellen. He will be able to take down Viper here, who's just really not having his most fun day today. The revenge is going to be instant, but HLE, they'll find everyone except Sobro in that last fight.
And they get the dragon here, and it's the tempo that Hanwha have had this whole game. I know tempo's been kind of a caster meme word over the years, but like, when you keep trading in these fights but end up having the faster show up to the objective because it took so long to kill Zeus, for example. You know Zeus has TP coming back up, so when he responds, he can come into the mid lane. It's moments like these where Hanwha, it looks like, okay, they kind of lost out in the fight. It was a 3 for 2. That's a win for B&K, right? But not really, because Hanwha get the faster setup. This is such a fed Scion. He TPs in. Kellen gets the kill here, which means it's not really gold that going to anyone that's relevant in this game. And Hanwha Life get another dragon. They keep that map control. They keep that side lane control. They've taken so many plates, and Zeka's really such a force to be reckoned with in this game now. I mean, he's hard to lock down. He is hard to escape from.
Oh, well, Emperor's Divide is... It's easier to escape from when you are the Foxy Lady and you can just turn into a fox and dash away. So that's going to help out. Still, they just trade ult for ult, and I think that that's what they were looking for. Every time Daystar has been without ultimate, he has died like a minute later. And last time it was Peanut walking up to him and hitting him with a club.
Yeah.
Like, and there was nothing he could do.
B&K have a ton of pry up for this Baron right now, but it's not going to last. Zeus is going to clear this top wave out, and the rest of the team is rotating over. That mid turret being full health here is such a problem for B&K, because even when they clear waves, the turret just says no, and then they end up getting the group up there. So I don't think there was any world where they could have done a 25-minute Baron, but
all right, it's time to engage onto the Scion, and maybe it's going to work because Diablo is able to just get all of these blight stacks on top of him. Hostile takeover doesn't do too much, but it does enough. So Zeus going to start this fight off dead, and HLE in this 4v5 not going to be feeling too good about it. It could be a Baron angle here for B&K FearX.
He used so much though, and they still have to stick to the Baron, and Daystar's cut off. I don't know about this. Sobro's got a nice angle.
Oh god, this is that minute later that we were talking about before. He does actually have enough CDR to get that ulti back again as public execution. Once again, it is magnetized to Viper. Unfortunately this time, they were not distracted. They just turn and they burn him down. Raptor now in trouble as Zeka will find the combo this time. It's a double kill as Viper's going to take the next one. That is 2 pair for now. Will they be able to find the full house with Daystar turning up as the door is going to block? The Ardent Blaze comes in. We just need a cute little dash, and that was a gorgeous pillar of filth there, Peanut. Beautifully done, and there it is. That's the full house, even if it isn't necessarily official.
Remember that story I told about Ambessa ulting onto the Lucian and then getting ulted by Peanut and then disappearing? That was a theoretical world where that could have happened, and then it happened in reality there for Soburo in that last fight.
And it happened as you predicted. You know, sometimes the lab experiments in real life are kind of similar. As Nexus Turret number 2 going to be going down here as BK Furex desperately trying to defend, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Viper is just dashing around, trying to get a couple of extra kills, but the Nexus will explode, and HLE will take the win. It was not clean. No. We need to emphasize that, but it never really felt like they weren't going to win.
Every single time they traded, even if they traded slightly down in their kills or they were overextensions, Viper pushing too far in the mid lane, it was either Zeus hard pushing one lane or Zeka hard pushing another lane, or they took so long to get those kills that they had the faster reset to go get the objective. It has never really felt like BNK were ever in control. Yes, they technically won some I got more kills than you did in this exchange moments, but it didn't lead to anything. It was a great start though, with the failed dive on the top side, the laning phase being pretty stable for Daystar, you know, the advantages they generated in the bottom lane as well, but it all just kind of washed away, and there were some indecisive moments, like for example, deciding to get the third grub instead of fighting for Dragon. That really gave all that control back to Hanwha Life.
Yeah, it was very confusing, and I think you coined it when you said Legend versus Rise. And that's what we're witnessing here today. Feels so similar to Genji versus Bro yesterday, right? Where Bro would do some stuff that's cool in the early game, and it's entirely meaningless for the rest of the game. Zeka doing a lot of damage in this one. He was kind of set up for success. Missed a couple of combos, but we tried not to draw attention to it, so hopefully he's going to feel all right. The last one certainly looked good, and he doesn't need to worry about playing Azir because it's fearless. It's time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space in their gorgeous attire are going to break down game number 1, and then we will have game number 2. Stay tuned.
야 이거 전면 와볼래? 그냥 전면.
기동 한번으로 궁 빼러 갈게.
전면에
아리 동어 아리 동어 아리 동어.
아리 궁 2개 남았어. 많이 남았어. 많이 남았어.
내가 핑크 박아줄게.
아리 위에 궁 2개 남았어. 하고 있거든. 앞에서 먼저.
딱 컨트롤보다 기동 1초.
야 가볼래 이거 정면에?
에아타 노플이거든.
아리 궁 다 빠졌다. 천천히 해 천천히.
아 괜찮아.
바로 스톱. 미드.
내니까.
가비오. 미드 가면 끝나.
미드 가면 끝나.
아리 노공에 조냐했다잉.
불 봐봐.
미드 라인 하나 가져.
불 봐봐. 나 5초. 기둥 있긴 하고 기다려봐. 웬만한데 나 이거. 나 먹을게. 아 이 청필 써야 되는데. 10초? 뭐냐? 자기가 없어야 되는 거.
everyone, welcome to the space. It is the Atlas-dubbed well-dressed cast here. Digon alongside Oxen Chronicler to break down that last match, Hanwha Life Esports against B&K FearX. Hanwha Life Esports, they just keep getting away with it. It's just entertainment value. It is these rise level teams that get these early leads, play well, and then just fall off at the end.
Yeah, I thought maybe HLE would be a little bit serious getting towards the end of the season. Still a little bit of goofing about. Still a little bit of, shenanigans happening.
Yeah, they did really completely lock in facing T1, and then they were like, it's fine. Who cares? We're in our spot. It doesn't matter. Vic Viper, from what I heard, also found out that there was no All-Pro, so there's no chance of Ruler overtaking him because there's no ranking. So he's like, it's fine. I can dash in on Lucian into 3 people. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, I mean, again, those the Mbessa ults were magnetic. Seemed to hit him every time. Didn't quite matter. Let's take a look at the draft, though, because there's one champion that has risen in priority since the most recent patch that you all want to really highlight here.
It's really remarkable that Sion, I feel like we've started to seeing him actually get banned in first rotations as well. And we need to find answers and not pick Ahri. I know that Ahri Zinzao is good, right? But what we're going to show in this game and what we're going to see is that if you don't have a mid that's capable of actually dealing relevant damage to Sion, and really out this draft, eventually, once you get to like 3 items plus, Mbessa can deal with Sion pretty well. She gets a ton of free armor penetration. Obviously, late game lethality, Varus can chew through him. But in mid game, when you're on 1 item, who actually kills this guy? No one. No one kills the guy.
It's also the double whammy of the Sion Trundle, because you don't have the Trundle into the Sion, but it also feels really bad to pick a tank yourself into the Trundle, so it just ensures that HLE have this mega frontline you cannot match. And a lot of the times when we see a Sion in these situations, the enemy team aren't really trying to kill him. They're trying to kill everyone around him and hope that they do that before the Sion just eventually gets enough value to win other fights, and often we haven't seen it work.
All right, well, let's take a look at the highlights here that show the Sion in motion. First one here, 15-20 in the mid lane.
And initially, this looks a little rough. Obviously, Delight knows he can face check because he's Braum. So even though there are plenty of people waiting for him, all he needs to do really is to ensure that the rest of his team can arrive. And then I want you to watch what happens. As he, by the way, on the other end of the map, as we would expect. Just watch what happens as the initial engage actually doesn't look that good for his team. That's one. Flash shield, explosion, and he's gone. That's the enemy bot lane gone, and he doesn't stop. And can you notice how he doesn't take any damage because he's built almost full armor? What do you do?
Yeah, I think as well the fact you can join the fight with the ult and get so much damage onto the Renata with the full charge, whereas the Mbessa has to TP in to have the impact. But I think teams are going to have to start respecting the Sion, especially since you think about like one of the Premier tops that has been the Jace really doesn't get that much value into the Sion. And even we've seen a lot of things like the Yorick and the Nidalee that have been picked into the Sion. And even when we saw these things working, like they work in the sense that you can put the Sion down and then hope to win off the side lane pressure. But in terms of like the 5v5, you don't outvalue the Sion. And I think the fact that people were constantly picking the Nidalee and the Sion was a bit of a bait, because you have to get ahead, you have to maintain the lead, you have to win off that lead. In the 5v5, Sion is always going to be super relevant, though.
There are like 2 teams that can actually pull off Nidalee as a counter pick, right? And for the rest, maybe start to look into scaling. The Mbessa, obviously, I think is maybe okay, but like start picking scaling top laners.
Ornn, we saw the Ornn into yesterday, and that worked.
Yeah, I love how the mind games start working here, because Hanwha, they're in second place. The wins obviously matter throughout the whole 5-round season, but they're kind of showing a little bit of their hand here for Gen G, being like, hey, if you don't respect this, we will go Sion Trundle. Let's take a look at the second highlight, though, as this time, the Sion does get handled early on in the fight.
Yes, but it does cost them 2 ultimates. And it also gives, and this is the big thing, yes, he dies, but so much gets used. And not only that, but the rest of Hanwha Life is in a prime position to still make the play, right? Like if this is an Mbessa and he dies in half a second, maybe you might be in trouble, but instead, Life have the time to respond and turn it around.
Yeah, we also end up seeing the Ari have to bin a bunch of charges just to leave and then rejoin the fight. And Bessa ends up going in solo. The Braum so effective at dealing with that. And then the pillar value. But like seeing Trundle rise in priority a lot, the pillar doing so much, and then Zeka gets this great shuffle in the end. 4v5 essentially, but the amount that was burned to take out Zeus really representing a big loss in power for BNK Furex there.
Yeah, particularly the Renata ultimate. Because the Varus ultimate, I think you can win a fight without, but Renata ultimate is such a big deterrent for so many plays.
Yeah, great opportunity there for BNK Furex, not quite able to turn it on here. Hanwha Life Esports up 1-0 over BNK Furex for Game 2. Let's send it on over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Digon, and the beautifully dressed orcs there as well. That cardigan, man, you could really set your watch to it. That's absolutely beautiful. And let's get into game number 2. Let's see whether BNK Furex can fight back now with the blue side. And I've got like this theory, Wolf, as what's this Raptors to-do list?
It says we gank, have a successful gank in the first 10 minutes for your lanes is step 1. Get POM is step 2, and then do the bull heart. The cheek heart is step 3.
We really do need a lot more of those cheek hearts. It feels like that is the thing that
I feel like we haven't.
want.
Yeah, we haven't had enough of them. So.
Yeah, there has been a lot, but not every player in the LCK has done one. So that is definitely lacking.
So what's your theory?
Need to work on it.
I want to hear about.
Yeah, so my theory, as far as draft in Fearless is concerned, is it's looking in the LCK especially like the blue side team is the team that gets to dictate their archetype, right?
Yeah.
And so in game 1 we had, we're gonna play the Sion comp. Do something about it, right? And there's quite a few of these, like the Talia compositions that we've seen coming around. We've seen, these Poppy comps, these more like dive-oriented comps. And it's about the red side team being able to counteract these, not necessarily putting together their own composition. That's what I feel like the LCK has done, because
I
the
agree.
cohesion on red side seems to be far lower.
I do tend to agree. I think the type of draft you could look for here for BNK now is either some type of single target, blow up pick comp, like first picking Talia if it's not banned in this final spot, or you could play through global if you want to lock the Pantheon, but the Talia will go over to Zeka if you do that. That's one of the weaknesses of blue side when you're trying to juggle all these things. And I think Talia could be banned in this final spot, then Raptor takes Pantheon, and what Daystar plays with that is really anyone's guess. So there's the Talia. I think the Pantheon goes over now. If we see something like a first pick Fury, I'm a little bit concerned. If you pick Gwen here, though, Zeus just plays Jace into it and laughs at you, I feel like, is what I'm most concerned about.
Yeah, that has happened. He can also play Kennen and also laugh. That happens as well.
Ooh, if you pick Riven, though, he would just laugh in general.
Oh, that's
And then he'd be
true.
really jealous, and that might affect his play.
Hey, and I think Riven's in an okay spot at the moment, because I know Rival went on a really huge win streak on the champion and got back to Grandmaster. So maybe there's something there. I'm not entirely sure. Wukong going to be the first pick, though.
This is very flexible, as very strong engage, really strong peel. Zeus is going to say, I'm very happy to play Gwen, even into potentially Sobero's Jace, and they get the Pantheon, so they have a strong side lane global comp. So, like, red side gets to dictate the comp now.
Yeah, we've taken tempo back in this draft, perhaps.
They just went for something that's a little bit too catch-all in this Wukong pick, in my opinion.
I mean, it is very good with the Rumble that was given up, and this is actually a pick that escaped my notice, I think largely because we saw Poppy, Yone, and Silas banned away on the blue side, which leaves a lot of things that are kind of must bans to be taken away. The Rumble certainly has been one of those. This is a really strong core to start it off with BNK.
I thought with the Poppy ban, if they were going to pull a support up early here, it might have been the Rakan, because Rakan Wukong has been such a deadly combo.
Yeah.
I think Alistar
and it's Kellen.
Alistar's super good, obviously, right now, and Kellen has had some great Alistar performances, depending on which year and which tournament we're talking about, but right now I'm feeling pretty good about his Alistar. And this is going to give you a lot of laning power, though, for Hanwha Life Esports in that bottom 2v2 because of the Alistar lock-in. I don't think it's as bad as it used to be. I feel like Alistar players have really improved at holding the level 1 and playing into level 2 and dealing with mitigating that pressure in the early laning phase, but Victor is just going to be the pick that comes through here for Hanwha Life Esports. A ton of scaling AP damage in this draft. A lot of side lane pressure with the Gwen that can be shadowed by Peanut very easily. See what the 80 carries are going to be looking like here is, I think, for the side of BNK, you really just want to try to protect this bottom 2v2 matchup.
Yep. You can also just get rid of The mid laners here that Zeka does not want to deal with, of course, knows that the Akali can have a decent time into this one, as he has played that one before. And I think you're right. I think it should be 80 carries or supports that are going to be taken away, as the Rakan going to be the first one.
Kind of makes sense. I wonder if Daystar has something crazy planned with this Alistar lock-in here, where it's like, oh, you can't play Akali, but I'm planning on playing Smolder mid anyways. Because I feel like with a draft like this, Gen G would be like, well, we play Corki here, but I'm like, I don't see that for BNK, unfortunately.
But what if they kept on like the animal theme, you know, monkeys and cows and crocodiles, perhaps? Mid lane Renekton. That's what I want.
I don't
think that'd do very well into Victor.
No, I don't think it'll.
Okay, never mind.
I don't think it'll happen. The Varus is banned already by Fearless. Perhaps they. I mean, this Senna
yeah.
and Jin, and also Ezreal, I feel like are all really strong here. And we'll see what
they
Viper
need a lot
decides.
of physical damage.
Yeah, but I also think that with the amount of AoE and strong AP damage they have in longer fights too, like even if they have something like an Ezreal, it's good enough damage-wise here, as we're just going to potentially see a Shen lock into, over-index into that Gwen side lane pressure. I do think Hanwha Life Esports will be looking for the grubs in this one with the comp they've put together, where this Gwen is going to be demolishing turrets.
Oh, and it's
if
also
you've got
like,
a diver or Punisher, there's just two globals to protect.
And we were discussing this, right, in the last game. Like, how did HLE win? Well, it wasn't off just playing better in skirmishes, because I felt like that went kind of even. It was the fact that Hanwha Life were always at the objective first. They were always dictating where they were fighting and when they were fighting, right? Now they can cheat tempo with like 2 different champions here, with the Grand Starfall and the Stand United. This is a composition that really plays into the strength that was capitalizing on a weakness that they found in BNK. But this is a rounding out of this draft that looks absolutely gorgeous. As far as like dive comps are concerned, that is exactly what you want to be putting together. The classic Kai'Sa versus Xayah is going to be the response here. But it's not necessarily a winning lane there towards the bottom side, although we'll do fine into Kai'Sa and the Alistar.
I really think that Hanwha have the better draft here, and they have a lot more pressure they can put on, and they're just a better macro team. Well, I think they'll close this one out, but I feel like Galio was one of the only picks you could have salvaged this draft with, because now you can somewhat match the globals. You have this Kai'Sa that can follow up on the Wukong incredibly well, and there's a pretty good damage profile here. You have the taunt as well into a composition that's relatively low range. I mean, extremely low range, frankly. So I feel like the Galio was kind of a master stroke here. I didn't think Daystar was necessarily going to be able to pilot it. I didn't, trust that he was going to be able to play a complicated champion. I mean, not in terms of the kit, but what you have to know about the map, when to go in. Your ability to judge the situation has to be incredibly high. It's a thinking man's champion, and usually reserved for some of our most experienced mid laners here in the LCK. The rest of our teams kind of shy away from that pick, but he's so bold to lock it in here, and I think it kind of saves the draft, but it's tempo that I'm worried about. It's the fact that Hanwha Life has some of the best shot calling that the LCK could ever ask for, and their tempo, their advantages in side lanes, the draft like this is going to be really hard to play into. I think it's going to have to be some brute force and some excellent shot calling for BNK if this one's going to 3.
Yep, I would agree. I do think that once they get the team fight they're looking for, it kind of plays itself out. It works beautifully with the bouncy castle that's on fire, but they're going to have to get to that point and play around HLE. Let's dive into the Rift, Game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second game of the series. HLE looking to close this one out, their final regular season game before road to MSI. Second place is locked for this squad, so they will be facing off against Gen G. That will be after we get through the first few rounds, though, to see who the opposition is going to be for T1, who are waiting in third place.
Yep, a little bit of a gauntlet.
Oh yeah, we love gauntlets here in the LCK. We had to say goodbye to it for a little while, but it's back. It feels fantastic. Man, well, like
for that.
It's so good, man, because World's Gauntlet was just some of the best moments that we've had here in the LCK. It's so good that we've got at least another kind of World's Gauntlet here.
Yeah, I mean, everyone remembers DRX's story.
HLE's story as well, from like rags to riches, you know? Off the back of Lord Morgan. Oh, beautiful times.
I honestly, I was pretty excited about the new format for this year. Like I felt like it was a lot of great changes. You know, there were some parts we weren't sure about, like how it's going to feel to have two separated groups, and we're not there yet, so I can't judge that part just yet. But I feel like the pacing of the year with LCK Cup, first stand, feels like at this point of the year we have so many more storylines already than we normally would have by the time spring finals roll around, you know?
Yeah. Not to mention Kesper Cup came back as well. Like,
Yeah.
There's stories coming from everywhere. Even the bro fans are eating good, you know, because they can always go back and say, yeah, but we're Kesper Cup champions.
And it does make me wonder, and we've talked about this a little bit before, but it makes me wonder that if the new format has encouraged teams to be a little bit more swappy with their players, a little bit more call-ups. As level 2 gets hit here.
Oh dear. That is an immediate cleanse out from Diablo as Viper is pulling feathers around. Still, Delight now taking a lot of damage. The Ignite is ticking. Throws his onto Diablo in response though. So decent health trades as Viper is still very healthy and does still have control of the wave.
This is the best Kai'Sa skin, by the way.
I mean, this is the one. This is the Kai'Sa skin.
When I see Delight eat the full Invictus Gaming, I'm like, ooh, Diablo knows.
No, you can't get fully IG'd. That is not the way.
Only KT can. As this early lane phase for Daystar is supposed to be tough, but I think it's really Zeka actually just playing incredibly well and generating a massive lead. As talked about the Galio being kind of a tricky one. You know, his buttons, they're pretty easy to press, but you have to know when to press them, but also playing into a champion like Victor, the melee into range situation can be a little bit tough against someone who's so experienced and so lane dominant, like Zeka, as you can see here.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen the Galio Victor matchup before, and it didn't look like this, and then I'm trying to remember, like, was it just that I was watching Chovy play it? And it really does warp things. That guy just, matchups are different when you're talking about Chovy in comparison to everyone else, and that is not a slight to Daystar.
No,
that is me being annoyed at Chovy. As okay, Peanut is going to find Raptor here. Warrior Trickster does make getting the stun off quite difficult.
Yeah,
I don't think Peanut really wants to do anything. Okay, we'll be able to find at least that one.
If he could stack his Q fully and then go into that kind of situation, it's hard to win the smite fight because he just Q smites it, but not going to happen. He had no stacks. Looks for the trade there, but Raptor just calls his bluff and takes the scuttle anyways.
Yep.
Well played by Raptor. But yeah, it is wild. Like, same thing with Zeus on that Sion game we just watched, you know, where you're like, not sure if he's supposed to be winning this hard, but he definitely is.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like Sion is an example of a champion that is just a little bit good at the moment. As, all right, Peanut is going to come up and push Raptor away. You could sense that there was a bit of a dive of brewing. As, all right, Raptor is just going to push him away from this.
Yeah, he gets away his stacks as well. Now they could look for the turn.
Yep, there is the exhaust onto Sobro. He's taking a lot of damage, and there's the stun onto Raptor. He is going to be able to get first blood, but it's traded immediately. And still actually works out, right?
Yeah.
Assists on both sides, and so BNK Furex kind of all right with it, but
No,
still
100%.
could have been worse.
Could have been worse for sure. The fact that it's a kill over to the Gwen feels good, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's still a lot of money for a Wukong. Zeus took Exhaust, which you can see in action here, which actually gives him just enough space to get away from Sobro on that last turret shot. As soon as Raptor has to commit his flash in, does get taken out right afterwards. At least he was able to react quickly enough there and make the right decision. Yep, he's experienced enough now to know how to play those out. So ends up being a pretty even trade, and as the dust settles, not a huge advantage either way.
Yep, and the fact that Sobro took like almost lethal damage from that turret as well meant that the advantage wasn't there for him being left alive towards the end. I do want to go back to the Galio point though, because Zeka actually played this more recently. Yundo just mentioned in our teleprompter, and did manage to get a W on the Galio into the Victor matchup.
Yeah, I mean,
so he's another example of one of our Galios that has been able to make it work. And of course, it's still very early in this game. You can see Daystar's a couple of waves behind and is taking a full Arcane Storm to the head as we're watching it.
Yeah, this is not an advantage you're going to feel good about. It's not like you're like, oh, okay, well, he's using
the matchup has not yet turned around.
No. I have level 6 now. That's not going to be very helpful here, is it? Yeah, I do think that, like, Zeka has that moniker of Super Soldier for a ton of different champions, most of them melee, but I think of Galio most, actually, when I think of the Super Soldier moniker that he holds, because he's just so good at that pick as well. Big brawly.
Yep.
You know, anti-mages. We're going to repeat the dive here. Zeus does not have level 6, but he's very close to it. There's a big wave. He might be able to get it, and that might just end this whole situation.
Well, Peanut is just going to throw a Q into Raptor. Does stun him up for a few moments. As Headbutt Pole here from Kellen gets in and knocks both of them up. The response isn't exactly massive, and so Viper is able to get feathers all over the ground. Diablo just not able to get in range. One of the issues of good old Kai'Sa is some of those can we hit them ranges.
Yeah, Viper also has barrier, Diablo to cleanse, so I think extending the play there would not have been the right call. Cerberus angrily staring Zeus down before he looks for the harpoon.
Oh no!
The harpoon, right?
Yeah,
no?
still took the turret shot, and Zeus doesn't actually go home. As of course, wanted to cancel that anyway. Another wave is going to be crashing towards this turret. Did want to deny the plate, as you can see Delight moving towards the top side, very close to level 6, but doesn't quite have it yet.
If he gets level 6 here on the defense of the top side, then he could rejoin Viper on the bottom side. But they were really giving this a lot of thought about how they wanted to play the lane situation. It actually just cost Viper a whole wave. He doesn't go top side, doesn't catch this wave in the bottom side, and that's also going to be Peanut starting up this dragon at the moment. But I feel like BNK got a lot of tempo out of this. Grub spawn in 30 seconds, and Delight is up here.
Oh dear. Cerberus taking a lot of damage here, as Delight is able to taunt him up. Zeus doesn't get there in time, though. They are just going to deal with the wave. Raptor comes on over, though, and will look to stop this dragon.
I don't really like this setup for Hanwha. Not using their Peanut Global very well here. Now he's just going to get chased down.
Yeah, you've got now Viper moving up, doesn't have his Featherstorm available, so I don't know whether they want to fight this. And exactly right, that is indeed. Thanks for the leash.
Delight had 6 prior to this, and they were able to make a play faster on the top side. Then he could have ulted Peanut and maybe made a play there with Zeka rotating over, but instead they kind of put their global on where BNK were going to come and suss that out. So Peanut's global means nothing because he's the one.
Oh dear. Equalizer is going to go down. Let's see whether Cerberus can stay alive in this. Is the stand united, the flash forward, and that is another kill onto Cerberus here. Delight helping out his top laner. Gwen Shen is, it kind of rhymes, and also it's kind of deadly.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about in the draft. It gives me the feeling that Hanwha Life have such an edge here. But now, BNK rotating over, Diablo also coming up right now through the mid lane, and these grubs are what they're looking to take here. Delight, now ultless, has backed. Peanut's the target.
Yeah, Raptor comes on over. There is the heroic entrance there as well. The knockups! He was just unable to do anything forever.
Yeah, I feel like Hanwha Life kind of messed up this early game a little bit here, and they're getting punished. BNK, a team that will punish you. If you end up giving them an edge, they will take the push beyond the grubs and actually look for Peanut in moments like this. And Viper is caught up in CS, but he was significantly down because of the indecisiveness about how they were going to play that Shen play. He still ultimately got his ult off and got it killed to Zeus, but they're losing so much for this. The objective now in control of BNK.
Yeah, I think Raptor is just going to be okay with one. Grand Starfall available, and Delight was rotating up, so not going to bite off more than they can chew. I think an intelligent decision. It hasn't given them a gold lead. It hasn't been able to create any, marked advantages here around the map, but we've seen what BNK's composition can do. And this is the thing, if they do manage to get their ducks in a row, force HLE into an awkward position where they're stacked up, they can keep them in the sky forever, just barbecuing.
Soboro had TP, and he was landing into Viper, and I feel like if they really wanted to force the issue on triple grubs there, they certainly could have, but they didn't. And part of the reason why is because they kill Peanut here, but in order to do so, they have to use a lot of tools, right? They use the Wukong ultimate, they use the Galio ultimate here, so looking for a big brawly fight after this is a great snipe from Diablo to secure the kill, by the way. Using all those ultimates means that taking that fight afterwards is a little bit trickier. Even though they did have the Rumble teleport, he didn't have ultimate, so they just decided to back away and cut their losses there. Denying one grub from this Gwen doesn't feel like it's a huge win, but it's a small victory because of the side lane power we've been talking so much about with double globals to protect. So Zeus already has that initial kill, and he's going to become a bigger and bigger problem as the game goes on.
Yep. Speaking of, okay, he is going to just exhaust Cerberus once again, and Peanut comes on over. If the other global isn't on cooldown, you just get the other one, and then you kill him again.
It might be able to do it in a few moments here when Delight gets his ult back up.
And then Cerberus may leave the game, and I wouldn't blame him.
This is the kind of stuff with Gwen where you just see this lineup for Hanwha Life, and you're like, well, how do you stop that? Galio doesn't have ult, and even if he did, he would have just been able to mitigate a little bit there, but wasn't going to win you the play. Then mid prio goes to Zeka. Hanwha Life are just always going to be in control of these types of paces. Like, they can dictate them, they can force these proactive plays, and BNK always have to be on the defensive, unfortunately. Even though they had that great play on the Peanut when Hanwha made a bit of a mistake moments before, they're right back in the driver's seat now.
Yep. And all the while, right, if they go for these side lane plays, they've then got Victor that can play pretty defensively, and they've also got a champion that can go untargetable. in the bottom lane that can continue to farm safely as well. So I think that they can feel free to utilize their globals to get this Gwen as fed as possible, and we know that that is a win condition. Even if Gwen goes 0-3, we've seen her turn
Daystar
games around and win. As Peanut is looking for Daystar here, the Justice Punch is going to get him out to relative safety, and Raptor is waiting down there as well. So the Gargoyle will survive. 1 minute until the Dragon, 3 until the Rift Herald.
I mean, it's crazy when you mentioned the Viper can go untouchable with the Xayah ultimate. They also have Pantheon. They also have Gwen.
Yeah.
It's kind of frustrating to play out team fights. Like, it's much easier for Hanwha Life, especially when they can just point and click stun somebody with Peanut from a million miles away and kill a Rumble. And, you know, he doesn't have his ultimate right now. He's on the bottom side of the map. Sobro knows this. He's going to try to push the advantage here. They're after coming up. They're going to repeat the play from earlier.
All right, 3 might be enough here. Snip on cooldown does put up the circle, does have the needlework, so might be able to survive for quite some time. Stanch United does come in. There's a taunt under the turret as well. Zayas takes so long to die. And Kellen, he's got an unbreakable will. That will allow him to live. And they do get their prize. It's a big investment, though.
And Peanut doesn't have ult. They used this timing really well. Even though Delight had his ultimate there, they also rotated Diablo up. There's just too much damage. And for Viper, he's going to be able to get a plate here in the mid lane, but it's traded for Diablo's plate that he also takes here in topside on top of it. So he's not even really generating a big advantage here as Diablo is going to see Delight. That's going to annoy Delight and cause him to back. And Zeka has TP, or sorry, not Zeka, Daystar has TP, so he can go back to the bottom lane and catch that wave there. This is just a great play overall on the map here for BNK. There's nothing cross-map here to be taken in return, so Delight opts to ult in here. Kellen's ultimate, while he tanks this turret, just buys so much space.
Oh, Sobro, I think might be dead again as the Featherstorm is going to clear that one out, but it's a great pulverize from Kellen. Blade Caller comes through though, and unfortunately it's not quite enough. Diablo gets in on top, looks for Viper, who's still at 200 health, still moving forward, knows that they don't have much of an engage left. And HLE, they'll be able to take 2 for the price of nothing.
Yeah, it looks like, I'm not 100% sure how that all started off. We'll see in the replay, but looks like they were the ones trying to make a play happen and just got countered there by Viper. Peanut rotating over. Peanut had his ultimate available as well, and that's going to be a turret in exchange here on the play. So an attempted aggressive play from BNK backfires, leads to a turret plus Dragon here for Hanwha Life.
That is like catastrophic as far as what they lose off the back of that one play, though.
Yeah, they're chasing Viper. This is kind of what I suspected is how things started. Viper gets the root, Peanut just goes in for the follow-up stun, and then the ultimate used offensively here makes Raptor feel like, okay, maybe there's something here. Kellen's going in, but Viper just kites it out. Peanut's Q damage is insane, and Viper's spacing here is so good that Diablo just can't quite finish him off there. It's so close. But flashing for it would have just cost him his life and his flash, so he has to just sadly walk away. Give a turret, give a dragon, give kills.
And they get feats of strength off the back of that. They would have been very close to getting it regardless, but they still get the top lane out of turret at the same time. Oh man, this went from a relatively close game to now being completely in HLE's control.
Yeah, and like a 1-2-2 scoreline doesn't really tell the story of how powerful this Gwen is soon to become. You can see he has the biggest gold lead in the game here, but you give him just a second with turrets and they disappear and you can't stop him anymore. Like, you just win, Peanut and Delight have their ultimates. Gwen can do whatever she wants, and Zayas is just going to push the envelope every time. This is a risky call here, but they do have the faster group up. This may force said global ultimates.
Yeah, Teleport going to come in here as BNK, looking to try and take this one down. Grand Starfall does get Peanut in, but it's a great equalizer placement. Still Peanut gets the smite, Raptor goes in, and he's out again immediately, and so's Peanut. He's going to survive. The Featherstorm avoids the heroic entrance, and Daystar is stunned up as soon as he lands. No one dies, but HLE just steal BNK's lunch money.
Yeah, that was a really clean fight on both sides, but ultimately HLE still get the big prize. They still pick up the Rift Herald. It goes into the hands of Zayas, in fact, but he's the side lane champ. I don't think he's going to be too worried about it.
Nope.
And even though the Cyclone follow-up was good there, how the fight played out after that was super interesting, because Daystar goes in. So watch this from the beginning here. See BNK trying to hold on to this. Peanut gets into smite range here. Equalizer actually kind of helps him secure this with the help of Zayas as well. And the Raptor ults and gets out of the fight, so he can't actually follow up. And then when the Galio comes through, Sobro's already used his ultimate. He's already overheated, so he can't offer any Q damage back. And Daystar just gets rooted, and he's like, I gotta get out of here. You know, I'm a melee champion trying to come into the fight and clean up late. It's never gonna happen into the Xayah. Ultimate fantastic there from Viper. And Peanut for more.
Yeah, Kellen doesn't have his ultimate, so he is a little bit more killable than he'd otherwise be. Checking in on the bottom side here as there's a headbutt back onto Peanut. Can he survive, though? Does get a big old shield, and the answer's no. That is a lot of Acathian stuff thrown at him there. And so Diablo is able to help lock him down. He's 1-0-2. This Kaiser is starting to get stronger and stronger.
Cashed in a call. About to have his second item relatively soon.
Yep.
So these are win cons here still for B&K. If Hanwha Life play a little bit to, highlight entertainment, as they've been known to do. As Kellen is the one who initially looks caught here. Peanut goes in for the chase, and unfortunately, that's Alistair, so he just boops him back in, and Viper can't really offer any peel here. Doesn't have his ult, and yeah, that was overzealous to say the least there. Peanut was like, see champion, kill champion, question mark?
Delight might be his turn to be in a little bit of trouble here as the woes of HLE continue. He gets a bit of a shield as the Equalizer is going to help finish him off, and now Viper in an awkward spot. The Featherstorm is now on the ground, but he doesn't get a lot of value from the pullback as Raptor comes in, gets the double Cyclone and takes down the Xayah. Zeka is now a big problem, and so is Zeus. So the work isn't over yet. As 3 versus 3 here, Zeus just hunting them down. Possibly looking for stake first as he jumps out of the way of the monkey. There's the Justice Punch, though, as a heroic entrance does come down, and Zeka will finally join the fight and look to take them down. But it's Kellen with the Ignite, actually, that helps lock down that kill. And the block of the Justice Punch, oh no! Valdez's boy Daystar, that is not the time to mess it up, my friend.
Oh, the miss there, the big miss. Oh, it could have been so huge. Because everything else about that, it looked unwinnable. Like, it looked unplayable. Because initially you're like, oh, okay, we caught Delight, but Delight's caught Friends. This is a little bit concerning. He's taking a long time to die. Viper comes over. Peanut's got the Blast Cone. The Equalizer goes down here, but it's really only on the Peanut. And at this point, Diablo's like, okay, it has to be me. I have to carry this fight. Goes over the wall here, and then tries to offer what paltry damage he can. Of course, Zeka comes over to end his day. But in this moment, you're like, okay, how is it possible for this fight to be won? Because they have no damage. But what they do have is a lot of different types of CC here. And Daystar is going to try to play this at his best. Kellen also gets the knockups here at the perfect timing with Daystar's ult coming back through. They're able to isolate and kill Peanut. Kellen gets out. Zeus, so difficult to kill, and then this miss.
No, it was the block. Like, Zeka being able to stand in front there just saves Zeus' life and means that they win the team fight. So, beautifully done. Maybe, Valdez's boy Daystar needs a little bit of defense from the fact that it was a good play.
It was an amazing play for the rest. I mean, Kellen played that so well with Raptor too. Like, that was an almost unwinnable
this comp
fight.
is really good too. So, B&K, see whether they can make it work as they are all grouped up. Oh no, the Engage Herald. Grand Starfall to come down as well. Diablo is going to be the target here. How does he play Scion twice? It's fearless. This is not fair. And Zeus is not even the one that's helping lock down these kills. Daystar is already dead. Raptor goes down as well. And B&K Fearx, I guess they had one good fight in him. And now it is all kind of done and dusted as that one looked like they had run out of that said fight completely.
Well, that's a creative way to flank with Gwen. We've seen a new tech.
Oh, he wasn't playing Scion again. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, good. Well, at least he's not doing something illegal.
One of the trickiest things about playing Gwen oftentimes is because you're melee, you're trying to get on top of those targets, but you kind of have to run at them with your scissors. But if you're inside a Herald, you get to run at them really fast, and no one can stop you. It's kind of crazy.
Shelly's being used as like, is she moonlighting as like an Uber driver now as well? Because she's just taxiing HLE around the map today.
Yeah, I think she's playing both sides, doing Lyft and Uber.
Yeah.
Got like a cow taxi on the side.
Doing that thing where you're just like making sure that you have options.
Your car has like all the stickers on it.
Yep.
So this fight here is pretty broken up. And Zeus, remember, he had the Rift Herald. He had the eye, so he summons it and uses it here to then wrap around. Peanut cuts the fight in half, so Sobro can't really get in here. And now Diablo is just straight up out of the fight. And the Equalizer here is blocked by a shield, and then it doesn't really have any impact. And everyone else is so split. Like, Diablo survives, but Sobro and he have to then push away and deal with the Herald.
We fighting again.
Doing it again.
Yeah, Diablo actually getting some decent damage onto Peanut here. Lands the Void Seeker. Does not decide to go in, and I'm pretty happy that that did happen. That would have been an overextension.
Man, I feel like B&K are playing super well. Like, I feel like they're hitting their ceiling, you know?
I mean, yeah, in some of these moments, until there is the catastrophic fail, and then the game just runs away from them. That's the really sad part. You're exactly right, Wolf, because in so many of these early moments, they were making HLE look silly. Like, there were these times where the bouncy castle was working, and then it's like one fight, and they lose like 2 turrets and an objective and like 3 kills, and the gold lead is just massive.
So many of these fights, if like the equalizer is just a little bit better, or if Diablo has a little bit more agency, even this far down on gold, it feels kind of playable. As Sobro is, he's in the side lane, it's illegal.
Yes, he's not allowed to be there. Viper is going to walk down the red carpet, but that's only because he's a famous guy. Never mind, he's actually a dead guy. As he does pull back some feathers, does manage to do a fair bit of damage there to Diablo, as now Peanut is in a lot of trouble. In goes to Light with the Stance United, but the heroic entrance is there to answer, and Zeus has found Diablo in the backline. Snip, snip goes the Gwen, and he's looking to take him down. The needlework is beautiful. He's crocheting them in the backline, as Kellen also going to be falling down. There's the Shadow Dash from Delight. And it's once again one of these fights where B&K, they find that angle, they take down their target that they're looking for, and then it goes catastrophically wrong.
Yeah, and then the really pet Gwen shows up and you're like, oh.
Yes.
And the target selection, you know, a little bit broken up there for B&K, but I mean, you got to look for these types of plays. Like they basically set Sobro up as a bait here. You see the Peanut ultimate come through, Viper's rotating over, but the rest of the team is here faster. And Sobro's equalizer here just buys some space for the rest of his team to come over, but he doesn't have it for the subsequent fight. And then look at the teleport here from Daystar. Comes in, this instantly uses, I mean, it instantly gets no value because he's Galio. He's like, I can't reach them, I can't taunt them. He's like, I'm here, but is he really here? And then he ults here on top, but the bigger problem is Zeus in the backline. The fight is split. He chases so far to the top side, trying to get something done with his ultimate, trying to set up a taunt, but isn't offering any peel for the bottom side of the fight, whereas carries just get deleted, or carry, I should say, really, in this game.
Yeah.
As
and also Kellen just couldn't get there.
Yeah, no,
he tried to walk there as lumbering over, but the hooves only go so fast, and so didn't get a lot of value this time around.
Hanwha Life just know these moments. Like, they've already thought about it 2 steps ahead. They just won't be caught by, too many people on the other side.
Oh god, 2 full levels. And I guess he does have Rod of Ages, but that means, like, that's 1 real level.
And then Otacon.
Yeah, and Otacon. Like, that's probably what did it. The level advantages are kind of absurd. Delight now level 11. As Kellen's moving over, he is going to get taunted up as he finds the ultimate button. Viper from over the wall. There's the equalizer that goes down, but it's not doing a whole lot of anything at all. Zeus goes golden. They might be able to take him down here, but instead he's just going to kill his fellow top laner. The Featherstorm comes down, and it's used offensively here by Viper as Peanut says, top of the morning to you, Mr. Cowman, and takes down Kellen once again. That's going to be the ace, and HLE. Yeah, this is an impossible one to win here for B&K. Unfortunately, HLE just going to march down the bottom lane.
Just not going to happen. I mean, they had so many angles. They have so many ways to lock people in place for the equalizer. The equalizer is perfectly placed, but they still, I think, do almost as well as they like possibly could have. It's like, this is B&K's ceiling, I feel like, and Hanwha Life are just a tier above. They're a group above, right? And equalizer here, it just kind of whiffs. Like, if it's over everybody while you have the lineups and you have these CCs, then maybe this is winnable. Maybe Diablo gets that first kill. Maybe Viper has to ult a little bit faster, but with a big whiff of the ult like that, it's just simple math here. They are ahead, they have more items, and you have used your cooldowns. Goodbye.
Yeah.
They did not end the game off of it, but let's be honest, in terms of practical game scenarios, like, the game is ended off of that.
Yeah.
The Nexus is alive, technically.
I feel like, yeah, an 11,000 gold lead may be insurmountable. But that 3-map Pulverize is looking pretty good. The delivery of the Gargoyle there as well gets a couple of knockups, but the follow-up this time is not going to be there. Sobro holding on to the equalizer this time around, wants a better choke point to try and lock that one down, but the CC is not going to be up for the next little while as far as that Galio is concerned, as HLE look to defend this Baron.
And they had so many ults on cooldown, but now they're coming back. Viper's ult's almost back up. And that's the big one here.
Oh, Zeus is just going to face check this brush. I think he's going to be absolutely fine. As in he goes, they look for the angle onto Raptor, who is just going to get over the wall, but does die. That is going to be Peanut sniping him with a spear. Over the wall goes Zeus. This needlework is doing too much. Absolutely too much damage onto Diablo here as Zeka. He's going to follow up and look for another Q. That should be there. There it is. And it's another ace out of nowhere for HLE. No Baron required, I think, as they look to break the base.
They're just going to walk down and end this time around. The last time weren't quite able to finish off of, but this time they're right here with a wave of minions. Zeka with the question mark here, and BNK just getting obliterated by Hanwha Life Esports. In the one-sided series we expected, but I at least want to give BNK credit for making it a good old try, especially in the second game. It was better than I expected.
How easy is the Zeus POM though? Like, am I right? 7,000 gold ahead as they look to brawl a little bit more. That Featherstorm did a whole lot of work there for Viper as he grabs another 2. 12, 2, and 11 for the top laner of HLE after having an Immortal Scion performance. And now Genji has to face off against this team in a best of 5. And yes, they just came off a perfect season. I think, yeah, predictions are going to be an interesting one to look at.
The only weakness we've ever really been able to measure for Zeus this season, and it's not even every series, but occasionally he goes too deep in sides. But when you have a Shen
and a Pantheon,
there's not really such thing as too deep in sides, because you're always actually 3 people at most. So I do like how they drafted this one. I think that some of the moments there for BNK, especially that top side fight where Daystar almost had his moment, right? Got blocked there, missed the Q. Still, like, really clean play out of this guy on the Galio. The confidence to pick it this early in his LCK career gives you hope if you're a BNK fan that maybe today isn't your day, but maybe, you know, 2 months down the line, this matchup looks closer. That's what you got to hope for.
I would agree. And I actually think that, like, BNK, certainly they show a whole lot of promise. I think people still talking about Diablo. I don't think this series is going to stop that one from happening. It's a young roster that is looking to do things in the future. They're not quite better than HLE right now, but this team, like, we have to remember what we were thinking when they put this squad together at the beginning of the year. We were like, this team is built to win worlds, right? And it could certainly do that.
Yeah.
MSI going to be first. We'll see whether they can get there. But man, HLE are very scary.
And as an interesting counterpoint to that, what we were saying about BNK's roster when we saw it was this team is dead 10th, and we were confident about it. And they have changed the roster, but even before they did, before they made the top and mid adjustments, they were doing better than expectations. And some of the fights, some of the moments we saw here from BNK, the decisive calls, are things we weren't seeing in LCK Cup, we weren't seeing in round 1. But this team is clearly starting to figure out its identity, and it's somewhat reminiscent of the old Live Sandbox days, but not quite. It's just some measured, controlled pressure points on the map. Sometimes it backfires, you know, sometimes they go a bit too deep, but you can see how they play these fights and how close this fight was. I think is a testament of the coordination this team has.
If you cut the video right now, you're feeling really good.
We almost did, but we cut it to like the part you were talking about. So.
Yeah, this is the part where it does go a little bit wrong. Zeka with a step in front of the Galio, just barely catches that Justice Punch.
I think he probably could have queued in the pit to kill him, but at the end of the day, it was still a really nice block.
Yeah, the Winds of War, we prefer not.
But like, moments like this, you can see this team is making the right calls, doing the right things, and Hanwha is an elite team, right? Like, I struggle to say that sometimes with how they play out some of their mid games, but they are right now our second best team in the LCK, and you know, some hopeful moments and some good coordination just isn't going to cut it. You're going to need a lot more than that. And I think for BNK, if I were a BNK fan, I'd walk out of the series feeling like, well, we had some moments, you know, and that's more than I thought we'd have today.
Exactly. This was always going to be an exceptionally difficult series for BNK FureX, and they certainly found a whole lot of value. Shout out to Viper as well. I think he had a really good game too on the Xayah. That one fight around the red buff, not included. Otherwise, the aggressive usage of the Featherstorm, making sure that he gets as much DPS out as possible. This fight was, oh my god, Viper flashed on top of Daystar so that he could kill him.
Viper has
such interrupted Justice Punch of a Galio. That's a game state giveaway if ever I've seen one.
He's such a Xayah, he's such a good Xayah player. He knows how to judge situations incredibly well and holds his ultimate until late, sees every possible angle, doesn't make himself vulnerable. A lot of Xayahs play like, well, I have my ult, I can stand anywhere. Viper plays like he doesn't have his ult. And
yeah, or he also like looks for the ways to use the ultimate aggressively, because he zoned 3 people with it around a Baron fight that allowed them to get pickoffs before the you know, before the rest of the team was able to collapse. Zeus is obviously going to get POM. Like, that was the most obvious thing ever. 700 points now for the Lord of Lightning, and understandably so. 12, 2, and 11 on this Gwen that was targeted in the early game.
Everybody had a good series, but his points of the series were just the strongest. Like both games really dictated the pace. His Gwen was what they drafted for and played through with the globals, and he did not disappoint. So
No.
I would not be surprised if this one is unanimous today.
No, I think it was a relatively easy tick to put in a box. I think yesterday, Orcs had some trouble working out where to put the tick. I imagine your tick was pretty brainless this time
So
around.
far.
Yeah, for Zeus. That was an obvious one. Maybe the next series is going to be a more difficult tick location series. Although, when in doubt, barrel, okay? They may not necessarily win. Let's go into the interview here first.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Zeus on the side of Hana Life Esports. You're able to finish off strong with a victory at the very end of round 2 and reach 700 POM points. How do you feel? No, every time you get POM, you know, I know that it's really hard to get a POM, so I feel like I'm pretty proud of myself for securing another POM today. And today was the last match of round 2 for you, meaning it was the last checkpoint before road to MSI. So what did you try to focus on today? You know, for road to MSI, I think we have a lot of time to prepare. There will be 2 different patches. And I think whichever team does a lot of practice and is prepared will do the best. I think you just have to make sure that you build up those wins and those end up contributing in the end to those qualifiers. It says Zeus fighting. So what are your thoughts? Actually, I just saw it, and I actually saw it earlier before the match started, and I feel like those fans, they have such great synergy and teamwork. You know, Hana seems to be very good at maximizing every advantage when the opponent makes a mistake. So, is it someone that's really good at catching these necessary steps? No, I think just whichever moment a player is able to spot these opportunities will make the call. So it really depends. And when it comes to you, Zeus, we instantly think of carry champs. Yeah, lately you've been performing wonderfully with tanks. So what is in your opinion, what is the current meta for top? You know,
체급이 너무 높아가지고 말도 안 되게 높아서 되게 좋다고 느끼고 있고 요새 또 탑라인에
I do feel like Sion has been really good. There are a lot of champions that I have had struggle dealing with, like Gwen as well. And just observing Sion being used in matches, I feel like Sion's actually really good in the current meta. Yeah, there are many teams utilizing the Sion Trundle comp. So what are your thoughts on this comp?
사실 되게 둘 다 챔피언이 좀 워낙 멍청하고 단순한
You know,
챔피언들이기
those two champions are super dumb and simple, I guess,
않은 것 같습니다.
when you pilot them. So I don't think it's just good. There are teams that are able to utilize it correctly, but there are also some cons with these champions. And in game 2, Hana revealed their first Shen support. So how is playing him on stage? Yeah, I think it's because we wanted to put more pressure on the side lanes. And also, Delight really wanted to. He actually really tried to convince the team that he wants to play Shen support, and it was really his call in the end. So you finished rounds 1 and 2 with 14 wins and 4 losses, second place in the standings. So are you happy with this outcome? Yeah, we're able to finish in the top of the standings, which I am pretty happy about. But I feel like I do remember those moments where I was making those mistakes, a lot of room for improvement. So I think there are still a lot of things that we need to work on. And you're heading to Busan soon. So what does Busan mean to you? I have experience playing for MSI and Worlds in Busan, and so I have a lot of good memories, and I feel like it actually is a good home buff, and I think if I am able to experience and have a good time in Haeundae, I'll be having a good time. And any message to your fans in regards to Road to MSI? No, we have a lot of time left until Road to MSI. We'll make sure that we are at the top of our form and condition, that we are prepared well for Road to MSI. And that's the end of the interview with Zeus, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Yaya. As the next time we will see Zeus and Hanwha Life Esports, it will be in Busan for the potentiality of moving over to MSI as they take care of business today. 2-0 over BNK FearX. Welcome back to the space. Digon alongside Ox and Chronicler. Let's get through it, guys. POM, because we have another match afterwards, but POM and POM voting here, as it was Zeus picking up his team leading, I think it was seventh POM of the season.
I really wanted to vote Peanut, because I think one of the big narratives for Hanwha Life for me has been that Peanut has actually been getting back in form just in time for playoffs. The fact that Peanut had a wonderful series against T1 as well, right? And and he had a really good game on the Xin Zhao. And I know that Zeus was probably still POG of game 1 as well. I was like, I can get away with voting for Peanut. And then a couple of the Gwen plays happened. And then I could no longer do that. And now I feel bad.
I think if game 2 was more for Stomp, then I think it would have been Peanut, but it got a little bit messy, and then Zeus cleaned up. So I was like, because you know, when they're kind of doing the victory lap and you get a bunch of kills, it's whatever. But there were some clutch fights that were relevant for Zeus, so he really secured my vote on the back of that.
All right, let's take a look at the votes here. Was it a perfect? Yes, it was a 13 out of 13. Even Super Chichijik didn't mess that one up. Good job, y'all.
It was so obvious, right? Like, and again, I think that if you had any honorary votes, it probably would have been Peanut, but the Sion performance was a no-brainer, and then the Gwen started slow, but if you look at how he plays in the team fights as well, it just kind of makes you wonder again, what can't this guy do? There's a reason why he has been probably the most talked about player when it comes to the changes in rosters that we've had this year, because he is the best top laner in the world, and he has been for a good amount of time now, and even with some of his inconsistencies, he's not giving up.
Yeah, and honestly, the amount of POM points he has, considering it's POM and now POG, 700 is a crazy amount of points to have. If we ignore the obvious outlier, 700 is like a crazy amount to have.
What was it? 11 out of the
11 out of
1800.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy is just he makes everyone else look bad in comparison. But you know, Zeus' 700 is a crazy amount.
All right, let's get to comments here.
Yeah.
Ox, what did you have? Or no, Cronny, what did you have here for Zeus?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of this, I'm pretty sure. I went with, the classic Sword and Shield, which I feel like it's weird that we always mention those separately, when really, if you only have one of the two, you're not going to be doing that much. I guess Sword alone will be okay, but someone tells Zeus you're not supposed to do both. He was a tank, he was a damage dealer, he was a damage dealer as a tank, and then as a damage dealer, he was also a tank.
You know, if you're just Shield, you're Captain America, right? That's just Shield.
I guess, yeah.
If you're just
I mean, we have a super soldier, so it kind of works.
Yeah.
Yeah, your top laner can do both, both styles. We've seen, I think the thing with Zeus is everyone thinks of him as that carry top laner, but he won Worlds when it was lane swap meta, right? And I think he's recently, there's been a lot of games where he's been put on these tank picks and doing great, and I think it's showing the diversity of styles he can lean into, and on a roster like HLE, they don't need Zeus to be a carry. He definitely can be that carry for them. We know that for sure, but they don't need him to be, and they have that flexibility of styles that work so well.
And that's what makes him so hard. And you see this with Genji as well. I think Genji, as it comes to archetypes, is a little bit more tied to their own style. But Hanwha Life, and this is the reason why we rate them so highly going into playoffs, you can play through every player, except, I guess, Peanut and Carries. But even then, like some of the Nidalee games that he's had recently are still good enough as...
This is so
I love you, Pony. This is the best.
Superman, Batman, Naruto, Sasuke, and Zeus vs. Keen, June 13th, coming soon in Busan, where there is incredible fun that you can encounter. Let's see.
Why is Keen Sasuke? That's the only one where I'm like, is Keen that edgy?
Let us know.
Keen Batman, I get.
I mean, Batman's definitely more edgy than Superman as well.
Yeah, I guess. I've only heard Keen be edgy in relation to specifically Lahen's tormenting him, which I do think makes sense. As Zeus is the best.
Busan!
Let's go to Busan. Yeah, Zeus again, such a crazy outlier. Would have been talk of the town of best player in the league if it wasn't for a certain someone. Chovy. It's always Chovy.
Yeah, chat, help us out here. I'm still stuck on the other one. Is Zeus Naruto or Sasuke? Let us know.
Isn't he just Rock Lee? He's like, I don't think he's either.
Cloud Templar, I wouldn't mind seeing Shen from Zeus. Honestly, I'm looking forward to it. Cloud Templar just calling the picks that he wants to see here.
Yeah, a little bit maybe sad that it ended up going down to Delight instead. But you know, maybe they have it ready for him, right? It is the flex.
All right, time to get to it, y'all. Oh, one more. I'm sorry, Prince. Don't let Zeus pick a top champion. That's the only way that you could possibly let it happen.
Well, I mean, was Nidalee a top champion before Zeus started picking it? You know, I feel like, you know, he's played like Vayne top and stuff like that. I feel like the scope for what a top champion is quite wide when it comes to him.
It really takes off to the shy in that regard. It's like if you have enough imagination, anything can be a top champion. As God of Scissors. It's short, it's sweet, it makes sense.
Yeah. Just another great performance here by Hanwha Life Esports, and Zeus getting the 13 out of 13. But now let's take a look at the standings here, as that victory didn't really change the standings. BNK FairX still 7th. They're still in Rise Group. Hanwha Life Esports still 2nd, and still Legend Group.
This was the opening.
This was the appetizer.
You look at this, and we are coming up on match 90, and you can see that two teams have not locked in their placement just yet. As Lahens, he loves the fact that he has this much power over BDD. We heard him mention it in the interview as well.
Yeah, it all comes down to this series. KT, they 2-0 their series, but they are relying on Nongshim coming through clutch here. At least taking a game. They need Nongshim at least to get a game of D+. If D+ 2-0, they go into the Legend Group. If Nongshim take a game, then it's a tiebreaker.
It's got to be 2-1, right? Like, I want to see the tiebreaker.
We all want the tiebreaker.
For all the marbles on Wednesday, these two teams that both have been so up and down, be perfect.
I feel like, again, like what you said, the power that Lahens holds, he's going to revel in it just for this one series. It is Nongshim. It is D+. Again, tiebreakers only happen if it is a 2-1 D+ win. If it's a 2-0, D+ will go through. If D+ lose, it's KT making it to the Legend Group. A lot of stakes here for the rest of the season in our final match of round 2, and we'll have that for you in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. The final round 2 match in just a little bit.
하나생명을 연승을 하다가 이어진 상황에서 뭐 젠지에게 좀 패배했다는 느낌이라면은 디플러스기아는 본인들이 상성이 굉장히 좋았던 팀을 상대로도 완패를 거뒀단 말이죠.
그렇기 때문에 이 양 팀 모두 물러설 수 없는 그런 경기가 되겠습니다.
나 자야랑 맞다니까.
탑저 피 좀 많이 갈렸다.
잡지 못하겠네. 야 자야 피 없으면 나 말해줘 공 속에. 자야 집 가야 돼. 피 없어. 보여줘.
징크 쓰고 형 맞는다.
나이스. 아 까비. 보들 같은 이유. 오케이. 맞을 뻔했어. 용 먼저 해서 신난다 터트리자. 먼저 밀어내는 싸움 봐야 돼 우리. 계속 피 갈고 있고. 얘네 계속 친다. 나 천천히 빅토르 쪽 놀이 생각 해볼게. 야 자야 나 지른다. 야 앞발키리 높을.
우리 커난데.
노링 먼저. 블레이스랑 컷 뺄게. 여링 높을. 한턴 빼고 두번 받아. 먹어 일단 먹어봐. 알리 쪽으로 밀어줘.
알리 큐폴만 조심해봐.
알리 높을. 알리 잡았고.
천천히.
여기 킨드.
캔들 공 빼자.
요리.
야나 맞을래? 야 커난데.
야 아리 공. 야 좋아. 갑자기 그냥 싸움 타봐. 도래고 말 싸움 타봐. 나 한번 빠지고.
나한테 뺄거.
갈게.
잡아야 될 것 같은데.
높을. 잡을 듯.
빼야겠다.
레이저가 일로 걸려나? 오케이.
밥이 얘를 때네. 아깝다.
그니까. 정레드도 뜬다. 정레드 할만해. 야 딜러 노플인데 가자. 얘네 걸렸어. 여기 창 맞춰놨고. 자 니다리 볼게. 용영아. 얘 노플.
안돼 아프다.
안 돼? 안 돼. 다 밖에 막았거든.
텔 봐줄래? 싸움할래?
미드 위에 막았어. 나 자리 좋아.
야 커난트 온다.
야 빼야 돼. 썸 보자. 노플이야. 크로피 노플. 빅토르 쪽 볼 수 있고. 빅토르 노플.
야 빅토르.
괜찮아. 나봐줘. 좋아 보이는데? 나갔고.
알리 없다.
잡아도 돼.
요리 노플이야.
아 너무 안 좋아. 빼봐.
아 빠져. 이거 마누라.
야 아타카 어때?
아타카. 미안하다. 코르키 좋다. 아타카 주자 이거. 킨드 위에 얘들아. 킨드 위니까 이거 시야좀 쓸자.
자 이거 자야랑 니랑 그냥 치료하면 안 돼?
나 안에서 칠게. 쳐볼게. 얘네 7만에 자유 혼자서 지금 자유 안 보이지? 먹었어 줄 알아면. 야 먹었어. 아이고 까비.
그러면 지렸다.
나이스. 야 얘들아 이번에 나만 2피야. 나만 2피라 이거 그냥 안전하게 6만 하자. 시오 뚫리는 거지. 나 자리 괜찮아.
실자를 천천히 먹으면 될 텐데. 내가 실자 갈게.
에 이거 와줘야 돼. 코르키 와줘. 얘 버스 한다. 아니 나 돌아갈게 이거. 이 밀어줄 수 있어.
야 먹자. 아 미안하다.
야 먹었어. 탑 천천히 봐.
도현이 형 거기 못 빠져.
잘.
야 클란트
여기서 봐도 돼. 아래도 봐도 돼. 아래 봐도 좋아.
하나만 아래 볼게 나.
야 발키리 거기다.
킨드 높을.
이게 이겼어.
별로 안 좋다.
앉아. 살사람 팔래. 게임 끝낼만한데.
야 게임 끝낼만 하다는데.
아 다행히 영웅 먹었네.
끝나진 않을 때.
이번에 얘네 들어갔다.
우리 윗게 조리에 중요해 이거. 그냥 계속 한 명은 돌아서 딜각 좀 분산시키는 게 좋아. 얘네가 사거리 훨씬 길어.
마크까지는 안 될 것 같아 일단.
천천히 쌈봐야 돼. 스탠스 볼게 나.
야 싼테.
징크스 궁 생각해서 피할 생각 해봐. 몇 회 쓸지만 말해줘. 2200.
하나 둘 셋.
먹었어.
와 까비. 야 좋은데 이거.
킨드.
야나 봐줄 수 있어.
스탠테 봐야 돼. 킨드 잡았어. 알리 먼저. 알리 높을.
우리 알리 잡았어.
쌈 보자.
쌈 천천히 보자.
괜찮다 쏘았어.
야
여기 높을.
자 노플 놓고.
같이 떴다. 위로 빼면 안 되냐? 같이 빼야 돼. 살아야 돼. 요리 굴 봐라.
코르키 이쪽으로 빠져봐.
우리 코르키 볼게.
잡았어. 야 니달리까지 볼게.
야 보자.
야 끝낼만 하지 않냐?
끝낼만 하겠다.
46. 대박이긴 하네. 나와볼게 한번.
끝낼 생각하자.
이 상황에서 못하면 접을게. 나 나오면은 2천 버티면 걔는 막을만 한데.
가볼게 한번.
잘해보자.
잘 높으려고. 잘 잡아.
중력장 알았어. 야 가인 샀다 얘. 나 8초? 나이 너무 많다는데.
이걸 졌네.
아쉽네.
두 번째 형이 조금 아쉽다.
나이스.
원래 디플러스기아는 하늘에서 놀던 팀이에요. 매번 아쉬웠던 거. 잘 되다가도 급하게 가다가 넘어진다. 하지만 그 숙제를 피드백을 마치고 왔습니다. 달라졌어요. 오늘 알을 깨다 못해 상대방을 부셨습니다. 배치하자니 이니쉬를 해야 되는데 두면은 뭔가 조합의 그 색깔이 옅어지는 거고요.
예.
그런 부분에서 지금 BNK가 인원 배치에 되게 어려움을 겪고 있어요.
치열한 전투 1대2. 오, 이겨낼 수 있어요? 버틸 수 있어요?
아니
한 명을 잡아요? 잡아냅니다! 그리고 생존 뒤로
웃으면서 죽었어요.
해냈거든요.
네, 내가 굴 챔피언이다.
Come on, get him! There he is.
Hey.
He's like, I'm finished. I only wanted to kill your brother.
별이 없긴 한데.
이걸 돌렸어요?
무빙이 킬을 잡고.
아니 그 빙각 위협 에이밍요 아니 하려면 텔레폰 게임들이 잡으라 에이밍 하이프 한 번 더 잠시만요 고마워요 두꺼비군 두꺼비가 물어떴습니다 야생의 두꺼비 오늘은 자연의 행동 오케이 무연등으로 다가가주네요 대자연의 기운 이게 대기하고 있는 초록 어휴 잠깐만 이러면 어떡해요
요리 꿀 봐라.
카메라 보고 편하게 말씀해 주시면 되는데 그 친해지는 과정에서 루안이 형, 주현이 형 최근에 좀 그랬던 에피소드가 있나요? 루안이 형의 장난을 받아주는 좀 출연 가나 로건 선수가
네, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
습관에 대한 건데요. 혹시 짐작하는 게 있으신가요?
언제 습관이요?
인터뷰할 때 습관.
인터뷰할 때 습관이요? 아니, 저는 잘 모르긴 하는데.
입으로 소리 내시더라고요.
네.
보셨어요?
이게 그냥 평상시 말할 때도 살짝 습관 같은 거라 제가 입술이 좀 자주 말라가지고 주변 지인들은 모르는데 제가 이제 한 번씩 개인 방송 같은 걸 하면 이제 팬분들이 한 번씩 그런다고 알려주시긴 하더라고요. 뭔가 딱히 좋은 습관은 아닌 것 같은데 이게 고칠 수 있으면 잘 고쳐봐야 되지 않을까 싶습니다.
농심
LCK
파이팅!
플러스야 파이팅!
오늘 제발 대떡 내줘. 농심 화이팅!
승리해야 해.
농심 레드포스 파이팅!
플러스야 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. This is the final match of the regular season, and it all comes down to this. I love it when the last series of the season is meaningful.
And it's rare that it is, to be honest.
It is very rare, but it is also so incredibly important. This means either DK or KT are in the Legend Group. For either of these organizations, that is a massive deal. It means on one hand, we're not going to have Telecom Wars. On the other hand, we're not going to have Genji versus DK. Like, it is crazy.
It is crazy. So let's take a look at the standings. I want to show you guys how close this is and the win con. So KT currently one series ahead of D+, which is why D+ has to win this series. But notice KT is one game ahead with their 2-0 victory yesterday. That means a win with a 2-1 scoreline for D+ is not enough. Here's our bracket, to the road to MSI. We already have Genji, Hanwha and T1 decided, but everything is going to come down to Nongshim or KT or D+ based on this and final standings. But if there is a 2-1 win for D+, we go to tiebreakers. If D+ lose, they are out. So they can still be in control of their destiny. If they drop a game today, they will not necessarily, or they're still in control of destiny, but they will have to, of course, win next Wednesday in that direct head-to-head against KT.
Yep, and so that would mean a 2-1 for DK is going to be that tiebreaker. A 2-0 gets them out clean and clear, as we can see illustrated right here, which is absolutely fantastic. Having a look at where the fourth places are going to be and all that sort of stuff, there is still a chance that we can see DK moving even up to fourth, which is kind of insane.
2-0 puts them in fourth place, and KT don't get a say in it, and they drop down to 6. So,
do you want to know something else, Wolf, that's kind of interesting? If it is a DK 2-1 victory over Nongshim, Nongshim has won exactly the same amount of games on blue side and on red side.
That's wild.
Assuming that side selection is going to go the way that we expect.
Yeah.
So that is just kind of crazy. I don't know. Maybe that's Providence. I'm not entirely sure. Xiu versus Kingen, though. This is going to be a huge deal as we're having a look at some of their eclectic champion pool, mainly the eclectic side being Kingen.
Yeah, I mean, Kingen has pulled out the Anivia. He's played 3 games in Italy, but otherwise the main champions he's finding success on are the more meta ones. His Rumble is only 3-2. It's kind of a surprising number when I think about his Rumble performances throughout this season. For Xiu, initially pretty known for the Mbessa, but has played a lot of the other meta champions very well also. So this matchup is it, Atlas. This is the last match of round 2. Before the road to MSI, KT's fate on the line. They watch. Peter's streaming at home right now, co-streaming this, and all the KT players, all the KT org watching this because fate is not in their hands.
Yep.
Unless, of course, a tiebreaker happens on Wednesday, but Nongshim, they are cheering for them, and they are cheering for them loudly right now.
And I cannot wait to see what Nongshim's social media team has prepared for us. I don't care what the result is going to be. It is going to be a banger based on what they've done to KT. Because it's their responsibility to take care of them right now. DK, a 2-0 here, and KT just don't get to do anything. They had a phenomenal performance yesterday. And I was saying this, you can feel free to get excited. Yesterday's match didn't matter. You could be enthusiastic, you could do whatever you want, bounce around the walls, say the KT's the best team in the world, because it does not matter if DK wins here today 2-0.
Yep.
They just do not get to do anything about it.
They certainly will not. Let's take a closer look at this top lane matchup. You can see both of these players having decent laning phases. Solo kills are up there for these two. I think a lot of the time actually just defending dives and getting those solo kills there is where a lot of those numbers are from. But seen that a lot this season and this year, and even last year with lane swaps where that number went up for top laners a lot. But man, Kingen versus Xiu, a really big passing of the torch. Remember, Kingen's a former D+ player himself.
Yeah.
Xiu has replaced him now in that top lane. So a lot of excitement around Nongshim being a legend team now, their fate is already decided in terms of which side of the bracket they're going to be on, which group they're going to be on. But to be able to prove they can beat D+ here in this matchup and deny them legend really feels like they could say, I'm a legend team, look what I've done, you know?
Yeah.
It feels like that's the kind of mindset that I would have going into this series if I were Nongshim is, okay, we're a legend group team now, let's prove what that means.
And DK, remember, their logo is not warm colored.
True.
And that is going to be an immediate disadvantage. One thing that is an advantage is the fact that they got side selection. So blue side here for DK means that they might be able to at least snowball this towards the tiebreaker, right? Because if they can guarantee blue side victories, then that is going to be a great way to make that one happen.
There are only 3 people to predict Nongshim to win this series before the week of play, or myself, Ox, and Coco. Every other person who did Preds predicted D+. And for me, it was about the fact that Nongshim have looked like a clean team right now, and D+, I think, at their best, are definitely better than them. But what D+ we get on the day has often been unknowable.
Oh, yeah.
And the pattern that I've observed, and I talked about this in the pre-show earlier this week about why I predicted D+ to get knocked out, is that on the high-pressure matchups that feel very winnable, that's often when D+ drops the ball.
There he is!
He's watching at home. He's praying for KT.
Please, please, Nongshim, please let us be in the legend group. Let us join you.
A former Nongshim player himself.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Peter's the perfect one to be streaming here for KT. Has the inside knowledge for Nongshim. And as you can see here, it was on the Korean broadcast there as well. Absolutely fantastic. As the players almost ready to get onto the Rift for this one.
And will we see Showmaker at peak form today? Will we see Lucid have that agency? These are the questions that D+ fans are kept up at night by. Like, will Showmaker do it on Sunday? You want to trust, you want to believe that he can, but you're just not sure deep inside.
You're never sure, and that's why you just accept whichever Showmaker you get. As Shiu here, a little bit of a grin on his face, and I was going to say, Wolf, you are asking, what is the form going to look like? Well, often when they're giggling and having a good time, it's either a great sign or an awful sign.
So basically what you're saying is we don't know anything still.
Yes, we still don't know anything. I do want to explain that a lot, like, you guys are looking like geniuses right now. Yourself, Orcs, and Coco, but that was because we predicted before T1 got obliterated by the Noodle Boys.
That's true.
And that happened, and now, if I could flip-flop, if I could pull a Raz, I 100% would. Because Nongshim, certainly looking like the stronger team here today.
And remember, even though Nongshim don't have any group ramifications in this series, it still matters for their placement. These matches will carry on to round 3. So very important for them. Also can make sure that they can keep their standings at the highest moving into that gauntlet, as we pointed out before, because if D+ 2-0, they'll actually jump up to 4th place. So still very important for them. As we'll see what this final ban is going to be. The Gwen and the Vi are removed. It'll be Braum over Callista here in this draft.
Wow, okay. Well, this
Poppy's
means
also banned.
So they knew that Talia was probably going to be the highest priority, but with the Braum ban, well, it's likely that they'd just be able to pick Callista Renata if they wanted, or Callista Nico.
They can do that. Or
then they'd also be happy picking that into Braum. So I'm really confused.
I feel like they're looking for the Xinjiao Ari here on the side of Nongshim Red Force. They confidently lock those in, because you don't want to play the Azir into the Talia. You know it's going to be locked in. Instead, Kingen will get his iconic Rumble. Whereas you could save that mid pick for 3rd. Still could lock down the Xinjiao here. Take that away from D+ Kia. The Pantheon is banned. If you go down the tier list, that's where you're putting your jungle lock-in. And I think, obviously with Ari still available and no way to prevent that, it's a pretty solid lineup here for Nongshim Red Force here on the red side.
Yep, I like it. Rumble Callista actually just feels so powerful. But instead, they'll take the Wukong. I mean, Wukong Talia has been really powerful as well. Taking that one away from Lucid makes a lot of sense, but he still has the Xin Zhao to go to if he would like to. They could also just immediately lock Trundle Scion and just say, well, now we're Trundle Scion. Haha.
The thing about Trundle Scion here that I'm not as comfortable about is I feel like the matchup in the top lane is really tough to play out into the Rumble.
It's not as good when he rushes Leandries, is it?
Yeah, so not 100% on board with that, although I think from a theoretical standpoint, it certainly could have worked. So the Xin Zhao will come through here in response, and I will see what that counter pick is going to be.
I think Alawi is probably the choice. It does make a lot of sense.
I do think Ornn, Talia, a lot of team fighting power, a lot of early objective control around those big ultimates.
And Ornn is something that has worked into the Rumble before as well. And it does mean that Calyx likely going to be going more of an AP variety champion as well. So that first item, Rukun, is going to feel pretty nice as we are hovering some champions today.
We certainly are, but I still think Ahri may be on the cards here. Like you said, a bit of a damage issue though. They will need a really big carry in the late game for Jiu if they are going to lock the Ahri. Same with the Sylas, who is great for brawling. Brawling, you know, into this composition works really well when you have the Wukong, and there are great ultimates to steal here already. And you know, the Ornn Horn gives you so much power as Sylas. Yeah. So I do think that makes a lot of sense. It's a champion that's very difficult to play into Talia though in the lane, and that's where things can get a little bit questionable here in terms of how that laning phase is going to go. We'll need a little bit of help, I think, to get through that one stably. Because now we're going to look at picking away 80 carries that are safe. The Ezreal, I think, definitely number one on that one for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Perhaps even a Xayah ban could come through.
I was thinking, like, I think the Ezreal might have been a mistake, because I think Aiming definitely wants to play Xayah, and Beryl really wants to play Rakan. And you can't really pick the Rakan away. I guess you can kind of pick the Xayah away.
I think you can kind of pick the Rakan away here. It's not great into Talia, but it works really well with Wukong. Depending on how you engage, I think it's very tough. But I trust that Lehens should be able to pilot it here. But I see what you're saying, and I do think the Xayah is kind of a must ban here into this draft. Way too safe into Wukong Sylas.
Yeah, I'll see what they're going to do as the Xayah does hit the deck. So do they pick the Rakan or not? That's the question. Or does DK actually ban it away?
I'm trying to think of if there's anything else they'd be super
concerned about. Alistar. The Alistar's the other like definite ban that should happen instead.
And if they ban Alistar, do we see something like a Misfortune potentially? You know, works really well with the setup they have in this composition. There's a lot of questions in this one. Jiu is quite the eclectic player. You know, this would be the scenario where I wouldn't be shocked if he's like, it's a Neela draft.
Well, honestly, I mean, there's a lot of melee. So if they can pull them all together, could certainly work out. Nautilus going to be picked up, a Lehens staple.
So wanting to have a winning matchup in the bottom lane, I think, in terms of the range, and want to get a little bit more information before they lock the 80 carry, because they didn't need more engage, but they got it with this Nautilus lock-in.
Wait, Kallista's available still.
Yeah, Kalista, Renata is still up, but it makes this comp a little bit weird here for D+ Kia.
I think you can still go Kalista Rakan if you want to, but Kalista Renata up and available and will just be snapped up here by Beryl. What is the answer for Jiu? That's the question.
Is he gonna go Ashe in this? You know, I feel like it could work. Senna, very tricky to play out. I think this is like Nongshim saying it's a new era of our team. You know, we're a legend team. We can pilot the Senna into a Kalista draft like this. We're confident we can actually live through the mid game. We have a lot of mid game power here, and our late game is going to be very strong. We'll just completely outrange the Kalista later on. Forget about early. We're going to make it through. The top side of the map is really strong for us, and then we will later on be a force to be reckoned with. I think Nongshim of the past would have shied away from drafts like this. Nongshim last year, Nongshim even as far back as LCK Cup, I'm like, well, that's a little bit too challenging. That's a little bit too difficult to pilot. You wouldn't trust Gio on a pick like this, but right now in his current form, I do feel like this pick, while risky, can work, and love to see the confidence.
Yeah, I do think that Senna is really strong, and I kind of feel bad that we didn't mention it earlier on. We've been seeing her banned in the second round a whole lot here in the LCK and abroad as well. So Aiming going for a far more early game version of it, right? And utilizing the Ornn for late game, things like that to allow the Kalista to still dance around, still find relevance. But the Senna really is a problem because Nongshim's composition really does come together utilizing that late game threat, right? That range advantage that she will definitely have later on into the game. It kind of puts a timer on DK, 100%. And DK under pressure and not necessarily a DK that wins a lot.
Well, that's our biggest concern. I think the ornaments buy you some late game, but nothing as much as this Senna is going to bring with the range.
Well, we'll just have to see how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. It's all on the line for DK and KT, even though they're not playing Nongshim. See whether they can bring them into the Legend Group.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Oh my goodness, look at that Skinergy. That was unbelievable. It's like everyone except for Rumble. Just perfect coordination here on Nongshim's side. Oh my god, I think we should just give them the win now.
Well,
everyone looks like it's like a world skin set and then Kingen. So Kingen just needs to be on the island. It's top lane, right? That's on theme,
well,
right?
Kingen, he's just kind of, he likes to do the unique champion picks. He likes to do things a little bit differently, so he was just not going to fit in with the group. He's like, I'll just do the weird thing.
I mean,
like,
top lane is a 1v1 game. Like, it's a very different story,
Yeah.
as we all know.
Yeah, at least it's more fun than it was with lane swaps at level 1 that we had for a really long time.
Yeah.
The guessing game that was played there is, man, Calyx just really wants to die.
No. Well, the handshake is going to come through, and he will flash away. Gets rendered, aiming, destroys a blast cone, and now Lucid coming on in will spot that Lehens and Jiu are at least trying to keep an eye on this Blue Sentinel. It looks like Gideon is just going to give it up.
D+, gonna get a big win out of this. Calyx flashes to know that he's going to lose his blue buff. Well, Gideon is going to lose his blue buff.
Oh, Gideon giving some information away here as well, as he is going to be moving down towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I don't know how well this is going to go for him, if I'm honest with you, Atlas. The timing of this is not great. Lucid doesn't have Smite, but he has the clear speed to take these Raptors out. Now we're going to have a level 2 battle, where he has the advantage.
Yeah, Lucid knows exactly what's going on here, as he just does a drive-by. Okay. What? That was
Showmaker's
so
coming.
strange, yeah. Showmaker's also going to come on round, does get that ward down, but Gideon does need to be a little bit respected. Still only level 2, and so he's just going to walk his way out. Didn't even elect to pick up the red buff. And that was just so weird. Lucid's
was
like, oh, hey man, how you going? You can take that if you want. I'm just going to take these Krugs.
Yeah, he didn't take it though. In fact, he just watched him take Krugs and then had to leave because Calyx told him Showmaker was coming. And then he wasted some of Showmaker's mana, you could argue, but it didn't really get any advantage there. Calyx tried to hold the wave towards his turret and is actually going to take a quick back here. And Lucid still gets his red buff, as I was mentioning. At the end of the day, D+ still have that huge advantage they generated from the level 1. You can see it reflected in the gold already.
Yeah, and the level 1, it's actually just that ward next to the wolves.
Yeah.
That gets them so much of that extra value.
And the fact that Calyx doesn't know and they want to know so they can actually, send Gideon on his normal pathing is why he checks there, why he loses his flash.
Yeah.
He's aware that there's a pretty high possibility that is exactly what's going to happen. But he reacts quickly enough, is able to outplay after the handshake comes through, so he still lives. But this is already, as we mentioned before, a pretty tough matchup for the Sylas in these early levels.
Yeah, especially early on. I feel like oftentimes in the LCK we watch Zeka playing this matchup out. I feel like that is a little bit disingenuous because he's really good at it.
Yeah.
Calyx, without quite as much on-stage experience as Zeka, and so may not necessarily find the same level of advantage into Showmaker's Taliyah here today. His Taliyah wasn't great in their last series, I'm not going to lie. So maybe they can utilize that to their advantage, but right now you can see he does have a slight lead. A few minions in advantage himself. As he throws down some rocks, Calyx just going to walk the other direction. That will keep him okay.
Some pings coming down here about where right now Gideon is. Shu hitting knockups like this, making you feel better about the matchup.
And you know what's going to happen, Wolf? This is the saddest outcome.
Yeah?
This series is going to be awesome. It's just going to be a really great series to watch. And
but it will end in tragedy?
Yeah, and then, like, maybe we won't have both of these teams in the Legend Group. Maybe DK, maybe it's not good enough to get DK into the Legend Group, and we just don't get to see it.
Well, my best case scenario, to be honest, in terms of like what outcome I would pick, would be to have the tiebreaker. So then they get to have the direct match off.
Give some agency over to KT.
We are going to see a big dive here, it looks like.
Yeah. Aiming, just trying to dance around. Lucid just walks in. They want to kill the hens, and they will be able to do so. Beryl looking for a bailout here. Not able to get it, but it's a double kill as DK just lock down this bottom lane and destroy it.
Yeah, Showmaker does have to flash there at the end, but I think he's very happy with the outcome of this one. It's really difficult to dive a Nautilus because he can just root everyone who gets under turret, but they juggle the aggro well. Beryl also has bailout, so even though he can't get the reset in time, which would have been amazing for them, it just continues to buy time for the dive to go off here. Showmaker shows up last. And Lens is trying to get that root off on the barrel. Barrel bails out. That buys just enough time for Showmaker to come in here. The ramping turret damage scares him. And
yeah, Showmaker
away.
almost died. Like, if he didn't flash, like, immediately, he would have been dead.
I think it was the wise choice. And he's the one who picks up the big money on this one.
Yeah.
And also the fact that Gio is put down early is exactly what they're looking for. And I was going to mention before, like leading up until this, everything was looking okay for Nongshim, even though they had a small gold deficit, especially in the jungle, because they have the comp that has the Senna. But now, D+ doing exactly what they're supposed to do, what they want to do with this early game. Great level 1, great follow-up dive here. The prio that Showmaker's had in mid is paying off.
Yep, they need to keep the pressure on, but it is something that DK can do. There are teams where we're like, oh, we like your early game, but can you actually keep going for fights? Like, that is DK's weakness, is going for fights too often, right? Sometimes even with scaling drafts, things like that, as we're seeing, they're gonna try and keep Lehens and Jiu away from this wave, aiming, able to chase after him, but it's a decent little snare. Beryl playing really far up as this Renata, and just demonstrating that Renata into Nautilus, just not very fun for good old Nautilus.
No, it's really not, and Calyx gets the chains.
Yeah, chains will connect here. Showmaker wanting to keep him at arm's length, will be able to continue to do so, but...
How many chains you can hit often dictates how well this lane goes.
Oh, avoiding the knockup there is King, and he's going to throw down the equalizer, immediate flash, as she avoids the Harpoon, needed to do all of those things to live. But King holds onto his flash. It's still a big win for the Rumble.
Yeah, and they're just not letting Gideon have his blue buff this game. It's not going to allow it. Using the prio incredibly well here, even though that topside exchange didn't go that well for Shiu. He's able to flash, he's able to get out of dodge, and they're winning bottom side, so all he really needs to do is live up there as Ornn while the rest of his team wins bottom side, and he's going to be feeling perfect with how things are going. That's going to be the first Mountain Dragon here, going over to D+.
Yeah, they are really coming out of the gate swinging, understanding that it is like 2-0 or bust, to be perfectly honest. A series against KT, at this point in time, I would not want to opt into that. That team is looking really scary, and sending them to the Rise group is exactly what DK wants to do. A 2-0 here will be the only way to do that without a tiebreaker or just them losing.
That's right. And Nongshim here going to try to get grubs in return with the topside prio they have right now. I think it might just be a 2 grub and out here for Gideon if he can get this first one without smiting. And then once Lucid shows up, he's even just going to commit to the first smite here.
Yeah.
As Rumble did back, so wow, just not really getting anything in this early game, which is kind of what you expect. They did have a winning topside, and the timing of the back there not really doing Gideon any favors.
Yeah, just showing that sometimes what happens at level 1 can be pretty catastrophic.
This feels like in this matchup, you could have hung around to look for the smite fight at least on the second one because you can just Warriors tricks her out, but he's scared of the potential. I don't know if Showmaker was on vision there, did have his ultimate, and if Showmaker shows up, then you might not get out with your life.
I'll tell you what, Calyx is playing this really, really well.
He is, and he's hit that chain earlier, starting to get through the toughest parts of this matchup. And confident enough to pick Silas into Talia, that's a good sign. Into Showmaker as well here, and so far, making it work.
Yeah, it's not like, end of the world or anything, and Showmaker still has a gold advantage. That's because he utilized the roaming potential of this, oh, never mind, -1. Calyx is so far ahead.
But yeah, this is how it's supposed to look if the Silas is sending the bleeding well and with that roam there, and that's a good sign. I mean, the comp is doing what it's supposed to do on both sides here, initially here. Jiu dying, unfortunately, is not ideal, but even he is only a little bit behind. In fact, takes a slight lead here as these minions come through for now.
Yep.
It's only going to be temporary, but I think D+, so far so good, but they need to do more. And they will have their next opportunity to have a really big fight here in 3 minutes' time.
Yeah, rocks being thrown around here in the mid lane. Showmaker finding some buttons this time. That is going to help him out. As Beryl still positioned as aggressively as possible. But we were talking about the fact that D+ can generally be relied upon to go for aggressive plays. Haven't necessarily been doing as much. Still waiting for the next objective to come up. That's going to be 2.5 minutes, this dragon.
With the prio in bottom and mid, Nongshim are going to have to do something creative to get prio for the Drake if they want to fight for it. They may simply just say, you can have it, we're not going to force the issue on this. But otherwise, keep track of Kingan's TP, whether they look for a late swap, how much damage Kingan can get done here. For example, if he forces Xiu out of the lane, he has to TP back before the dragon spawns. That's another way Nongshim could get an edge here, get some extra prio. Because otherwise, just naturally here, Skull going over to D+. Bottom side is always going to be theirs, mid is always going to be theirs. So if Nongshim want to take a fight here where they can use their Cyclone, with the combo there with the Equalizer, the brawling power of Sylas in the mid game, like this comp has both late game Senna scaling, but also a lot of power here in mid. I think prio is going to have to be the way. So far, it just looks like with these lanes here for D+, it's going to, like I said, take something unusual, something creative here, or they might just have to take an awkward fight or give it up. And I hope they give it up rather than take the awkward fight, because if you fall behind into what D+ has and they just continue to snowball, then game's over.
It could be really hard. I do think that a win condition is also just Kingan. He's pretty good at laying carpet. You know, he puts the red carpet down in the right spots. He wins lanes on this Rumble very effectively, and in fact, he wins games on this champion for Nongshim. And he's right now making Xiu's life really hard. I really like this from Gideon as the Ornhorn is going to sound. It does get the double knock-up though, and the outplay is gorgeous! Bellow's Breath comes on through, but he's on the Equalizer. And so he goes down. A little bit unfortunate. Tried his very best. As now Lahen's kind of getting ignored here as he is left underneath his turret. Calyx is fighting against Showmaker, but Showmaker getting the better end of it, throwing out the volley. Flash does have to come through, and Calyx not wanting to risk it.
King gets a plate off the play, though. Really nicely played there from Gideon and Kingan. The Equalizer placement on where Xiu has to return to activate his ultimate.
Yeah, Xiu played it about as well as he possibly could, but Kingan's Equalizer just meant no.
Well, watch this. So Gideon comes over here first, right? The wave is crashing. Xiu instantly has to ult, but now he's trapped in this position where in order to reactivate his ultimate, he has to stand on Equalizer. The placement is perfect as Gideon is in trouble.
Oh dear. He's going to flash. Blast Cone is going to be there, but Showmaker is looking to pick him up. Is the Seismic Shove available? Yes, it is, but now he has to walk into the other rocks, and that is going to be the kill going over to Showmaker. And he gets the Feats of Warfare at the same time. Really nicely played. And Showmaker actually looking on form here today. Something that a lot of us have been concerned about for DK.
And they didn't get the teleport out of Xiu. He died, but he just returned to lane. And now with that pick onto Gideon, that Dragon Prio I was talking about, Nongshim, we're going to have to make something happen to get, I think is all but just guaranteed gone. If the play onto Xiu topside, I think was what they were looking for there to then kind of turn the tides, but they didn't get enough of an edge there. And it's just King gets a plate, they get a kill, but now that Gideon is gone, like look at this setup here, look at how difficult it is for Nongshim to approach Dragon. And it's in fact Lucid just doing this solo as aiming and barrel stand nearby, and that is enough. Showmaker doesn't have his ult, but he doesn't necessarily need it here. Nongshim are just not able to get over here and contest, and that's going to be a 2 Drake lead here for D+. That Soul, we'll see what it's going to be. It's Cloud again.
Oh my goodness. It's not my birthday anymore. That was last month. So like 2 weeks ago. Still feels like it as the Cloud Soul once again. Rookern is now completed here for Xiu as he is not wanting to head back to that top lane. You can see wandering towards mid lane for now. And I wouldn't blame him. I think it's been a really rough time against Kingan's Rumble. As Seismic Shove is going to connect. Picks up one of the little pebbles on the ground.
Not quite a stun there. And I mean, this matchup here has just been Gio and Lahen's hanging out under turret, getting what they can. And so far, like, that's been pretty much good enough. They were able to survive the last gank. And, you know, they lost some farm, but Senna is scaling. 40 stacks here at 14. Feeling pretty good about that.
Barrel doesn't find the handshake. You can see another dive is being set up.
Lucid is here. Showmaker's here. His ult's not ready, but I don't know if he needs it, honestly.
Oh, wind becomes lightning. Gio going to try and get himself out of there. Showmaker comes on over, and he might take a consolation Lahen's, and that is absolutely going to be theirs. Fate's Call invested. They still do have, like, the Weaver's Wall wasn't even available. Yeah, no, they've got Hostile Takeover. It was only Fate's Call.
And Calyx gets control of this mid wave, but what does it mean? You know, there's no plates to get here. There's no value in this mid lane. Can deny some farm from Showmaker, but I think he likes the denial of the Senna more. Gideon will, as a jungler, win this one.
Yeah, Xiu is going to look to try and get this Ornhorn over the top, and it's not going to work out. Now Showmaker turns up. Lucid going to be there as well, but Gideon, he's just going to be able to create the decoy, get himself out of there. Oh, nice seismic shot there onto Calix, who does steal a call of the Forge Guard.
I think that was a bit of an unforced error there from Xiu to try to go over and...
I think Xiu is just having a horrible time.
He's like, I want money, so maybe I'll go in the jungle, and yeah, no. When you show and you dive like that, that's where the enemy jungler is going to appear and try to make a cross map, and he just gave it over basically on a silver platter. And now we're looking for a hook.
Yeah, Lehens finds the max range onto Beryl. He's going to flash. Throws down the hostile takeover here as Lehens is looking to try and stun off his teammates, but does not manage to do so. Teleport in from Calix.
He has the Ornhorn, and there's no Renata ultimate anymore. This is a really nice setup here for the side of Nongshim for this Herald fight.
Yeah, Cole the Forge got advantage over to Nongshim. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's insane.
Well, in goes Lucid, looks for a little bit of an angle as Gideon. Warrior Trickster will be able to avoid any sort of engage. Another hook does come on through there as he equalizes a beautiful position. The Ram comes down as well, and my God, Lucid almost just dead. He gets bailed out, but I don't think they're getting a kill. As Xiu just trying to be a nuisance, and it does not work. Another one connects max range. He flashes away, and Lehens stays alive, but they don't quite have enough of the damage. And Xiu now just trying to run away, aiming. Oh dear, just needs a pierce to get himself in range, and that is a dead center. DK picking up the fact that Nongshim without equalizer don't necessarily have the deeps to get through them at this stage.
Yeah, no, down but not out in that fight for sure. So much used to kill Lucid. His Crescent Guard got insane value as Xiu has to put himself in harm's way to try to secure that kill, and in fact why he went down. Okay, Xiu just wants to farm.
Yeah, please let Xiu at least get the experience for the cannon, and he does. He'll get a double knock up here as well, but that turret is really dead. Showmaker is going to try and bail out his top laner though. Seismic shot goes wide, and Xiu is still going to go down. Showmaker, can you do it? You're in melee range against a Silas and a Rumble as the bailout's immediate, but it does not matter. He's still going to get put down, and Calix will be able to get that kill. A 2-for-1 is going to be the ensuing trade.
Looked kind of cool in the end. Showmaker now has 4 kills, but ultimately he still dies.
Oh, Lehens never changed. This team fight lands every hook, and that one he hits a wall.
Lehens is like, he thinks he's Callisto. He's like, I go in, I'm dashing because I'm caught by a shove. I got a flash. On his next hook, he goes in and goes straight out, man. He's in and out on this Nautilus. Looking for the pull back here onto Xiu as well. Xiu actually not being hit by any of that Q, but does get hit by Lehens here, who does that flash I was talking about. And then things get crazy here on the follow-up, looking for the pick. As we fast forward, aiming, has to flash for this one. Ends up getting the kill there, or has to Q for that one. And over here, this is like, it's a cool idea from Showmaker coming over here, but like you said, he's kind of putting himself in harm's way.
Yeah, it was fair. Like Beryl turns up in the nick of time to get the bailout, so they do manage to get the kill.
If you know, if he had his ultimate, like the Renata ultimate, I think that's a different story, but he did not.
And DK was able to also get the Rift Herald, so that's also a big deal. Nongshim, they're going to collect themselves this outer turret on the bottom side, but Rift Herald might be able to get 2 turrets, which is, I think, a bit of a bigger deal. As alright, equalize it just to clear out the wave, but it doesn't clear the Rift Herald. Now Kingan's going to get knocked up. Fate's Call for another knock-up as he gets handshook and destroyed. Xiu gets his revenge as he's now level 11 on this on, feeling a lot better.
Well, I mean, that just should be the dragon here. You got blue buff.
That was a big whiff from Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, just Kingan getting completely caught there with no support, and I mean, they're going to hang out in the area, maybe look for a steal here. Gideon does have flash, but
I don't think
so, man.
Have any right to go for it exactly.
I mean, maybe if somebody bathed weird here in the jungle, you could get a catch, and they're just going to push for this inner, I suppose, while they're backing. But it's a pretty nice bloom here, and maybe they do find Beryl?
Okay, well, he's going to face check as Xiu. He has an idea that maybe there's a problematic scenario going on, but instead, Showmaker is just going to clear out this wave. Are they still in the brush?
No.
Yes, they are.
Oh, they are. Okay.
And they were still pings. And in fact, DK, aware of it, Showmaker just going to walk away from Calix, and yeah, not going to spring that trap.
I mean, it was a opportunistic call at best, as they knew where D+ were, and they were hoping to catch Showmaker or catch anyone who passed down that way for the wave, but D+ are just not going to fall for it. And I thought they were gone because I thought they realized, like, okay, well, this just isn't going to happen. But they stayed and stayed and stayed, and it's not going to cost them too much for that. But at the end of the day, D+ still with 1,000 gold to lead here and Soul Point. And Nongshim, with this composition, if they got just 1 dragon, that's an additional amount of time for Xiu to start stacking up. I mean, he's getting closer to that 60 at 20 stacks break point that we talk about a lot, but Still needs a lot more time. Kingen getting caught like we saw in the last fight. Not the end of the world, but it's moments like that that make you worry about what the map could look like and how difficult it is to play this comp with Lehens playing melee into this. When you're trying to check vision, when you're trying to set up for those objectives, they haven't been able to get a single true objective fight. It's really just been fighting around topside that's been their only anchor, their only place where they can find success. As Calyx has a ward here, so should be respectful.
Yeah, knows exactly what's going on. As Lucid Barrel and aiming, moving down towards his bottom side. Premiumbeat is going to be there. They're just going to start up the Otacon. They don't have a ward in this Tri-Brush, and the rest of Nongshim are coming over, but DK feeling strong at this point in time. Good dash to get out of the way. The seismic shove there from Calyx as they are continuing to close in. Kingen's teleported towards that bottom side, and the Otacon going to run out of patience and head back towards the river. Control ward once again in this Tri-Brush as well.
I just think starting this off is so difficult here for Nongshim.
Oh, Calyx, don't risk it. You can't risk it again. No, you don't. No,
He's not going to do it.
Young man, please. Your life is worth too much, and he does agree. He's going to back away.
But if we just, group up here as a 10-man around Otacon, I don't think they're getting much out of this. Okay, Geo is going to go stack in the mid lane. I think this is the right call. Could still look for a fight later as Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, they're going to try and catch out Calyx here as he holds onto the seismic shove, and there it is. It does not connect, and he has to flash to get over the wall. Good positioning there from Calyx. Does expend the summoner spell,
yeah,
but
the Weaver's
Center
Wall
is pushing this whole time.
Yeah, and the Weaver's Wall is down now, so that's a big zoning tool. And Gideon is ready to look for a potential steal here. This is not a secure by any means for D+. They're going to have to look for a fight or a turn.
Yep, Gio's now back with the rest of the team as Calyx on a bit of a flank angle. This is going to be a 50-50. The equalizer goes down. There are rams everywhere. My goodness, what happened at the farm as the Fate's Call is going to come through to get Beryl out of dodge. Shio's in trouble, but he flashes to get out of the way. Beryl is in a really rough spot. The Lens is also, as he's taken down exceptionally low. Oh God, the 5 versus 5 alcove gaming is going to ensue. The health bars on DK are so low, but they're still just going to try and walk it off. Gio's health bar is decent as Shio gets the knock up. Calyx is going to get closed in on by Lucid, who's just looking for the 1v1 into the Silas, and maybe he's going to be able to do it. He finds the win, becomes lightning, and how are DK still alive?
Oh, Lucid might just get out too. King of
the flash forward from KingofBeat stopped up. Lucid is a god. This guy doesn't make sense. He will die in the end, but he saved that whole fight for DK.
Yeah, let's see if anyone else can get out here. I mean, they're chasing deep. I don't know if Nongshim should be actually going this far into this situation.
I don't think DK should be walking back.
Yeah, no, you got out. You got out. Showmaker does show up here, TP'd in.
Yeah, seismic shove does nothing at all, but Lance is still going to be dead. They do get Beryl, so it's a 1-for-1, but now in this 2v2, I'm feeling like DK are feeling happy about it. There it is, the double for aiming, and the surprise Teemo face for DK, as that was an ace for a couple of seconds.
If both teams walk away on those Raptors, Nongshim are like, oh, let's not chase too far, the D+ don't turn on them, then it's a 400 gold lead after this fight for D+, and that's it. Instead, it goes up to almost 2,000 after they end up getting those picks there, and Nongshim overextend. D+, you have to play this so well to actually walk away alive. Nongshim playing really respectfully here, knowing their engage support is so incredibly low. And they're like, I can't just go in here. We don't have a ton of vision. That control ward gets so much value here because you don't know exactly where D+ are standing. Shio ends up re-engaging here and getting turned on and taken out. But then watch the Lucid fight here on the top side. Because Calyx doesn't have buttons and Lucid's like, I do. And he gets another knock up here when Kingen goes in. This audaciously charges him and knocks him up. He still dies, but he takes the rumble out, which really shapes how the rest of this fight look.
Is this free soul? Yeah, I guess it's free soul. Build a wall, take a dragon.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, easiest Cloud Soul of their lives. As Snare going to connect. As alright, the Ram is going to get called. We'll see what Shio can make of it as Lehens goes in. The follow-up is a little bit late, but the equalizer is still fantastic. The hostile takeover is even better. 3-man knockoff from Shio, but still they are cooking. They are getting murdered as Gideon gets into that backline. Lucid and Shio are still up, but they've lost everyone else. Nongshim still managed to make it an even trade after losing the Drake, and I say even, Gideon's still dead.
I mean, it's still, ends up being a fairly close game here in terms of gold, but the Cloud Soul value is going to be here for D+.
I was so excited. Like, I really thought the Nongshim had won that, and then they just didn't.
No, well, it looked like it was a good start, but the equalizer value was pretty insane. It's still unfortunate, though, that, yes, aiming goes down, but so much has to be burned in order to take him out here. As the fight, the angle here is so opportunistic for Nongshim, but they have to do something. They gave this up for free, right? So they have to actually look and force this fight. The Ornhorn buys some space, but this equalizer here from Kingen is insane, coupled with the Cyclone here. And she was trying to look for knockups while they get to the back line, but once aiming is down here, you know, that's the end of that. And like,
they just trade backlines. That's what happened.
And Gideon also can't be rended because Kalista is dead. So look like, wait, why didn't he kill him? But he still ultimately dies to Lucid. You're starting to see both the fact that D+ are really ahead and have the strong composition, the value of the Cloud Soul is going to be realized in some of these upcoming fights, but also that Nongshim are really strong at this point in the game as well. Kingen is a monster if he can place his equalizer well. Jiu's positioning has been so good that he's been able to last until the end of these fights and is doing so much work. It's just that Nongshim have never been able to take a fight on their terms. If they can do that even just one time, they win a fight, get map control, they can get back in this game. That's a big if. And it's going to be really tough now into this Cloud Soul here for D+. Yeah. But it could happen. All they need is one fight, and this game is winnable for them. How they find it, though, was yet to be seen. I don't know if it's going to happen.
Yeah, the
game is closer than it looks is what I'm really getting at.
Yeah, the problem is we saw a 4-man ulti out of Beryl, and I don't know whether Nongshim have a good fight that doesn't involve that being a possibility. Renata is just so good into these short-range champions.
And when you just play every fight in the choke point, you know, how do you find the angles, Calix? Yeah. How do you find the angle as Gideon? And it makes me wonder if maybe Calix should consider looking for the hijack of Beryl's ultimate himself in some of these fights, because it's a little bit more subtle how you could play it. Obviously, looking for the Ornhorn is the most guaranteed, really nice angle to set up your Wukong, but I definitely think should be some consideration on it, depending on how the fights and the setups are looking. We do have Baron up now. And so both teams are fighting for vision control here on this top side.
The thing that I'm just really happy about is seeing Lucid play this well. He really had a rough time in their earlier series this week and hasn't really looked himself. This, though, today, this is the Lucid that we're used to seeing. The one that is just happy to fight and just wins a lot of the time.
Confidence is a big thing.
Oh, yeah.
For younger players.
I feel like he's got it back. I feel like his mojo has returned for this match against the Noodles.
All right. Calix left alone here. We'll try to clear this wave.
Sorry about the cast curse. Seismic Shove is going to come through. Never mind, it's Calix by himself. The flash forward from Beryl to find the handshake and get the kill. My goat right there is now Shiu could be in a bunch of trouble. The Ram is going to come through, though, and he doesn't get the knock-up. So still will be going down. That could have been really cute, but that's a great interruption.
And with the kill on the Ornn there, it's not like D+ can take this Baron for free. It's going to have to be a fight, but they have Weaver's Wall. And it's been every single objective Nongshim has been second to. Like every single one, and they don't get to dictate the pace. And so D+ have all the options here. Showmaker's Wall is the first.
Yeah, he's going to build that wall. The Equalizer is helping DK take this Baron right now, as the wall will come down. Gideon's going to make it a 50-50, but it's the Rend that locks it down. And then the Monkey dies. Lucid gets into that backline, and Beryl is going to join in with the Fate's Goal. Lands in so much trouble, and aiming is throwing sticks all over the place. Jiu, the last man standing once again, and he'll get shoved seismically into the death chamber.
D+,
DK, I think this might be the end of the game.
I think so. Their objective control with this early game comp, the bottom side control they played through was brilliant. All 4 dragons to them, and a Baron to boot. It's never a 50-50 when you've got a Kalista with those sticks in the Baron. Gideon tried his best there, but he won't win it in the end. And D+ off to a confident start here.
Yep. There is another wall. You can build that, but DK, they have the ability to knock it down as they have this on. First Nexus turret going to go down. Still waiting on Kingen and Jiu to respawn, and I think the Nexus is no longer for the world. However, DK do need to win another fight, and in fact, they just will. That's a decent way to do it. Nexus next going to go down, and Kingen not even allowed to try and fight back. DK looking absolutely dominant in game number 1.
A clean D+ victory here in game 1 is what is going to give KT fans heart palpitations at home. Because all they need to do now is win this next game. 2 in a row. And they secure their spot in Legend Group, and they knock KT out.
Oh no, Wolf, it's the timeline. It's the most cursed KT fan timeline, and it's coming true right before our eyes. Just have to see whether the Noodle Boys can find just a single win.
That's fine.
That's all they need to do. They'll have blue side now. They find one win, then it's just DK and KT. They can juke it out.
That sign says all you need is a 2-0 that we can all breathe easy. Sigh of relief maybe coming through. And D+ fan here says D+ has got to win. She's very surprised about it, but all they need is game 2 in the bag. And, you know, showing up like this is what Nongshim predictors like myself were worried about for D+. That wasn't going to happen, but it is happening for them. They are looking good today. Lucid looking phenomenal. Showmaker, amazing performance. Shiyu doing well under pressure. You know, his lane was not a winnable one, and they camped him.
Recovering from tilt. Recovering from tilt is
They
impressive.
camped him. I mean, the fact that he was able to still be pretty relevant in these team fights is a big deal.
Yeah, and that huge damage line for Showmaker, I think, is what a lot of these DK fans are going to be looking at and feeling like, yes, this is what my team is supposed to look like with Showmaker on form. We saw him giggling before they got into the match. It's always terrifying, and it's for the Nongshim terrified reason this time around. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, it's going to be the breakdown from the space, and we'll have game number 2.
할만한데? 그런 거 같은데? 날려 밖에 뛰어? 아니 우리 한타 지는 게 아니야 우리가. 그리고 야 넘어가 칠렉이야? 한타 잡아 한타를 안 잡아. 또 한타 할 때만 깨야 돼. 한타? 야 노틸부터 다음부터 왼쪽에 돼. 노틸부터 깨야 돼. 나 밀어내줄게. 야 오고 야 챔프 나 봐줘. 나 오고 녹여줘야 돼. 나이스 이겼다. 아니 탑 라인 좋기라니까. 뭐하네.
하나생명을 연승을 하다가 이어진 상황에서 뭐 젠지에게 좀 패배했다는 느낌이라면은 D+기아는 본인들이 상성이 굉장히 좋았던 팀을 상대로도 완패를 거뒀단 말이죠.
그렇기 때문에 이 양 팀 모두 물러설 수 없는 그런 경기가 되겠습니다.
나 자야 맞단가. 탑쪽 피 좀 많이 갈렸다. 잡지 못하겠네. 야 자야 피 없으면 나 말해줘. 구멍 속에. 자야 집 가야 돼. 피 없어. 보여줘. 징크스 거야. 맞는다. 나이스. 까비. 보들 같은 이유. 오케이. 맞을 뻔했어. 용 먼저 해서 신난다 터트리자. 먼저 밀어내는 싸움 봐야 돼 우리. 계속 피 갈고 있고. 얘네 계속 친다. 나 천천히 빅토르 쪽 놀이 생각 해볼게. 야 자야 나 지른다. 야 앞발키리. 노플. 우리 커난데. 노링 먼저. 블레이스랑 컷 뺄게. 여링 노플. 한턴 빼고 9번 받아. 먹어 일단 먹어봐. 알리 쪽으로 밀어줘. 알리 큐폴만 조심해봐. 알리 노플. 알리 잡았고. 천천히. 여기 킨드. 킨드 공 빼자. 요리. 야 나 봐줄래? 야 커난데. 야 아리 공. 야 좋아. 각종 그냥 싸움부터 봐. 도래가면 싸움부터 봐. 나 한번 빠지고. 나도 뺄고. 갈게. 잡아야 될 것 같은데. 노플. 잡을 듯. 빼야겠다. 레이저가 일로 걸려나? 오케이. 밥이 이게 되네. 아깝다. 그니까. 정레드도 뜬다. 정레드 할만해. 야 딜러 노플인데 가자. 얘네 걸렸어. 여기 창 맞춰놨고. 자 니다리 볼게. 용영아. 여기 노플. 안돼 아프다. 안 돼? 안 돼. 다 밖에만 할거든. 스펠 봐줄래? 싸움 할래? 미드 위에 막았다. 나 자리 좋아. 야 코난트 온다 야 빼야돼 쌈 보자 노플이야 코로피 노플 빅토르 쪽 볼 수 있고 빅토르 노플 야 빅토르 괜찮아 나봐줘 좋아 보이는데? 나갔고 알리 잡아 잡아도 돼 요리 노플이야 아 너무 안 좋아 빼봐 아 빠져 이거 마누라 야 아타카 어때? 아타카 미안하다 코로피 쪽이었다 아타카 주자 이거 킨드 위에 얘들아 킨드 위니까 이거 시야전 뜰차 자 이거 자야랑 니랑 그냥 치료하면 안 돼? 안해서 칠게 쳐볼게 얘네 7만에 자유 혼자서 지금 자유 안 보이지? 먹었을 줄 알았냐 야 먹었어 아이고 까비 하라면 지렸다 나이스 야 얘들아 이번엔 나만 2피야 나만 2피라 이거 그냥 안전하게 6만 하자 시오 뚫리는 거지 나 자리 괜찮아 실자를 천천히 먹으면 될 텐데 내가 실자 갈게 아 이거 와줘야 돼 코르케 와줘 얘 버스 한다 나 돌아갈게 이거 얘 밀어줄 수 있어 야 먹자 아 미안하다 야 먹었어 탑 천천히 봐 도현이 거기 못 봐줘 차야 야 클란트 여기도 봐도 돼 아래 봐도 좋아 하나만 아래 볼게 나 야 발키리 꺼내다 킨드 노플 이겼어 별로 안 좋다 살사람 팔래 게임 끝낼만한데 나 게임 끝낼만하다는데 아 다행히 영웅 먹었네 끝나진 않을 듯 이번에 얘네 들어갔다 우리 윗게 중요해 이거 그냥 계속 한 명은 돌아서 딜각 좀 분산시키는 게 좋아 얘네가 사거리 훨씬 길어 마크까지는 안 될 것 같아 일단 천천히 쌈봐야 돼 스탠트 볼게 나야 싼테부터 싼테 징크스 궁 생각해서 피할 생각 해봐 몇에 쓸지만 말해줘 2200 하나 둘셋 먹었어 와 까비 야 좋은데 이거 캔드 야나 봐줄 수 있어 스탠트 봐야 돼 캔드 잡았어 알리 노플 우리 알리 잡았어 쌈 보자 쌈 천천히 보자 생각다 써졌어 요리 노플 자 노플 넘어 갈게 떴다 위로 빼면 안 되냐 같이 빼야 돼 살아야 돼 요리 굴 봐라 코르키 이쪽으로 빠져봐 우리 코르키 볼게 잡았어 야 니달리까지 볼게 보자 야 끝낼만 하지 않냐? 끝낼만 하겠다 46? 대박이긴 하네 나와볼게 한번 끝낼 생각하자 이 상황에서 못하면 져볼게 나 나오면은 2초만 버티면 걔는 막을만 한데 가볼게 한번 잘해보자 잘 높으려고 잘 잡아 중력장 알았어 야 가인 쐈다 나 8초? 라인 너무 많다는데 나 이걸 졌네 아쉽네 두 번째 형이 조금 아쉽네 나이스
원래 D+기 하는 하늘에서 놀던 팀이에요. 매번 아쉬웠던 거. 잘 되다가도 급하게 가다가 넘어진다. 하지만 그 숙제를 피드백을 마치고 왔습니다. 달라졌어요.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the space as it is D plus Kia taking game number 1 here in Nongshim. Their legend life on the line and they come out on top and firing pretty well, which is maybe a little nerve-wracking for one of these.
You know what the cool thing is, Dagon? It doesn't actually matter who you're rooting for. It's always nerve-wracking, unless you're a Nongshim fan, because again, you got your 2-0 at the start of the week, so you're just vibing. You're having a great time. Game number 1, I think the conclusions we can draw. There were some draft decisions we definitely didn't like that ended up making a really big impact in the game. And Lucid is looking incredible. Please keep it up, my boy. Because she was struggling, and I think it's a big deal that you keep it together.
Yeah, I really like the top side from Nongshim. You know, the Rumble, Wukong, and we thought it was going to be the Ahri, but they went for the Sylas because they saw that Ornn gives you access to the great Ornn ultimate. I think the real big fumble for Nongshim was this Nautilus pick. There was no reason to take the Nautilus here. This is a situation where often we see Alistar picked up just because Alistar is so strong, but you could have taken the Senna here, and because you take the Nautilus, they instantly respond with this Kalista Renata. It makes the lane really uncomfortable. We saw them diving against this. We saw in team fights how much value the Renata got. We've seen Senna picked so often as this red 4 pick, And I think you easily could have just picked up the center here, kept your options open. You still could have gone center Nautilus in the other order, but it wouldn't have made this Renata pick so free to take because you've had so many options to counteract it. And I think this gave them so much control over the bot lane and really caused a lot of issues for Nongshim.
Because then you ended up, if they blind Renata, which they might still want to do because of Kalista, and Renata is really good into the enemy comp, even though the Silas obviously makes it a little annoying, then you have Lahens his Elise, you have Nico. There's a lot of ways that you can deal with it, but trying to play Nautilus into Renata, which you kind of should have known was coming, it's one of the worst matchups in the game when it comes to support.
Yeah, I mean, even like other engage supports aren't as bad as Nautilus into Renata. Like engage supports generally are bad in Renata, but Nautilus is one of the worst ones into Renata. So it just, they set themselves up into a really bad spot.
Yeah, and despite that, Lahen still had periods where he was landing a ton of hooks in team fights. However, didn't quite work out for them as we take a look at the highlights here at 18 minutes in the mid lane.
What's important to take note of is that at this point, there's already 2 dragons for DK. And we had a ton of back and forth discussion over who is actually favored when it comes to the mid to late game. Kingen, though, just dies for no reason.
He ends the
this
discussion.
isn't really excusable, unfortunately, because this ends up setting off a chain reaction.
Yeah, he burns his ult here and dies, and they lose so much power not having that Rumble, who was really fed compared to the Ornn, a big factor in that power. So they lose access to that, they lose the dragon, and this was just a massive swing in favor of D+, when the game sort of felt very even, and if anything, started to favor Nongshim in that point because they had this center who was really coming online.
And what we saw as well is that even though Shiu individually was really struggling, made a couple of bad decisions. Was targeted, sure, but there were a couple of decisions he could have made, and I think he was contemplating but didn't end up making, like when to back, when to go in. That ended up being really detrimental for DK's game state, but particularly the fact that Beryl was on that Renata, which we already discussed. Aiming and Lucid were also on point, and their objective control was, I think, a big reason of why they were able to win this game.
Yeah, well, the game state's still not quite done as it had been back and forth. Now D+ take control here in highlight number 2. And then at 21 minutes, oh boy, it was the Otacon, and what, like, immediately Ox was like, this was robbery that they got away with this.
Yeah, I mean, the Equalizer gets so much value in this fight. The Otacon's secured by Xin Zhao, sure, but this felt like a scenario really, it was going to be Nongshim able to clean up. They kind of corral them all in. They're taking it slow. So much damage is done. You look at these health bars. They retreat into this control ward, and it's really hesitant approaching from Nongshim, not wanting to get poked out as they move into the vision. And they just start to take so much poke. And then there's a couple of moments like, look, Showmaker, he's kind of caught out in this position. Ends up flashing this harpoon so they don't catch onto him. They end up catching the Ornn Shear. And then look, this ult comes down onto aiming, flashes, so they don't initially catch onto him. And then we see Lucid wins the 1v1 over here. All these clutch little moments, the summoners coming through, Lucid again with aiming, turning on a Kingen. If any of these small moments go differently, I think it might end up just being a wipe in favor of Nongshim. But this was clutch from D+. They fight it out, and it's just daylight robbery, and they get away with it.
And the reason why I want to highlight this, I always go back to with Ornn. When do you reach level 14? Level 13, you get your own ornament. Level 14, you kind of start accelerating. Part of this was Shiu's fault, again, for making some, I think, really the pressure getting to him. A lot of subpar decisions, but it was also, this is if DK is going to lose the next game, which obviously we all think is happening. If you've been a DK fan, you know what's imminent. Game 3 we'll see, but game 2 kind of feels like a given. But they and still in this game, have a tendency to overgroup. And if Nongshim kind of pull back a little bit, I think you can generate extremely substantial leads just by letting DK, if you get an early dragon, letting DK just do their thing, because they were pretty far behind in experience for most of that game.
Well, there you go. We have blacked out the lines where it is a 0-2 victory here for Nongshim. We're getting closer and closer to the tiebreaker scenario, the 2-1. But again, if D+ close it on out here, they can qualify right away. Let me tell you, I stepped outside after that match, and the fans looked like they had just gotten off a roller coaster. There was one fan who just let out an exasperated sigh in front of everyone, and now we go back in for game number 2. Will it be D+ earning their spot in the Legends group, or will it be a potentiality for a tiebreaker? Let's find out as we send to the casters.
I love working out what the potentiality is going to be. And the potentiality for us is commentating a video game, and it is going to be a decider.
And Atlas, I mean, being in Legend Group, being in Rise Group, you're locked for the rest of the year. That changes who you scrim, who you play with, what your stage practice looks like, and what the fans say about you. You know, for the rest of the year. Oh, it's just a Rise team. Nobody wants to be in that group. Nobody wants to be in that spot. D+.
Oh, you went 5-0 over the last 3 weeks? We don't care.
It was Rise Group.
It was Rise Group.
You went 0-5 over the last few games? Oh, it's okay. It was the Legend Group. It's Gen G. It's Hanwha.
Exactly. Especially with the fact that the bottom 2 teams coming out of the Rise Group are just eliminated. It's just their year is done. Whereas Legend Group, no, you're just in the play-ins if you're the last team.
Exactly.
You skip the play-ins if you're not.
So many reasons why this matters so much for D+ after they had their worst losing streak in franchise history. You know, to be in 6th place, to not be amongst Legends. They were part of the big 3, the only 3 teams of the LCK to ever win a world championship. And now they are on the brink of being knocked down to Rise. But all they need to do is win this second game. The second game in best of 3s that has plagued them throughout so many across this first half of our season here. See if they can get it done this time. But Nongshim Red Force do have blue side. They'll ban away the Scion. They'll take away the Pantheon here as well.
Yeah.
Red side ban's a little bit more difficult.
Don't need to ban Kalista anymore, though. They have managed to get that one out of the way. As really, the really cool thing is the fact that we get the best of 5 draft music as well.
Yeah.
I think it really does add. We don't get that incredibly dramatic thing at the very beginning, which is, that sort of fits, but then the rest of it, not really the same thing. But we are going to now have a look at the Gwen being banned. The Alistar in the first round is kind of crazy.
One pick that I have my eye on here is Calix's Yone. Gideon loves to play Sejuani. Now, it's not really a pick that, you know, if you first pick the Yone here.
Hoppy, the Azir is up.
Azir is also up, as you mentioned, and the Talia is gone. Like, those are the picks I think about here most. The Azir and the Yone that you could B1 as Nongshim Red Force stylistically. Showmaker just had an amazing performance on Yone very recently as well.
100% win rate, by the way.
100% win rate.
100% win rate here in the LCK. That's not a 1 sample size, by the way, guys. So 100% win rate. Probably going to lock it in here.
So, as you say, they could now flip and do that into this Azir pick. Opinions are very controversial and very mixed on Lucid's Sejuani, but looking for a potential Yorick pick here for Shiu in the top lane blind.
It could just be, you could just lock Yorick Sejuani here, and that could be setting up for a potential of the Yone, but instead the Ahri's being hovered and will be locked in.
Question is, what do you play with this Ahri? With the Pantheon gone, Xinjiao Fearless banned.
Yeah, Wukong as well, Fearless banned.
Wukong also gone. So, I mean, Viego? I don't think so. As Yorick will get locked away here, so going to keep that a bit of a mystery here. Which D+ is known for holding jungle picks until later across their entire team's history.
Yeah, exactly. Going from Canyon to Lucid does allow you to do that quite a lot.
Yeah.
As both of them with pretty extensive champion pools. Sejuani Jace could be just real scary.
It's really strong, and I think that when you lock the Yorick in here, you are kind of playing into Gideon's hands. He loves to play Sejuani. It's one of his best picks.
We have seen Yorick do okay into it.
Yeah, this is not what I expected to see as the jungle pick here because, you know, it's not the Aurora draft, it's not the Orianna draft, it's just an Ahri. As Trundle,
Trundle
was face up, so I don't know why we didn't just instantly assume that was going to be the case. I'm still adjusting to Trundle being meta and relevant.
Yeah.
I'm not fully on board with it yet, but like,
and oftentimes we see the Trundle as a response to like some of these more AD based, like Xin Zhao, things like that, because you can strip away AD. Subjugate value comes secondary and is often aimed against tanks picked for the top lane. This just does everything. Like you win the jungle matchup and then you get to use the Sejuani to make yourself really strong.
With the Leona ban, are they fishing for something like a, or sorry, with the Elise ban, are they fishing for something like a Leona angle here with the Ezreal? Not a ton of engaged left. Braum is gone, Alistar is gone. Those aren't necessarily the best engaged supports, obviously, but those supports are gone. Shen is also gone.
Just ban the Lehens champs.
Yeah, ban the Lehens champs. So I kind of felt like they were edging for something like that, but instead with the double Lehens ban, I think they're just trying to shut Lehens out of playing something he's really comfortable on here in this bottom lane regardless.
Wonder what it's going to be next here is I think Ezreal or Jhin for aiming is probably what he's looking for here.
Yeah, you could ban like Rakan, but relatively risky Rakan draft here. Take away the Varus.
Yep, that works.
That's a smart choice. This is going to tell us a lot about what the next 2 picks are going to be, because if you lock in an AD carry, they're going to have the answer for that. If you lock in the support, they can look to try to draft a duo that crushes it, just like we saw from Aiming and Barrel in game 1 with the Kalista setup.
Yeah, just lock Ezreal. Like, that's all they need to do. And then you keep things open instead with no Poppy and no Talia. It's pretty strong. Okay, the Rakan going to come in. Do they deny the Xayah? That's the question.
What if Gio and Lens just play Ezreal Leona, though, into the Rakan? I think that works out pretty well with their draft. It's pretty safe into the Ahri. And, you know, regardless of what aiming gets put on here, it's not going to be something that necessarily crushes Ezreal. If he ends up going to Kai'Sa, I do think it'll suit their draft, and it works well into the Ezreal in isolation, but there's a lot of scaling damage here for Nongshim Red Force if they do go that way. Gonna will pivot, though, with the Alistar ban, and with the already locking up the Rakan, of course, Misfortune Rel.
That is a tough one to play. Pillar is just so good into Misfortune.
Yeah.
She ever starts to try and bullet time you, you just find the end of that cone and you put up another cone, theoretically, if you are playing the appropriate skin, but it could be a Pillar of Filth.
It just ends up being a triple threat comp here where one of them is kind of ult-based in its entirety, but Rel seems like the obvious answer, but he's going
Morgana! Okay, you can't Pillar that. That doesn't break the shield. All right, Lehens, he is cooking once again.
Well, that also gives you a ton of lane prio. You know, most AD carries can't go toe-to-toe with the MF anyways, but playing Jhin into this is also a little bit scary.
I do want to say, it's going to be hard to get a whole bunch of value out of this Morgana.
Yeah, I mean, you can block charms of multiple types, but I suppose that's really it. The Kai'Sa here would have been strong into the Ezreal that I would have recommended. I thought we were going to see that Ezreal Leona setup here for Nongshim, but it also is great with Ahri, great with Rakan, amazing mastery of the champion is what Aiming has. He's very famed for his Kai'Sa. Even back when Kai'Sa was being played AP, he had so many good games of it back in that era as well. I think the draft here is really strong for Nongshim in terms of the early prio, though. They have the Azir into the Ahri, which, you know, can go both ways, but you have Jason to Yorick, which, if played really well, I think the Jace does edge out a little bit. And then on the bottom side of the map, the fact that Morgana can really help push those waves in, and you have an MF there into the Kai'Sa, means that's kind of a guaranteed W. So how well they use their prio here, I think, is going to be what this early game looks like. We saw what D+ were able to do with their mid and bottom lane control. Take all the dragons, all 4 of them, take the blue buff away twice. And Nongshim is going to have, I think, some similar power here on this Rift if they're going to bring us to 3 and keep KT's chances of Legend Group alive.
That was so cute. I love the crossed out 0 and just like 2-1. 2-1, guys. Come on, please. That could be the case if this composition is going to work. Like you mentioned, like we've seen this many, many times before. The good old Jace, Sejuani, Azir towards that top side. But this bottom lane is definitely a bit of a mix-up. You could imagine Black Shield going to be getting a lot of value, but Soul Shackle's not necessarily as much, because I don't think the DK are going to be stacking up. See how it goes. We hop into the Rift for the deciding, potentially, game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for game number 2. DK up 1-0 in the series, but now on the red side, they have put themselves together a pretty good comp, though, as Lucid can actually put down trophies with this particular skin.
Yeah.
It's not my favorite, but it's still a decent one.
Is not going to face check yet this time around at level 1, as D+ are once again trying to apply this pressure. I feel like Morgana is not in a great spot right now. We've talked about this a lot, and I basically used to be a Morgana one-trick, so I'm very sad about it.
Yeah, me too.
I don't play her anymore because she's not in a good spot, but the removal of perfectly timed stopwatch really just hurts her so much. Like, that was a huge part of Morgana, is you get the stopwatch, you have your ultimate, you can warp a team fight early. She just can't really do that anymore. And there's been a lot of changes to her. She was jungle for a second, which was really funny, but
yeah.
Peanut will tell you that it was very viable. Peanut's ready to play her tomorrow. If,
I mean, he was playing Lulu jungle as well. I don't know whether that is necessarily
That's
like
true.
Peanut played it doesn't mean it's a jungler.
No.
Okay.
So Gideon is going to be able to match the vertical jungling here, and we'll see how this impacts the game. But see what Lehens can get done with this Morgana pick early. If he hits a binding, then you're like, wow, that's not supposed to happen, but good job. And you know that then you can actually really crush this lane. But even if he doesn't, and he just keeps pooling these minions and helps push the wave in, then you'll always have Cryo here. But not at level 1, which is why I think this is a great play by Lucid to come down here and set up the vertical jungling early before the Morgana can really impact those types of plays.
Kind of crazy that Gio is 3-0 on this Misfortune. I feel like we've got the two most successful Misfortune players so far this season here in this game, especially given the fact that they haven't been winning all of their games. I was just thinking that perhaps Ruler's got a better win rate, but he's only lost like twice.
Yeah, I mean, Ruler's
it's kind of unfair.
MF games haven't been the best. Like, he's had some bad ones and some good ones, you know?
Yeah. And always, they're basically all wins. So it's hard to know based on the result as to whether or not we'd put him in that category. So I'm just going to refrain from including him in that one, as Gio just going to walk up, puts Kingen into the Ghoulie wall, and Kingen does nothing about it. He's now just hitting these kitty cats. It's really brutal. It is really brutal.
Yeah.
And you'd think that if it wasn't this skin, it wouldn't look as brutal, but it still looks just as brutal, as we saw from the LCK lols. Okay, Barrel's making his way over. Grand Entrance gets the flash.
All right.
That's pretty good value as Showmaker comes on over, gets a cheeky little heal, and Barrel says, all right, I'll back to the bottom lane.
She was in the list of loss streak, by the way, on this champion, as is Doran. It's on a 6-game losing streak, which is quite a list, because this pick was really starting to pick up steam for a while. Players like Morgan showcasing what it is fully capable of, but early on in this lane, even with the Ghoulie walls connecting, Kingen just doesn't care at all. And in fact, we will see the swap to come through. Kingen waits, and actually we'll see this. As, yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, wonder whether it happened in LCK Cup. We got a little bit caught out on that one, as Chovy had played Set in the LCK Cup. We didn't get the stat, so it said it was like 4 million years ago that we last saw it, when really it was this year. But I don't think it was played in LCK Cup.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not going to get jump scared by that one again. As Chew. Oh no, the zoom in. Jonah Strong, don't do it. Oh, it's dark and full of terrors in that jungle. Do not go in. Do not go in! Do not go in! Dark Binding going to connect. And the Ghoulie wall is going to at least save his life. Does have to flash, though. And that is the main thing that got him out of dodge.
Yeah, I don't think he was really under kill threat there, but if he does not flash, then, of course, he might be. But I think he kind of is just like, well, you know, we've got the 2v1 on the top side, and I'm going to chill here. I want to see who's around. I want to make sure I know where Gideon is. That allows him to verify that Gideon is, in fact, on the bottom side of the map. And now he is going to be playing what it was like to play top lane just a few months ago.
Well, there's the Grand Entrance. Still going to connect there, as now Kingen in a bit of trouble. No Killer Instinct available here for aiming, though, as Jiu just going to collect a plate and look to back away. Jiu just happily farming underneath this turret, probably okay with giving away a plate as long as he can pick up the wave. And he does do so. Continues to shovel these minions. And it's working out. Having a bit of a check-in here towards the mid lane as Showmaker looking a little worse for wear. The electrocute comes down and another one through from Barrel, the charm point blank. But Calyx just going to walk it off and he will be okay.
Yeah, he's going to be fine here. We'll pick up most of these minions. Missed the last one, of course, but still good reaction there. Good dodge attempt. He was trying to do some fancy footwork there to get out of there, but Showmaker doesn't miss those. Barrel's there for the follow-up gank, knowing he didn't have flash from the previous one. And now we're back in this bottom lane, but Kingen missed a lot. Is down significantly here in level, whereas Shiu, even though he lost his flash, was actually able to hit level 6. Yeah, this is a massive advantage. And I was going to say, I feel like with the lane setup that was there, I'd much prefer to be D+, because, you know, the Jace falling behind really hurts what he can do, especially in team fights, whereas Shiu falling a little bit behind, by the way, he wasn't really losing that much. But even the fact that he's 1v2ing is kind of okay with Yorick, because, you know, he's not going to be pushing side lanes in right now. That's going to be what happens later on, and he'll still be able to do that pretty relevantly as long as he doesn't fall too far behind, and he's staying even in the exchange. That experience lead feeling great for him.
Yeah, the Ghoulie wall is just very, very good at counter dive as well, which is fantastic. Barrel moving on over towards Kingen here. Does take a shock blast for his trouble, as aiming trying to deny this cannon. And these pesky minions. Oh dear, there's another grand entrance from Beryl as Kingen taking a bit of damage, but aiming unable to follow up, and there it goes. Successful denial here by DK. Staying frustrating. Did cost them a bit of health bar, but they got what they came for.
Lucid is here. Kingen still has his flash. Needs to thin this wave out. A lot of it's super low.
Well, let's see what Kingen can get done here as the knockup does come on through, and that should spell the end. That is first blood going over to the Gold King himself.
And I mean, D+ here, you know that this Jace is vulnerable. This Jace is not the same as this Yorick that is going to have a lot more defensibility with his Ghoulie Wall. And you go for the dive there. It's a really nice knockup from Beryl, and that's that. And unfortunately, this Jace is falling further and further behind, even though it's not into the Yorick directly with this lane swap. A lead that Geo has generated is, it's not nothing, but I feel like the Jace being this far behind and being pushed out of the lane here, losing experience, losing tier stacks, these are things that are really starting to stack up here. Yeah. Whereas a Kai'Sa that's down 100 gold, that has a Cull in her inventory, is probably just feeling fine.
And speaking of feeling fine, I mean, there is the fact that the gold is completely tied up. But the fact that DK managed to get the first dragon and the grubs haven't even spawned just yet, that's going to be 14 seconds time. That might be a way for Nongshim to either deny or also get a little bit of a fight happening that is going to work out their way. Lehen's still looking for those soul shackles as Glacial Prison immediately cleansed there by aiming. Still high value from Gideon to be able to get that summoner spell, but not going to be able to get any kills just yet. Just have to settle for the plate and the summoner.
Now Lucid has ult, and they don't have the ultimate to deny him, so maybe that attempted play for cleanse actually just means they can only get one grub here. Calyx does show up first, though, and Showmaker's not anywhere near. See how this does eventuate, because Gideon does have smite.
Yeah, Beryl coming on over. No quickness. He's level 4. Lehen's is level 6. This is actually a huge deal as the charm is going to connect. Second grub does go down as Lucid gets into the pit. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive as Showmaker gets in there. Orbit Deception is decent. As DK, they just do a little bit of a wraparound. Lucid decides that he wants to just flash over the wall, and they give up all 3 of the grubs.
Yeah, Lehen's was shackling him, so he decided he needed to get out of there, otherwise would have been burst down. This is a bit awkward, though.
Yeah, Lucid walks up to them and then walks away.
So you mentioned that the pillar is not really denied by Black Shield in any way. It's not relevant there. But I do think playing Trundle, who has to run at you and close the gap, is kind of countered by getting bounded.
Well, I mean, also, if it's only Trundle that's there and there's a Black Shield on Gideon, then it does kind of deny, as the Subjugate not going to be quite as valuable.
Yeah, you can't use it during that moment, and that certainly could be a mistake that Lucid makes. I wouldn't count on that, but yeah, it can give you some extra space for sure.
Yep.
And Beryl may be able to stop it back here. Nope. But yeah, I mean, I think the fact that you can just bind the Trundle that's running at you gives you a lot of power. Speaking of power, Lehen's will not back, and so he's now awkwardly here alone.
Well, King
doesn't have any.
There is a whole lot of things fighting him here. It's a bit of a PvE battle against the Yorick as the game goes on. That's what he's going to have to deal with. Lehen's down to 50%.
If the Jace had been accelerated in the part of the matchup that's a little bit easier to play out, then I think King would be feeling way more comfortable than he is now, as that's going to miss, unfortunately, for Lehen's. But he does, I guess, annoy him. And
I think Dark Binding is one of the most difficult abilities to land.
It feels that way sometimes.
It's just that little bit too slow.
It's incredibly powerful, so I think it is.
Oh yeah, no, it makes sense, but I just have no ability to land it. It's always been my issue.
You know where it's easy to, as we're just trying to stop people from backing and kind of struggling, but where it's really easy to land on is a CC target, like for example, someone who's been caught by a Sejuani ultimate.
Ah, yes, I could see that being a good application.
Someone who's permafrosted potentially,
or someone who's been soul shackled and then stunned based on that.
Yeah.
That one we've seen before.
So I think that might be part of it. But if you do hit that Trundle that's running at you, and then the Trundle can't get to where he needs to be, the Trundle doesn't do anything. So when I play Morgana, when most people were playing Morgana jungle, you always think about the fact that, yeah, you can't really win the extended fight against the jungler, but you can just hold him in place and leave.
Yep.
And sometimes when you have your team with you, you hold him in place and he dies.
Yeah, or force him to fight you on a puddle, which does work out as well. But not for this particular Morgana. The Tormented Soil, or it's not Tormented Soil anymore, it's some other sort of soil.
I don't even remember.
Tormented something. Because that got changed. It used to be Tormented Soil, but not anymore.
Yeah,
what is it? Tormented Shadow?
I just call it
Let me check.
I just call it Black
It's
Pool.
Tormented Shadow.
Yeah.
That's a bit silly. I don't like that.
She has a black shield, this Black Pool. Shield just doesn't care.
Yeah, it's bullet time, but he just calls his cat over, and he's going to be okay. As Showmaker, can you find the charm? That is the question.
They're utilizing this prio pretty well here. The dragon has spawned, and they're trying to look for a pick here as D+ are scrambling to set up for it. As this Yorick does have teleport, wants to back here and buy.
Yeah.
And yep, there's
Make
the
it rain.
rain.
Very annoying. So giving away this dragon, not going to be end of the world for DK. Probably do want to put Nongshim on the clock just a little bit, but they don't have to fight. As Yuntal does come in for aiming. Item number 1 is going to be put together. Double cleanse flash here from both of the bottom laners. Unsealed Spellbook going to be helping out Beryl.
It's a lot of power from this little play here from Nongshim because they force Xiu to back, but they delay it a few times. He TP's top to catch the wave, but this also means aiming has to come over and catch this wave a little bit late. Lost a few minions, but they just don't have any control here, and now D+ can look for vision on the top side control. Oh, Giga Big Drake.
Yep.
And it's kind of insane for both compositions. I mean, it's insane for pretty much any composition in League of Legends, but...
Yeah, this is no exception. Let's just say that.
I do feel like when you have Kai'Sa on your team, you feel really good about that, but even the poke from Jace can end up chaining into something later on. You know, even the Morgana just dropping down the pool, and boom, you get puddled, you get slowed, somebody else follows up, get Emperor's Divided, or you slow somebody and hit that binding you were talking about. Difficult to hit.
Yeah. So far, I think that DK probably very happy about what's going on in this game.
Yeah, they're in a great
away
spot.
that Drake as aiming, just trying to excavate some plates here from the bottom lane, wanting to get another one as Lehens walks over vision. And the pool going to pop down. This control ward should be cleared out, but it does mean that that plate is guaranteed to go down. So only 2 remaining there on the bottom side as we have about 25 seconds until they all fall.
Does the binding hit? Aiming has cleanse, Beryl has cleanse, so I don't know if it matters.
Oh, through the wall, and Beryl is just going to eat it. And
he doesn't even cleanse it, he doesn't care.
Oh no, the ghoulie wall! Calyx, he just has to sweep him out of there.
That's a pretty good trade for the Yorick.
I think you'd probably take that. Feels a little bit like when Vigo was really meta, you know, and you put down the Event Horizon and you trade that for an ultimate.
Yeah.
Although, you know, Event Horizon kind of was just an ultimate. Let's be real.
Well, Calyx does end up trading back a little bit of damage with it, but it's not feeling good about the fact that now he is very gankable. And with Hex Gates, those things can come through faster than you realize. You're like, oh, I thought Lucio was on the bottom side of the map. He backed and then Hex gated over, and now you're in danger. So that's, we talk about how Cloud Soul can get you around the map faster with that Rift and with the speed boosts you can get from individual Drakes, but Hextech Soul is like the speedy rotation Rift. So
we'll be able to cheat some tempo in this game, that is for absolute sure. As first Trinity Force is going to be done, she is still looking for his on next back, and that is going to be a decent power spike here for DK. Probably waiting for that one before they go for the next fight, and the next one is going to be around this Rift Herald, most likely. Gideon already in position 4 seconds before spawn.
I really like this position here for Nongshim. I'd like it more though if Calyx had his ultimate. That's the one thing that they really don't have to use to beat it here.
Save you, Maiden!
Oh no.
Oh,
stay here.
It's too late. Oh, Lucid! That was almost so incredibly heroic. Oh, wow.
But it was the right choice to let it die.
Yeah, it was the right choice. However, still just really, really nice. If the
Shirelli
to try and save her is okay.
Then
Lehens is flashing for this one as the Soul Shackles do go down. Teleport to come forward as DK just looking to stand their ground. Gee, in so much trouble, and this is Showmaker's domain. He's able to dash wherever he'd like, finds the charm, and everyone on Nongshim instantly on the floor. They'll augment that with Shelly.
Well, this game was looking incredibly close, but D+ are going to pull massively ahead after this one. Kingen does pick up first turret, so that's a huge win for Nongshim here. So all they need is one more objective to get feats of strength, but...
I want to see what happened there.
I mean, Lehens used his whole kit, and then he remembered why Morgana isn't better.
I was actually thinking exactly that during the play-by-play, and it kind of put me off my own job.
Yeah.
So I'm glad someone said it.
Because, like, okay, King gets another turret. This feels way less bad now. Actually feels kind of okay for Nongshim, but I don't know if we're going to get a replay of this or not, but like Lehen's Shirelia's, then decides instead of trying to run away with it, he wants to make a play with it. Flashes in, drops heal, ults, and hits the binding and drops his pool, and then D+ are like, yeah, okay.
And what?
Nice try. Another turret goes down as D+ just kind of get the Herald and back away and lose 3 turrets, so starting to feel like this is actually a big W. So Shirelia's first, then Lehen's is like, aha! Flash in! Beryl is able to get out of the shackles and look for the knock-up and deny the root, and then Lucid takes a bunch of damage, doesn't care because teleport comes through, and aiming shows up, and then Lehen's has just isolated himself.
Yeah, Lehen's also used Black Shield on himself, and so Lucid just subjugated the Sejuani and said, I am impossible to kill. You can CC me if you like, and I don't care. He's also got Merc Treads done. So yeah, a little bit of an iffy scenario for Nongshim.
If you can't love Lehen's at his Morgana, you can't have him at his Blitzcrank. You don't deserve him there.
Yeah, exactly.
It was a heroic attempt to use Morgana's kit, and it did not work, unfortunately. I mean, there was a teleport.
And it was also just not enough members of DK, and the problem is that as the game goes on, like, he's trying to do that into Rakan Ahri.
Yeah.
So you're never going to lock them down. If aiming has a target to ult to, you can't lock him down unless you land a Dark Binding first and then go for the combo. It's really only ever going to work onto Shiu and Lucid's going to be immortal. So, I don't know. And Shiu's also not going to be there. The good news doesn't really happen as Beryl, quickness comes down, and Shiu, the shield was there, but his life is now gone. Gideon is also just dead, and Lucid gets distracted by Calyx, dodges 2 ultimates, and eats the piggy. Shiu now looking to take down the pigeon here on the bottom side of the map, but there is a turret available. And DK are just winning everywhere now.
Yeah, Nongshim are doing the classic.
No, everything's missing!
Oh, God.
The flash charm is so beautiful. The shovel from Shiu finds the pigeon.
I mean, this is a classic lose the team fight and try to get a turret angle here for Nongshim. They are not able to get that mid turret, as King is still working towards that goal, but now D+ pick up this very important, very relevant dragon and a 2,000 gold lead off of the kills as... You know, we often have the debate of dodge or miss.
Yeah.
I think we might have had one of each in that last play that was on Dragon. His Kingdom will trade his life and maybe a kill?
Well, I'm not sure whether Lucid's going to be going down here. Gideon going to show up. There's no subjugate this time around as aiming is fighting Lucid. Knockup is good. Charm is even better as Gideon turns it on to Beryl. Doesn't have Battle Dance. He's just dead. Sometimes Beryl just wants to die. And we don't necessarily know why. Rhyme unintentional.
Yeah, I mean, it's Beryl versus Lehen's here, so...
yeah, it's about who can outdo the other one.
Yeah, the flanking Yorick is often the least scary, actually. But they're not going to see each other here. They did not...
That's why it's not in Zed's voice line.
No.
Not the deadliest, I don't think.
So this fight here, it's optimistic from Nongshim, of course. The Black Shield is not going to stop AD damage, so aiming doesn't care. And then this moment here, Gideon...
like, Lucid gets distracted by Calyx.
Yeah, the one was a miss and the other was a dodge. And Calyx is like in the pit and we don't really fully understand why. Scientists are trying to figure out what he thought was going to happen there as the fight was 100% lost the moment GU died. And unfortunately his Emperor's Divide didn't hit, but I don't know if it would have really necessarily mattered, but it was a good flash from Lucid. Guarantees that he can pick up that one. As Nongshim do have control over the top side right now, and did pick up a ton of money from the turrets, which is what's keeping them somewhat even in gold.
It was just a random ghoul fighting the Raptors. It was so weird.
That was weird.
Nongshim are just not getting the attention that they want, as all of them are just wandering around the enemy jungle, and DK just aren't in the same area. They do now manage to get a control ward in this brush, and
there's
perhaps
just none of the jungles
will
up.
get caught out.
So, okay.
All right, there is the kitchen sink thrown at the Yorick, and he will get taken down. Takes them a little while to get him as Showmaker comes over, offers a bit of poke damage as well. They realize that they are in their jungle, but that means that aiming heads towards the top side, pushes out the wave, gets the turret. This inner is going to be in trouble, but the Otacon is going down.
I think they need to get more than this inner if they're going to make this trade work. Lehen's just hanging out, being annoying.
I mean,
buying time for Gideon to come over, I guess?
Yeah, Voidseeker is going to connect onto Gideon, gives them the information that he is in the area. Showmaker turns up as well. It's going to be a 50-50 on this smite. great news for Nongshim because remember, they've already got that turret. Dark Binding collected here by Showmaker. He also gets tagged by the Shock Blast.
I mean, Nongshim have control over this Otacon now. I don't know if they should hold it. I think they should just leave. Look for King to go over here and hit some more Shock Blast damage.
But the information is still there. The ward was already set up. Beryl still gets hit. Because of course he does. And now we're just going to be backing away.
Nongshim deny the Otacon. They get that inner turret and damage significantly the inhibitor turret in mid. And it's the turret trades that have been amazing here for Nongshim, as I don't know if they're going to stop these backs.
Yeah, all of the backs do come through. Chiu has respawned as well. His teleport going to be up very, very soon as King catches the wave. And now we're going to check this one out one more time.
This was a really interesting situation because D+ are like, okay, I think they're hiding in jungle. At least I thought that's what they thought. Maybe Shield didn't quite get the memo on that one, but they wrapped all the way around the top side, pushed that top crowd to look for the Otacon vision fight, and then Shio unfortunately took the shortcut and was taken out. But then they go to Otacon, are stopped subsequently by a really cool play from Lehens. Mid turret goes down. And, you know, at the end of the day, all these turrets that Nongshim have taken have really kept them in this game. Like, I keep saying it, but it's kind of insane how many turrets they've been able to get without really any teamfight wins, just trading objectives for turrets. That's going to be less and less valuable as we get closer to that Hextech soul, though. You're going to start to need to win some of those.
Yeah, the standing gold on the map is going to have to be one of those things that we'll need to talk about. But taking 2 inner turrets is really keeping them in it monetarily. As Lehens, Black Shields himself, Showmaker looking a little worse for wear as he backs his way out. Lucid just going to be able to get the smite onto the Raptor.
A lot more.
We're jostling, Wolf. We're jostling for position.
A lot more Heartsteel stacks than you normally get to see on a Sejuani in this one. Is starting to get a little bit beefy. Is Gideon right now. We do have 2 items for this Jace, and the Shock Blasts do hurt, as Lucid is going to look to run away.
Yeah, who would have thought that aiming has the most gold in the game, by the way?
Yeah, no, I mean...
It's crazy.
Hard to know, hard to guess, hard to predict.
Never would have thought. It's all right, Nongshim in position. There is a ward here that hasn't been swept out.
Lehens can kind of block the entry here of Lucid.
Yeah,
not if he misses.
Oh, it tags Lehens as well. There could be a delivery as there's a subjugation. The prison goes down, and that is the secure of the Otacon, but immediately the jungler does go down. Showmaker goes in, but the Dark Binding was so good! Into the backline goes Beryl, though the quickness charms up 3. The Empress Divide does absolutely nothing, but Kingin does everything! And almost survives for so incredibly long. Nongshim going to win the fight and get the Otacon.
The first miss was really scary. Miss Lucid on that binding, and I was like, well, this is just going to be a 50-50, isn't it, Atlas? But the second hit is massive there for Lehens and helps his team win the fight despite Calix's shenanigans.
Yeah.
All right, so look, they win the fight here. It's in trade, though, as he barely gets charmed before the Black Shield comes back up. This binding on the Showmaker
binding, man,
might be game-winning as Beryl comes in here and looks to turn this Calix. I mean, aiming ulted.
You didn't need to do it to him.
Aiming ulted, so that was what happened there. Yeah, that's the reason.
Right.
So anyway, aiming ults and dies, and they win the fight, and now they're in control.
Yeah, and Lucid is not. He is relatively tanky, but doesn't have Subjugate, and as soon as he doesn't have Subjugate, things are problematic. And him respawning and then immediately dying, trying to look for a wolf camp that he has no control over, might even put them further
I would like
behind.
to see some dragon focus here for Nongshim, though. They killed the jungler. They're taking red buff, but there is a Hextech dragon available.
Yeah, there's also a Baron spawning in 2 seconds. There's 18 seconds left on Lucid.
All right, well, I mean, there's no jungler, and D+ have to go through all this vision. They have no vision of the Baron, so this ends up being the correct call.
Yeah, this Baron is basically just gone. They get the information, but Beryl, nothing he can do about it as Showmaker. He's going to dash in. It's not going to happen as Beryl almost gets that smite off in time.
That was so scary, Atlas, for Nongshim. And for KT fans everywhere, as Beryl switches to smite there, the binding blocks him, but it wasn't timed well enough. But they still get the Baron. They can take that dragon I was asking for now as well.
Yeah, they're just going to look for a little bit of a reset here, utilizing this Baron, get themselves back, and they should be able to, with the vision, almost deny this soul point. It looks like they just don't really care about the dragon, as they do make the... Oh, of course, Hex Gates means that you're just always back there.
Yeah, you just get back instantly, and with the Baron control they have, they can play this several different ways. They can push out mid easily. You can send Calyx down to that bottom wave and start pushing that out and then just secure the dragon. It's going to take some of your Baron time away for sure. In fact, they're just going to look for a pick here and maybe try to end off of this Baron. This is kind of insane. Like, they just really don't want that dragon, Atlas.
Yeah, they just want a siege. And aiming.
I mean, if they get a pick, they could just potentially end the game.
Oh my god. Was that just a double up? I think it was. Okay, yeah, Gio's doing a bit of damage.
He is big at this point.
Yeah. Trying to get some damage on this turret. Going to be successfully able to do so as well. As, all right, Showmaker finds the charm! He dashes in, Kingan's able to get himself out though, and Beryl just explodes! He disappears in the blink of an eye, now Calyx is rotating over! They've got another Dark Binding, that's going to connect onto Lucid, he goes down! And Nongshim, they're going to make DK work for it! They're looking to take this game right here, right now!
Oh man, Beryl feeling the pressure here. No longer able to just go straight to Legend. They're going to have to win the next game and beat KT in a potential tiebreaker.
And there he is, that's what he was looking for on the top side of the map, Wolf. Calyx finds the sweep, and the Nexus goes down. The Noodle Boys staying in the series, and if DK, even if they win the next game, we are guaranteed that tiebreaker. They have side selection, but the Noodle Boys can just say, no, you're not in our Legend group.
Tiebreaker is best case scenario now for D+. And Nongshim, they were like, no dragon, I'm going Baron. No dragon, I'm going for a play.
I'm
and
waiting.
That siege gets them the win. They just end up getting that initial pick on the barrel, and that's game.
Yeah, it's beautifully done. I'm waiting for all of the Nongshim fans in the audience, by the way, to just unzip their Nongshim jackets, and it's a KT jersey underneath. I need everyone to do it because we know you're in here. We know you're here. There's KT fans a lot hinging on this, but now at least they're guaranteed to be able to play for their lives on Wednesday.
Oh man, what a game that was. It looked like D+ had so much control. They were getting the early objectives. They lost a lot of turrets, but the fights looked like they were going to go well for them. Aiming was incredibly fed, but look at his damage. He's not able to make it impactful in team fights. So many big bindings from Lehens, and I didn't trust the Morgana pick, I'll be honest with you, Atlas, and especially after the other game, I was like, this just isn't going to work, but one critical binding on Showmaker might have been the moment that won them this entire game. It might be what denies D+ from the Legend group.
That one, it was so beautiful to watch. Lehens always cooking, and you know what the best thing about Morgana is? She even has a cooking skin. Oh god, the cookie skin from a million years ago, absolutely fantastic one. But it is now time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the deciding game between Nongshim and D+.
미드마저 동시에 가. 실드 8초, 실드 8초, 실드 8초.
야, 괜찮아. 볼만해. 괜찮아.
트런들.
트런들. 야, 안개만 잡아. 트런들 봐줘. 아리 도플. 오케이.
맞게.
맞아.
실드 줬어. 야, 슬로.
나. 미드. 잡았어. 미드.
나갔다. 나이스. 한판 날아자.
맞아. 내가 좀 실수했네.
가비. 아, 카이사 죽길래?
노플이긴 할 듯.
아니, 그냥 다음 배달해줄게. 이리 와봐.
오케이.
배달해줄게.
배달해줘.
나와. 아, 빨리 끝내. 끝내. 아, 네!
정빈아, 형이 대인 죽었어.
오늘 알을 깨다 못해 상대방을
부셨습니다.
예.
에 배치하자니 이니시를 해야 되는데 두면은 뭔가 조합의 그 색깔이 옅어지는 거고요.
예.
그런 부분에서 지금 BNK가 인원 배치에 되게 어려움을 겪고 있어요.
치열한 전투 1대2. 오, 이겨낼 수 있어요? 버틸 수 있어요?
아니
한 명을 잡아요? 잡아냅니다! 아! 그리고 생존 뒤로!
웃으면서 죽었어요.
해냈거든요.
네, 내가 굴 챔피언이다.
Come on, get him! There he is.
Hey.
He's like, I'm fit. I only wanted to kill your brother.
이 없긴 한데.
이걸 걸렸어요?
무빙이 트리블. 잠깐.
아니 이걸 빙각이야. 아니. 에이밍요. 아니 하려면 들고 있는 거이들이 잡으라. 에이밍 하이프. 한 번 더. 잠시만요. 고마워요 독거비군. 독거비가 물어떴습니다. 야생의 독거비.
오늘은 자연의 힘도 오케이 불현듯으로 다가가주네요.
대자연의 기운. 이게 대기하고 있는 초토. 이러면 어떡해요?
요리 꿀 봐라.
카메라 보고 편하게 말씀해 주시면 되는데
네.
그 친해지는 과정에서
네.
루안이 형, 주현이 형 최근에 좀 그랬던 에피소드가 있나요? 루안이 형의 장난을 받아주는 좀 수량 가나 모건 선수가
네. 네, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
습관에 대한 건데요. 혹시 짐작가는 게 있으신가요?
언제 습관이요?
인터뷰할 때 습관.
인터뷰할 때 습관이요? 아니 저는 잘 모르긴 하는데.
입으로 이렇게 소리 내시더라고요.
네.
느끼셨어요?
이게 제 그냥 평상시 말할 때도 살짝 습관 같은 거라 제가 입술이 좀 자주 말라가지고 주변 지인들은 모르는데 제가 이제 한 번씩 개인 방송 같은 걸 하면 이제 팬분들이 한 번씩 그런다고 알려주시긴 하더라고요. 뭔가 딱히 좋은 습관은 아닌 것 같은데 이게 고칠 수 있으면 잘 고쳐봐야 되지 않을까 싶습니다.
Welcome back, everyone. But I don't think you should be surprised. This was all
We
going
all knew.
according to plan.
Come on.
We knew what the script was. Dominant game 1, heartbreaking game 2, into whatever happens in game number 3. Digon here alongside Ox and Chronicler. And yes, it was a battle back by the Noodle Boys, who now are standing in the way of the potential tiebreaker, or KT just walking right on in.
We're all hoping for the tiebreaker. That's the best timeline, right? You know, because we all sort of talked at the start of the day how cool it was, how every match, like the last match of the regular season matters. The even cooler timeline is the last match even after the end. It's like we go further beyond. So I'm hoping for that, and it means we do get the showdown between the two teams fighting between the Legend and the Rise group. But Nongshim, despite the fact their place is already secured, still fighting to keep KT's hopes alive in this one.
Yeah, Lance is a very committed wingman, you know, he just wants to get his buddy BDD into that group. Now, was it actually him that did good work in this game? I would say no. I know he got the catch at the end of the game, but that was a bit of a team effort. But what is important is that, as Digon highlighted, it follows the same patterns we have seen again and again. And really, the moment that DK was looking good in mid-game, you knew. We all knew that at least the third game was coming, right? It was just too obvious.
Yeah. Time for the draft highlight, because there's one name that jumps above the rest.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you. They may win this game, but I'm going to lie to you. While this game was going on, I was trash talking this pick endlessly.
No.
That's what this whole segment was going to be about.
No, I want to be, you know, you guys will joke sometimes about Ox, and I know why. It's because he wants Peter to make it. But I'm telling you, this man went on a 5-minute tirade about the auto range of Morgana isn't enough. And look at the cooldown level 1. And she can't do anything. This champion is garbage. And it's, again, because he really wants Peter to make it into the Legend.
But I just think, like, you know, you have MF into Kai'Sa. And they were losing prio level 1 is MF Morgana into Kai'Sa Rakan, because Morgana is just, you know, your cooldowns are very long early, even into engaged champions, which you're supposed to counter. You lose pressure because your cooldowns are so long, and Rakan could just walk up and auto you, and you lose those trades. And it took a long time for really that value to come in. A lot of team fights, you're not really doing enough. And Lahens did just kind of clutch it with the bindings, but I really thought that they'd kind of fumbled on this pick. And there's a reason, right? We haven't seen Morgana for a long time, despite the fact engaged supports have been meta for so long. I just think the pick doesn't offer enough pressure in lane. And if your Black Shield is down, there's such a large window to be punished. And even sometimes, we saw the Black Shield in fights get burned either by like Ahri or Kai'Sa, their damage, and then CC was still able to follow.
Barely get burned, and Gio would still die.
Yeah, so...
It would, the Morgana wasn't great, but the team fighting from Nongshim was still there.
You say the Morgana wasn't great. It was a big reason why they won the fight later, you know? So
yeah,
apparently it's not Morgana, it's just Lahens.
Chat, get the tisks out. Get the tisks out and Ox Sausage as we take a look at highlight. The one moment where the champ that we're talking about wins the game. You know, it's even crazy because D+ had the meme score 7-1. They were up 7-1, unwinnable.
But it is important to note that they were not that far behind in gold, which I think is a really big deal, right? Like, even right now, this feels like a little bit of a Hail Mary. I think the Dragons have a lot to do with it. But Nongshim clearly is still in a relatively even position in this game. And I think that if this is executed correctly, they get Otacon here, and then they should get wiped. Because again, Otacon makes you insanely squishy. DK has the team fighting power. But unfortunately, for any Showmaker fan out there, avert your eyes.
Oh no!
Now, this is an Ahri with 3 dashes that could have gone through the terrain and corralled them in. You have the mobility. You have so much ability. That's a Season 1 champion, by the way. It's a Season 1 champion. You can't dash into the...
By the way, I do want to mention, Rakan went in and charmed 3 people before the Black Shield came out. So in my defense, the binding was great. Rakan still got a lot of value, right? You know, Morgana still... The binding was great, but I still don't think Morgana is that pick. But yeah, I think Showmaker kind of dropping the ball there. And as soon as you lose that momentum for the Ahri, you lose so much in the fight. They then get the Baron as well on top of that Otacon. And it just... This was such a winnable game for D+.
And that's when we knew, right? That's when everyone knew, all the DK fans that were there from the beginning. And I think even the KT fans who, let's be real, if you're a KT fan, you're at least moderately addicted to adrenaline and agony. And this game really supplied that. And you know who wasn't in agony?
피터랑 리엔즈는 다르긴 해. 야!
Just can't be mad. You can't be, even if you're a DK fan. You know, I'm one of the biggest DK fans out there. Doesn't matter. Peter being that happy, that's good for the heart.
That's right. KT Peter turning into Nongshim Peter, saying Lehens is just different. His Morgana's different. He's just different.
He's built different.
Built different. But you know what's not different? The script that we need to follow. It is yet another Game 3 for D+. This time stakes on the line. Will they force the tiebreaker against KT, which will happen on Wednesday, or will they be relegated to the Rise group and KT escape the Rise group into the Legend group? Let's find out with game number 3, D+ versus Nongshim.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Digon, for hosting that beautiful space, and Orcs just molding about Morgana the entire time, even though she won. It's okay, Orcs. It's fearless. Morgana cannot hurt you anymore. As DK move over to the blue side, and now our bias is going to show.
I mean, I got to be honest with you, Atlas. I feel like I win either way, because for me, I predicted Nongshim to win this series. I didn't think D+ was going to go through. I had my whole tirades. But if they do win, then we get a tiebreaker, and I love tiebreakers.
Yeah.
I think tiebreakers are hype. So
it's either a win in the Preds, or it is a win in our hearts.
Yeah.
And my Preds as well.
I'm very much looking forward to this final game as we see the Camille get banned. This is a kind of a special, right, with the Galio, Camille, Shen that we've seen Nongshim run in the past. That's why you see that ban come through.
I think it's kind of cute, actually, yeah. So a bit of extra flexibility in the bans. Oh no. Oh no, Showmaker still looks excited. He still looks happy. He looks unbothered by the fact that that Dark Binding ruined his entire day and his early night home. As the Yone going to be taken away here. One final ban for Nongshim.
And now he has to play this game, and then he has to play another series against KT.
Is Shiu going to have... Oh, okay. It's not going to be the first pick Sion. That's what I was about to ask. That would have been very scary.
It's not going to be the first pick Ornn either.
Yeah.
That one was played in game 1.
Sion's a really intelligent ban. With Trundle being picked in the last game.
It's just Victor, right? Showmaker's saying something else. But we have seen almost every time in this scenario, first pick Victor on blue side. The Pantheon's still up.
Oh, that is a big deal, actually, for Lucid. Being able to get a very strong jungler on this patch. Remember, there's no Xin, no Wukong, and no Trundle or Sejuani. So it's likely Gideon heads towards something like Skarner is kind of the only thing left, unless he wants to play the Nidalee, which is going to be locked in here. Kingen has played it before, but it's looking like this is going to be the jungle variety.
Alex saying, we got an AP jungler. I'm happy to play AD. Looking for the Corki pick here. Relatively safe pick, and has a really strong 2-item spike. Low win rate. It's been Chovy who's found success with this pick more than anyone else.
And BDD. BDD has also looked really good on this Corki. I think debuting it here for this season at least. I could be wrong there.
I actually think when I'm inspired by watching Chovy and BDD play it, I feel like it's a good pick, but it is very hard in this meta to find success with it. As a Lucian pick here, maybe they push that Lucian Braum a little bit higher this time around.
Oh my goodness, okay. Braum just going to be picked here.
I think they'll probably get both.
Yeah.
And this means that Showmaker has something planned for the mid lane as well. Something a little bit unusual potentially here into this Corki. Remember we used to see Corki into Syndra. You had to buy the early Hex Drinker, the old days. Now I'd love to see Showmaker put it all on the line and call her back out.
The thing that I really like about this is oftentimes we see top side of the map locked in for blue side at this rotation, right?
Yeah.
As the Elise is going to be the consideration here. Alistair is, of course, very, very strong, so they're going to take that one instead.
I like this.
However, what this meant was that Nongshim couldn't pick an answering top lane.
Yeah.
And so now you get a bunch of top lane bans. Things are a bit insane. Shiu's champion pool is going to get challenged. So is Showmaker's in theory.
I do think...
But I think Showmaker's happy about that.
I do think that it's... For the side of Nongshim, you want to take away anything that can side lane well, has great wave clear, great pushing power, because the Pantheon is going to pair incredibly well with that, and Nidalee is not great at ganking. She's not great at locking people down. She doesn't have CC really to gank and stop a split pusher when you already have the Pantheon there that you're never going to be able to match in terms of dealing with the side. So Ryze makes a ton of sense here. Yorick would be another pick I'd be thinking about if it wasn't already Fearless banned. Here in this one, Gwen is taken away as well. So I'm curious what their final ban is going to be here. What they think is the best. It's Jax. Okay, that makes sense too.
Yeah.
Because Camille's already banned as well, so like I don't think Shiu's going to be locking a Fiora here, so you kind of have your bases covered right now in terms of the top tier side laning champs in this meta.
And Ziggs is going to be taken away. It's actually a really cute one because, of course, there is already AD represented in the mid lane. The Ziggs would fit if they went AD on the top side of the map. I'm expecting Giu to lock something in here.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be a bot lane Corki. And then you could save counterpick for Kingen.
Oh, man. Oh, man. They could actually...
You could hold the flex of the Corki, but
You could also hold the flex of the Nidalee.
Technically speaking.
As they're not. It's going to be Renekton.
Wow.
And they just decide that they want to play Nidalee Renekton, put as much pressure onto Shiu as possible, but now it's face up. He has the ability to answer. The question is there anything that he can pick into this to save him?
This is where his champ pool gets tested. Will he play the Gnar into this? Is that going to be his game plan? Is he going to look for, something like a Kennen into this?
Is it Aatrox or something like that instead? Yeah. Gnar is, it's good for the lane. If you're ever caught with a Ruthless Predator as Mini Gnar, you are dead. If the Nidalee's around.
Showmaker kind of tipping his hand here a little bit with that Orianna hover. Looks like that's probably what we're going to see, but he's laughing. Maybe it's Syndra? I think Syndra kind of okay in this comp.
Could work out.
There's not a ton of great ways to punish her on the side of Nongshim thus far in this one.
If you're going to go out, you want to go out swinging. So
this works.
Maybe it's Annie. Yeah. Oh, Neela insta-lock. Okay, Giu. Okay, mate. His signature pick. He's waited until the very last game of the season to lock it in. Neela Alistar.
Okay, well, this is going to be crazy. Remember, Neela is going to help Alistar get to that critical level 6 a little bit faster with her passive, and Alistar hitting level 6, fighting around that really strong topside Renekton Nidalee that you have. If you can get just a little bit of power early in this draft, or rather in this game with this draft, then you can hit that 2-item spike on Corki and start to run the game and just never let go of control. On the side of D+, though, they have Annie, which can warp all of these fights, mess up every single combo you're trying to set up, but Neela is so mobile. Like, of the 80 carries that you're going to hit a stun on with Annie, she's not really at the top of the list. She's going to be going in after that and looking for the re-engage. So I really like what Nongshim have put together here, especially when we consider that this is one of those Geo picks. I mentioned it in game 2. Like, he could just slam it down. Yeah, he's super confident in these types of games. And he's found a ton of success. It's like him and Guma really are the two main players who play this.
Yeah, Peter representing for KT, who of course have a lot of stakes in this game. Now they're out of the woods. They get to at least fight for their position in the LCK, but Nongshim, they might be able to just say, oh no, welcome KT. You can just come in right now. Because, of course, the tiebreaker hinges on whether DK can win right here, right now, into Giu's Neela. Oh, my God. Cinema, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift, and Showmaker already charging up that stun.
And with this win for Nongshim, they have locked 4th place. So regardless of the outcome here...
Oh, I forgot. Annie's stun is automatically charged.
Yes, at level 1.
You don't need to stand in the fountain and press W anymore.
No,
I was like, how does he have Q? And then my brain realized that it's 2025.
Yeah,
it's not 2011.
It's a good change they made.
Sometimes I have old man brain.
It's
Sorry,
okay.
everyone.
That was me in StarCraft. I'd be watching a somewhat washed Gaspa player who hasn't played StarCraft 2 that much, and I'm like, yo, but he was really good back in 2008. You guys have to trust me. I know that was 6 years ago, but and he's played StarCraft 2 for like 1 year, but listen.
Yeah. And also he's playing StarCraft 1, and we're talking about StarCraft 2 right now. Where are the Dragoons?
Brendan Valdez knows I'm talking about KT roster action right now. Anyway,
We're often talking about KT roster action, though, Wolf. In fact, we have been all today, and they're not even playing. So it's kind of perfect that you bring it up now.
Well, this level 1 here going to be pretty good for Beryl and aiming, but Gio with his passive is going to be helping Lehens get to level 6 as fast as possible. We'll see how lane swaps do eventuate in this game because we haven't really seen Neela since that became the new meta.
Yep.
May mess with her ability to hit those spikes the way she would like to. She has a lot of dashes, and her ultimate is a big AoE pull. So
her ultimate is kind of Diana's ultimate.
Yeah, like
another
kind of
champion
Oriana's
that
ultimate also, yeah.
Which is kind of interesting. We'll see whether it goes the same way. If it does, it's bad news for Noodles. As okay, Lehens goes in, goes back out.
Just trying to get what gold they can at this early level, where it's very difficult for them. And now hit level 2. Kingen generating a lead into Gnar, not as easy as a lot of other melee matchups, but he still should be pretty fine. And he knows he's got that Nidalee backup, and there's a lot of power. So keep your eyes on Shia where he is, potentially dive setups there as well.
Now, Wolf,
yeah.
So we got really excited about the Neela when it was locked in. It's like, it's Shiu, it's his signature pick, it's awesome and stuff. It looks really horrible to play right now.
Yeah, it's not great at the first few levels into the Lucian. Don't have all your dashes just yet, don't have any items, and you are just going to kind of get zoned, especially because the Braum means that if you try to go for an extended trade, you're not going to win that. You're just going to get outspaced, and if you get stunned by the concussive blows, you're going to die. He did take cleanse, but it means he doesn't have barrier for additional combat prowess.
Yeah,
it gets easier and easier as he starts to stack up some experience. As you can see, they already have an experience lead. You guys can see that below their levels, that purple bar, starting to pull ahead. And that will eventually, hopefully for them, get them level 6 for the first big group up team fight.
Yeah, and actually, immediately after I said it, everything's actually looking fine. You've also got Gideon coming down, seeing whether he can find a bit of a gank angle, as aiming, going to collect an auto attack, run away, and Beryl also just backhands that trap to say, no traps in my lane.
Yeah, Gideon just runs over here and tosses a dime.
Yeah. As Lehens finds Pulverize here. You're going to take a bit of damage back, but otherwise is okay. The sustain of the Neela is actually looking like it's working really effectively here towards the bottom side.
Yeah. No pots consumed just yet. As, you know, this matchup, we've been watching it a lot here. This is going to be a Pantheon on Fusion.
Yeah.
We'll clear that up with the Scryers. I was watching it just because it's so rare. It's such a niche matchup, but the experience lead is starting to be felt here. They both have incredibly strong level 6s.
Oh, there's a headbutt back onto aiming. He does get exhausted, but look at Beryl with the door. He's going to flash to get himself out of the way, and that's a lot of summoner spells. But still, they do keep themselves alive. There's at least that.
Yeah, that's 3, 4, 1.5 basically on display. Gideon stayed around there, and there wasn't any vision of him as aiming and Beryl go a little bit too far forward into the Alistar combo, and it will end up getting those summoners there away from Beryl. Still a small lead here for the side of aiming regardless. See if any follow-up ganks happen to end up solidifying that advantage. Because right now you feel like, okay, all they did was survive. They lost all their sums, but he's still chilling. Like, he stayed here. Missing some CS, sadly. That's not the Gold King I know. But anyways, still feeling pretty good about how that eventuated for the moment. As Gio and Lehens are heading towards the top side of the map. Grubs in 2.5 minutes, but surrendering Drake for now.
Yeah, and you've also got that late back coming through from aiming as he does get that crash. Teleport comes in from Shiu as well as a bit of a battle for these Raptors. Hex flash over the wall for Lehens. Not too much going to come of it as in the mid lane, however, wasn't concentrating on that. There's a bear.
Yeah, level 6 advantage for Showmaker coming in big. I wasn't actually watching that either until I suddenly saw Calyx at 1/3 health. And he did not like what Tibbers was doing to him there. As both of them, of course, have already used their teleports for the first backs. And we're looking at the experience timer here because Alistar known to have a very strong level 6 ultimate. Uh-oh, that's a stun.
That's stun. And that's an angry Tibbers who does, move out of the way. The turret is a little bit too aggressive. Pulverize is going to connect once again onto Beryl. He stands beside aiming though. And oh, there's the solo kill for Showmaker!
Oh, that's
How
big.
did we need to go back to that? It's just a random pyroblast flying through the air. Thanks, Jonas Strong, for catching it.
Flash Q, trade of flashes, but that's going to connect regardless. It's still going to travel.
Yeah.
Now they need to get something up here on this top side. Gio is so close to level 6. He's so incredibly close. It's like just a minion away. There it is. Now they could look to potentially look for something here, but it's literally, you know, I feel like with another jungler, maybe you could actually try to dive this with this wave, but it's not going to happen. They're not going to get anything cross after Showmaker gets the kill. I'm sure we'll be taking a closer look at that in a replay here during these recalls. As, let's see, Calyx gets low. Showmaker gets the stun here. Tibbers goes through. We already saw this part. Valkyrie's away.
And then he gets the auto, but he sticks around.
And Showmaker just flash Q. Any late flashes. That's not it.
That's called a whoopsie. That's an unforced error.
I think maybe some of the nerves of the pressure of the series coming through.
Here's a young player. Here's good old Calyx. A good young Calyx, I guess. So just use the wrong words. Sometimes that happens. I've been using a lot of them here today. I'm bound to mess up. As all right, we are setting up a trap. Jiu comes in. He's got that apotheosis at the ready. He is going to use it. Finds the pullback onto aiming. And he's just throwing that whip around. He'll take down the Lucian. And look to push that wave in. Nice answer here from Nongshim. Would have been better if Calyx had lived.
Yeah, still pretty nice position for them. They're on the top side of the map. Grub spawning.
Looking for some revenge now. He'll not get it as Tibbers is very angry. Still, Calyx gets over the wall. Gideon diving in as it's battle Showmaker right now. As Lucid, man, a spear kind of hurts. Calyx going to have to go back once again. Does get a Primal Surge. Going to keep that health bar a little bit further up as Lucid thankfully doesn't walk in to Lehens and Jiu. Holding on to the headbutt for now is Lehens, and now they dive onto Jiu here. The instant exhaust comes through, two-man pulverize from Lehens as Beryl puts up the door. Lucid's still going to die though, as once again Calyx so low, but this time Showmaker can't finish him off, and it is just a dead Pantheon.
Yeah, that was a pretty wild fight there that eventuates and breaks out, but lots of things going right for Nongshim, and end up getting the pick on Lucid. It was the initial engager there. Yeah. Flash as well. So big wins here. It looked initially at the very beginning of things right with Calyx eating a ton of his health bar that Nongshim were just not going to be able to fight anything. But ending up being an overreactive play from Lucid that gives Nongshim all of the grubs here. To go all the way back to this, level 6 is here for Jiu. But Lehens is also going to hit level 6 on the play. There's the pull-in. And that's just as easy as it is. Hide in the bush. Yeah. Apotheosis. And so the timing we were talking so much about is, yeah, this is a little bit weird how this one goes, because Jiu has cleanse, so he doesn't really care, and then Lucid has to put up a shield early, then Lehens just follows, and there's just so many dashes on this champion. Like, you cannot get away. It's Ambessa, but 80 carry version.
Yeah. And Lehens is also just finding two-man pulls absolutely everywhere. A little bit greedy from aiming to just walk right up next to his teammate there as Lucid was making his way back, because this cow is just getting value all over the map. He's 100% kill contribution, 101 now on the Alistar. Very far ahead of Beryl, at least for now. Also has his Merc Treads done.
There's just, you know, there's only one real strong angle here for D+ right now, and it's the Annie. And he had great laning, and still is going to be very impactful in upcoming skirmishes with a CC. But, you know, it's not exactly the game plan here for D+ to have a fed Annie. You're hoping maybe the Lucian can translate some of those early laning leads into something, or perhaps your Gnar is able to get some gank pressure there with Lucid, and maybe his ultimate pushes the Renekton behind, and you feel good about that. But this Corki is still on his way to 2-item spike here, and everything else is looking great for Nongshim right now.
Yep, the fact that the Corki is behind is certainly fantastic.
It's relevant.
Like, they need that in this game, because of course if he starts to run away with it, he's the only champion that truly outranges Showmaker outside of Gideon, who just wants to throw some spears around. And so the Annie can be a huge problem in this game. As Showmaker, Molten Shield, it's a bit of extra movement speed. As now, Jiu is thinking about going for the angle. Headbutt going to get flashed there by Showmaker. Trading it for Lahenz's though, and flash down on Annie. We've said it a billion times over the years. Very, very important, as Lahenz is not giving up.
Yeah, with no flash on Annie, just to remind those who aren't aware, her engage range is severely reduced, so you feel a lot safer when that is the case. And also a plate went over to Calyx throughout all of that over there on the top side. Just finding himself a little bit less down on gold now. That's what his Merc Treads picked up. And he's looking for his 2-item spike, as he always is, but I'm worried about like how this mid game goes for D+ when they don't have a really strong side lane threat, because all of those were taken away, right? The Jax was banned away. They didn't have a way to play through this Pantheon hyper aggressively. And sure, Gnar can be somewhat of a side lane threat, and we've seen that in the past. We've even seen like Hullbreaker Gnar from players like Zeus. I just don't know if this is really the comp where you can afford to build that way. He is winning the lane for now.
He's playing exceptionally well, and I think Gnar can certainly be that. We haven't seen it, like you say, because Gnar is very flexible, can be played a lot of different ways. Went for the interruption on the return boomerang. That's a difficult one to make work. Almost hits, doesn't quite. As Ju getting tagged here by Aiming, who does have that first item. Essence Reaver is now done. Bloodthirst is there for Gio as well, so he's going to be very tanky. We know Gio. Okay, Beryl. Well, Headbutt Pulp is going to come through. The answering culling is going to be very frustrating here for Nongshim. Does a fair bit of damage, so Beryl is going to be able to make his way out.
Yeah, doesn't have to flash or anything like that. Although if he keeps trying to fight for this ward, he might.
Yeah, exactly.
I was starting to get a little bit concerned there.
They do have a person less than their opposition right now, although Grand Starfall is available. And all right, Gio battling against King in. Nara's on cooldown, he just used it. Wanted Mini Nar so that he continue to be frustrating like this, as we can see.
He's just gonna have to leave here.
He has a Tiamat as well, it's actually kind of cute.
I am like, the fact that Lucid hasn't really made any sort of play with his ultimate this game, when there's been a lot of power points here in the solo lanes, feels like a bit of a missed opportunity. Just so scared of the power of this Alistar Dila, and it's kind of just been hanging around the middle parts of the jungle and hasn't really looked for any sort of aggressive play, but I think that's one of the huge power points you got in this draft, and picking this Pantheon early that they just have not yet been able to utilize.
Yeah, not quite working. Now next Drake is going to be a Chemtech. So Cloud into Chemtech means that we're going to get another interesting soul. We'll see whether it is going to be something like an Ocean that we have already had today. Is okay, Lahenz going to be charging up the flash, but the concussive blows are going to come through. Stand beside Braum as there's the Apotheosis gets splashed this time around, and the Winter's Bite. They really wanted to land that one. Stun goes down onto Lahenz. The exhaust onto Lucid. He's going to buy some space, and the spear picks the gap and takes down the cow. DK back on the board, evening out the kills.
Good spear accuracy there from Lucid. Gets him the kill. And unfortunately, even though they found that angle onto Beryl, he is Braum. And you're Neela.
Oh, there's the culling as Ju is against the wall, and just one more bullet would have done it.
Yep, just one more, but he doesn't quite have it. So Ju can thank his lucky stars for that. Doesn't have to flash.
And that's why... Oh, wait, he doesn't have boots. I was about to say that's why you buy boots, but he didn't have boots. Maybe if he bought boots, he wouldn't go down to 1 health in that moment. Maybe that's it.
Maybe that's it. He just doesn't do that much damage yet. Like, the most value out of him is if he hits a squishy target, sure, or if he's able to set somebody up, like Gideon, who unfortunately is here super late, then maybe you can get a kill here. But the ult from Beryl is fantastic, and they turn it instantly. Lahenz is the target, stun comes through, and Lucid says, charged up Q, bam, execute.
Man. 350 right there. And of course, Lahenz was in a really good spot at that point, so gets that bit of extra gold as well. The chunk of change will be able to afford him another Phage. As Showmaker just going to deliver a bit of a stun over the wall there. The change in position of that spell, very, very cute. As Nongshim setting up for the Rift Herald. The location of the next fight, level 11 on both of our top laners. Don't have the Trinity Force done for Shiu just yet.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough fight to win.
Yeah.
Even with positional advantage here. Yeah, I think Nongshim should maybe consider looking for the Dragon instead. It spawns in 15, and they are making a pivot towards the mid lane at least. Gideon hanging around, looking for a Scuttle Steal. And engaging on the Beryl I don't think is probably the play here. Yeah, they're just going to stay around and continue to try to fight for Prio.
Showmaker was thinking about trying to kill Calyx again, but doesn't actually commit to it.
Okay, if they get aiming with an Apotheosis, there's an angle.
No, there's a concussive blows, but he's able to press that W in time still. It's not quite enough as the cleanse comes out. It's not enough. And the Lucian able to take him down. Gideon gets over the wall, but the exhaust is still there, and Shiu has teleported in. Great headbutt from Lehens to try and save Calix. But it's not going to save them from losing so many of these objectives, and the wallet is still going to connect. I said wallet, and it's kind of working here because he had a lot more money than Lehens. That was a really good angle on the Gnar there as well from Shiu. This guy looking so good on this pick.
And I have to go back to the question I was asking before, is why are Nongshim continuing to try to fight for Prio here? There was a scuttle that's D+, is they have a lot of information, they have a lot of vision, and there's only really one game plan in this draft here for Nongshim to fight. And when you're down on numbers like this, and your Renekton is pushing in the bottom lane, looking for the engage there isn't going to work necessarily, and aiming is like, well, let me just hit you a few times while you're thinking about it, as he positioned incredibly well there. And Nongshim, I feel like, really gave D+ a huge in here, and I'm not saying D+ didn't play this well, but I just don't see really the angle here, as there's no Triforce. Your Corki was backing, by the way. Does show up late into this fight, but not until it's already over. Showmaker flashes the wall after setting up the stun to make sure there's no follow-up here whatsoever. Then the Pantheon ult comes through, and D+ are just like, all right, thanks for the freebie, as the Renekton just pushes into a turret in the bottom lane. Probably a little bit confused and sad about what transpired up there on the top side. Great wall up, as you said, to secure that last kill.
The Gnar from the brush, like Lehens didn't even really see it. It was actually very, very cute. As him and Jiu are now slightly out of position, as we can see here, as the concussive blows comes down. No unbreakable will, and they're going to break that will, as you can see there. And DK, they did pick up the Rift Herald. That's going to be slammed into the mid lane here. Let's see whether Shiu can escape from this one. Gideon hopping forward. Speaking of hops, Shiu wants a target to hop onto, and he's not quite going to be... Oh, never mind! Never mind. Okay, never minding.
Never mind.
As I didn't quite see the fact that Leandre's was completed, so the burn is going to be enough. Bye-bye, Shiu. And
Lucid
he is
lives?
in between some turrets he's not allowed to be near.
No. So it's a trade, but I think it's a big trade up for D+. They're able to get that mid-inner in exchange for the outer. Or sorry, the mid-outer in exchange for the top outer. But still, big money. That's a more relevant turret.
And this is going to be feats of strength brought down for DK as they do take this dragon, but they might trade it for an inner turret. This is something that between games 1 and 2, Nongshim really did fix, though, and that was cross-mapping when they miss out on things, right?
Yeah,
and so this inner turret going down will give them a lot of money.
It's just like game 2 where, you can at least keep things a little bit relevant, because in game 1 they gave all the objectives and got nothing for it. In game 2 they gave a significant amount of objectives but got a lot for it, and at least this time heavily committing to take down that turret. And the mid turret was more valuable, but now when you add that the inner and top lane, definitely adds up here. You're tanky, but not that tanky on the Alistar, and a bit of misfortune there for Lehens as Shiu.
Just trading really well. But this is the replay, of course, so we know,
what
it
happens at the end.
doesn't necessarily end well.
Just wanted to utilize his Mega Gnar as well as possible. This ends up getting really close, but like you said, the Leandres is going to be enough, despite Shiu nearly outplaying it here with the hop coming just in time, but he burns anyway.
If he had if the minion wave was a little bit closer and he was able to avoid pounce damage, maybe it's going to be okay. It's never mind. It's another inner turret that's just going to be taken. But there's a huge stack of people here towards the bottom lane.
I mean, if they can get this inhibitor early, I don't know if that's even necessarily good, but they are looking to lose 2 inners for this, and I think Nongshim are kind of priced into it now.
Well, Beryl and Showmaker are here as well, and with 5 people in the bottom lane, I don't think the Annie and Braum are going to be enough to defend this. So Inhibitor does go down.
Nongshim are changing the meta, man. They're like, let's just kill the Nexus.
All right. Well, that might actually work. There's no wave clear. So there's the ulti out of Beryl, as now the Grand Starfall comes in, and maybe they've overextended. Never mind, the Tibbers not going to find the stuns that they're looking for. Tibbers does come back. Beryl gives them the door, stands beside his teammates, and now the culling. Gonna get tanked by one animal after another, and the stun up onto Kingin. No Dominus for you, and now they're hunting down Lehens at the same time. A huge teleport for a Showmaker is coming in at the same time. He's looking to block them off, as Calix, they are just looking for this Hex Tech. Oh no. Jiu, he's going to die because of this one, as he finds the Pyroblast, and now Showmaker wanting to find even more. We can see Gideon and Calix are out of there. But DK, remember, their base is in complete shambles.
Now, their base is in shambles, but I just don't think it's worth it. The Nexus turrets are still up, and those are less relevant to kill in these days anyways. I think Nongshim just decided, because Beryl is there and Showmaker is here, like they can't actually back to defend, so they have to all in to force the teleport here, force the ultimate out of the Pantheon. And frankly, I feel like if Lucid teleported a little bit more aggressively to try to cut them off, this could have just been a massacre. Beryl ends up taking a lot of damage here, aiming's on the chase, and then Showmaker eventually does get that deep TP to cut them off and get Jiwoo, but this just wasn't worth it. It's so much kill gold over to D+, who already have objective leads, and we're able to trade up in turrets. And, I mean, you got an inhibitor, but it's not necessarily that relevant right now.
Why, Beryl? Okay, he's over.
If there was a strong side lane champion like a Jax, you know, if you're a Camille, maybe you could say this is worth.
Well, maybe this is worth as well. So, okay, Lucid is taking so much damage. Great knockup, though, from Beryl as Lahens is going to get taken down, and Kingen is going to get cold. It's a double kill for Aiming, who's now looking for even more. Gio going to have to flash to get away, and Showmaker, he is looming. He doesn't have flash, as the house is going to miss. And so is everything else. Oh, that house does actually connect, but Gio able to walk it off as Tibbers just scouting the area.
All right, that's going to be the Otacon in a bit of a roundabout, scary way. Things looked really rough there for D+ after the initial exchange until Beryl's ultimate came through, and they do end up winning out. As this is a curious TP from Calyx.
Okay, Calyx. Well, he's there now. Okay?
He's like, okay, exit kills.
If he had package.
Exit kills.
Oh, I believe he was just spotted. Okay, well, Phosphorus Bomb going to give away his position. Gio and Gideon moving in. We've got backs coming on through. And Beryl going to get engaged on and should be going down. There's the kill going over to Gideon. And the rest of DK trying to fight this one out. Gideon goes golden in the nick of time, but then Meganar's going to be there as well. The trade comes through, the pulverize. And I don't think DK needed to all stick around, but they did. They did get a kill on a Gideon, but they lose 3.
It was a tough decision. Do you just let the split backs happen and let a few people die, or do you try to stay together and fight? And you have to consider also that push in the bottom lane that Showmaker was dealing with. We go all the way back to this moment here where it looked like, oh, okay, this might have been an overextension for Lucid, but he's able to survive in thanks to Beryl's big ultimate here that pushes them away, and they're able to chase down and find an additional kill. I look at this situation and I'm like, okay, we went a little bit deep for this, we went a lot deep for this, but it's totally worth in the end if you can get the Otacon and get away. But it took so long that they have this really funky situation where there's a flanking Corki that's seen, and now you have to stick and fight, you know? You have to try to force your way into this one. They end up losing these members. It takes a long time. We got to go to live because there's a big fight on this dragon.
Yeah, down to 3,000 health. Lucid in the area. Headbutt pole. They're going to try and take him down. Beryl puts up the door, though. That's going to deny a lot as Showmaker gets the bear over the wall. King now Dominus into the backline. Gets a huge shield from the Sterix, and the Apotheosis connects as well. Gio will eventually go down as Kingen. His job is now over as he has no health left, and they didn't have enough damage to take them down. Gio gonna look for another house. Houses are really big. How do all of these miss? But still, he's gonna be able to lock down the kill. And Calyx is just vacated. Yeah, he wants to head to this bottom lane where maybe he could just threaten to end the game.
Yeah, he wants to have that threat there, force some backs. So this is gonna be Shiu who backs to answer so they could defend their own inhibitor here in mid. Because if he doesn't go down here and put that pressure on, then D+ should be able to just get an inhibitor of their own in mid. The question is now, does he get away? I think he will. I don't know exactly where he is. They just know he's somewhere in the area. The question mark pinging him. Now they'll see him on this board, but he's in a safe spot. Going back all the way back to this fight here, Nongshim trying to turn off the dragon here and look for a big win, but it's a little bit split. Gideon at least is able to secure the dragon. Kingen looking like he has a great angle here, but he's just not quite able to hit the backline targets. And then yes, the knockup comes through from Lahens, but the fight is too broken up.
And it's continuing here, Wolf, as well as the flash forward onto Gideon. He goes golden. A see your death moment as Lucid is going to put a spear in him.
Well, that is no
jungler dead and a Baron now up. What did Gideon mean by this?
Well, since we came in pretty late, I'm not sure if we're ever going to know.
All right, Beryl looking to try and turn this one as well. He's got a big old door and he's not afraid to use it. As this Baron is going down slowly.
There's no unsealed spellbook here for Nongshim.
Oh, look at this Nabar as well. Shiu is ready to start this, but he doesn't have a lot of vision here towards this river. He's getting angry. Calyx is getting in trouble as Kingen, exactly right, is on that flank angle. As Lahens takes the culling. They need to... Oh, they find it! Shiu dives on top, finds an R onto 2. Gio gonna go down. Lahens gonna follow, and Kingen once again dives in just to go down. And There is the Baron play for DK. This third game should equal a tiebreaker between DK and KT. The most beautiful scripted moment here in the LCK is upon us.
It looks like we're gonna get it. It looks like that tiebreaker is coming in hot. D+ able to win the fight, secure the Baron. They haven't been able to blow up the Nexus yet, and of course Nongshim do have those respawns coming through, but that should be enough of an advantage here to really keep this game in their favor. It's only now really that Calyx is starting to get that 2-item spike online to look to team fight, but he's been so far behind this entire game, and the Neela just simply isn't working this far behind. And we don't know how Gideon died or why he was over there, I suppose just clearing vision, but he's punished, and that's the first domino that falls that leads to this really awkward fight and contest for Nongshim that they were never going to win. And the Baron is going to allow them to siege up this base, starting now down with this bottom inner turret. And it's going to take a miracle here. Like the flanking Corki, I don't know if that teleport angle is going to be the one they're looking for. Maybe Kingen could find some sort of angle if he had a ward, but there's nothing.
Yeah, and it's so hard to look at this experience gap, right? Like, Neela has an experience passive and is like 2 levels behind. Lehen's also having to pop that ultimate very early as they take this inhibitor turret. Inhibitor soon to follow. Bottom lane as well is fresh for the taking. Calyx finds a bit of damage with that big one as they deliver Kingen towards the backline. That's kind of where Kingen wants to be. Never mind, he doesn't want to be there. It is a lot of damage available here. Another culling tanked fully by Lehen's, and he will go down. Aiming just destroying his former teammate there towards the bottom side as Chiu's going rogue. The rest of the team are looking for an angle, but Chiu's just dead. This Gnar is doing so much work. Flashes forward, Gideon again, going golden just to die immediately afterwards. And DK keep their hopes alive here in the LCK. It is tiebreaker time, Wednesday this week. Oh, I can't wait. This is exactly what we needed. I don't know whether we deserved it. I don't know whether it's good for our hearts, but it is definitely fun.
You know, when it comes down, when some of the reasons why KT were even in this scenario in the first place are some performances we saw from them week 1 to 3, Paddock in and out, swaps and changes with the roster completely.
Quick Wolf, who's palming?
I mean, I wanted the narrative, I don't want to palm.
You have to palm. You must palm right now.
Oh, it's a tough one.
Oh,
I think I know where I'm going.
Okay, good. I wouldn't have been able to make the decision. Okay, sorry, I completely ruined your train of thought. Can you continue?
When it comes down to, like, part of the reason why KT is here, even though they look really dominant right now, is some weak performances in the early part of the season. That's what round robins are about. That's why you're here, because you got to perform from day 1 until match 90. So KT probably feeling really frustrated with this one, but what I love about this tiebreaker that we have now is that you get to see which team deserves it on the cutoff day. And the cutoff day is now Wednesday for these two teams. It should have been today, but Showmaker is one opportunity, one more series against KT where you could beat them and secure their spot directly. It doesn't get more fair than that to me.
I'm pretty sure, wait, comes Harmony Ducks. Was that a KT fan saying thank you? Because they're not out of the woods just yet.
I didn't see that.
There was at least one game. There was at least one game win from Nongshim, and that is all KT needed to get Fate back into their own hands.
And this series, it just had a little bit of everything. We had the Jiu Neela, it didn't work. We had crazy Lehen's. We had Lehen's fail, Lehen's succeed.
Yep.
And man, this is the kind of series that makes you wish we had 7 teams.
I know.
In Legend, but
the best
can only
thing
be
is
5.
The best thing is, with 6 teams going to Road to MSI, we're still guaranteed a banger. Nongshim looked really good here today, and with the fact that, I mean, they're also in the Legend group, so don't even worry about that one. We have a fantastic top 6, so Road to MSI could not be more awesome.
It is going to be rad. I think Nongshim here, this final game was definitely winnable. There were just some really questionable decisions they made around objectives. This call here,
it was very weird.
They kind of forced themselves into this position where they couldn't just walk away. They had to force those TPs, but this is the moment where D+ really, I mean, they were in control before this, is why this push happened, but this was kind of, to me, solidifying the end of the game, as this was a great play from Barrel. Yeah. Barrel could be, there's definitely some moments for him in this series. You could have voted for Shiu. His Gnar was amazing in the final game. Showmaker, great Annie, generated a massive lead in lane.
His Talia was also good. Is it an aiming POM angle today, though?
I mean, I voted for him. I thought his Lucian was amazing in this game, and he was otherwise probably the most consistent player across all 3 games.
I would agree. I actually think that aiming has had a really good day today.
When I look at some of the choices, some of the mistakes that D+ made throughout this best of 3, what made it so scary for D+ fans, like maybe we're just not going to make it, maybe we're not going to have that tiebreaker. I could never say in almost any scenario that I was upset that it was aiming's fault that the fight went away.
Yeah, exactly.
He is the 80 carry, so he's not necessarily the decision maker, but I thought he was pretty consistent today.
Yeah, in game number 1, it was obviously Lucid. Lucid looked incredible, but I think he kind of ran out of energy moving into the last couple of games and needed the consistency of his boy in the bottom lane to make things happen. As, yeah, aiming just really wanted to make money, and he absolutely made money today. I think he's going to win another Gold King as well.
He very well might.
Especially if they include the tiebreaker in the Gold King stats.
Oh, that's cheating.
Gold. Yeah, but I mean, it's not really, because he just like had the extra day of work.
Nah, tiebreaker is not part of week 9. It's a special game. Match 91, I don't think so. It's special. Tiebreaker match 1.
I don't want to look at this.
Yeah, well, it didn't work. The aiming damage was high, so I feel good about my vote.
Yeah, he did the boom boom. His opponent did not do the boom boom. So he did very well denying the boom boom from the other team and did the boom boom himself. It was a cute idea here for Nongshim. The Nila, when it got locked in, we all had those memories as Lucid is going to pick it up. I feel like the crowd made a lot of different noises as that happened as well, because I imagine a lot of people had a lot of different ideas. Did manage to win in the end on the Pantheon, had some great flash stuns and things like that as well. I think for me, it was all about game 1.
Yeah, I think people just remember game 1. And it was really good in game 1.
Yeah, and honestly, like, that was enough, in my opinion. He was so extraordinarily good. Honestly, like, basically won the game just by himself. So, incredible stuff for Lucid. Well-deserved, and maybe it's some recency bias on our behalf, as we're going to have a look at our next matchup on Wednesday, DK versus KT, 5 p.m. And yeah, it's a best of 3. We do not mess around when it comes to tiebreakers. They're just as important as every other game.
It is pretty sick. We're going to have a full BO3, no BO1, no shenanigans.
No BO1, no BS, just a BO3 for all the marbles.
Best of 3, 2 out of 3 goes to the Legend group.
Yep. Wow. Oh my God. What
a banger end. It just never ends.
We are just so blessed, aren't we? We are just so blessed here at the LCK. We came in today and I was thinking, is it going to be the Ultra Depression timeline? You know, where KT do not get a look in. They are just unceremoniously kicked from the Legend group and we just go in. It's now time for the interview, though, because it didn't happen.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Steer for the POM interview translation, joined by Lucid on the side of D+ Kia. So with the tiebreaker against KT happening, you get to keep the hopes up for Group Legend alive. How do you feel? You know, today's match was so crucial. I think we were able to definitely close it out with a 2-0, but I'm still glad, despite being a bit disappointed, that we couldn't actually close it out. You know, we could really feel the desperation in your gameplay today. So how are you feeling on your way to the venue today? No, my mindset was that, you know, no matter what, we just have to win. There is no other answer. But I think I definitely had some jitters. I was actually really shocked and startled when the enemy just popped out of nowhere at this one point during the match. So I did have a bit of nerves today. In game 1, D+ Kia got some high-tier picks, and in response, the enemy took Senna and Silas to take value for their team comp. So what was your game plan? Yeah, Senna and Silas has a lot. Pretty high value, but I thought that our comp had even higher value than them. So I think it was just really a lot of brawls and a lot of skills, team fighting involved in that game especially. So I think yours and Zhao did a lot today in game 1. So did you feel like you did a lot? And how happy were you with your own performance? I think I was able to carry out my role, but I think I definitely could have done better overall. And so after game 2, what was the feedback? I think for game 2, there were just some of the things that we had to cover in regards to our mistakes and just catching those moments that we can actually utilize to turn the game around. And then we talked about game 3. And in the end, we got a series. So what direction did you take for your draft in the last game? Since we were blue side, I think we were able to take a good champion as our first B1 pick. And I think we were able to really pull that off, and we got a good pick in game 3. And this upcoming Wednesday, June 4th, you will have a tiebreaker for 5th place against KT Rolster. So what do you have to say? We will win no matter what. So if you can support us just as you did today, I would be really grateful. And that's the end of the interview with Lucid, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Yaya, as it is tiebreaker time. D+ were able to close out the series against Nongshim just the way that the script was written.
This is the best timeline. I think we can all agree this is what we want because, you know, the one game that Nongshim got, it allows it to come down to this tiebreaker. It's KT and D+ fighting for their chance to be in a legend group. It comes down to these two teams showing who is best on the day. Comes down to that best of 3. I couldn't ask for more. It's going to be cinema.
After the Nongshim 2-0 to T1, this was together with the other scenario where obviously DRX would have had to beat KT, and then DK could have lost to Nongshim here. There were only 2 scenarios, right, where we actually get the tiebreaker. And the moment that DRX got beaten pretty mercilessly, I'm so happy. I can't wait to see how that series is going to go. I don't think anyone in their right mind will predict a 2-0 either way. Because even if you think, which I think right now, especially after this series, I'd still lean towards KT. You can't, there's no 2-0, no shot.
I think it's possible for D+ to be in any world where there's a 2-0.
Well, no, I'm the same for KT.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they were on the end of the 0-2 to the Bros, but, you know, that's different. A 2-0 win? I don't think so. We'll see. We'll get the match value by both these squads, who were very entertaining. The POM going to Lucid here. I think there were many ways that you could have voted. The cast was saying Wolf going with aiming, and he was one of 2, with John Strong. But it was mostly the Korean cast and the VN cast getting this one over the line for the jungler.
Yeah, I think a split vote makes sense. I think the bot lane, both of them, we are actually both huge Beryl fans. Even in the game that they lost, he was one of the few players really keeping it together. I think Lucid makes sense for the first game, and he did recuperate well in game number 3. And then the Showmaker votes.
That's the bottom row swing.
The bottom row sweep. So we don't really need to talk more about it. Right? I don't know if you have any additional thoughts, Ox. I can see some squinting happening.
I see some thoughts squeezing out of your eyes.
All I'm going to say is the Morgana binding kind of dropped him in my estimation a little bit. But the other game...
They could have won that game.
Yeah.
Still, they could have 2-0.
You know, but... It was a mix of votes, right? You know, it's definitely not the cleanest series, so it's understandable. It's a little bit here and there.
Man, I'm just telling you, the fans are leaving LOL Park right now, and it's just exasperated. Exasperated?
Exasperated. I just can't believe...
in an exasperated way? How do you leave in an exasperated way?
Actually, I would say it's exasperational.
Yeah.
As the barrel that Atlas always talks about, I can't believe if I was next to Atlas and I wouldn't go for a barrel PG, you know what he'd be like? Unbelievable, Chronicler. How can you not? And then the one game where Beryl does deserve a POG, he just ignores him. And I think that's just rough. You know, he's the #1 fan. I also didn't vote for Lucid, so I'm just as bad.
I think that Atlas forgot Beryl was in the series because he didn't die 17 times.
That too.
You know?
That too.
But he actually
was so clean.
He was pretty, you know, that was legend group quality gameplay. He was pretty, across all 3 games, he was pretty consistent. The Renata, he got a lot of value on that one. The Rakan, you know, got some good charms in. And then obviously, unfortunately, the Morgana got some good value in the end, but he was doing good work there. And then the Braum, doing his job. It was solid. And in fact, it was in the last game, there was a lot of deaths on the Alistair. That was more like typically what we've seen from Beryl sometimes, coming out from Lehens. But yeah, Beryl, good performance. But not the typical gameplay you've sometimes seen from Beryl where he dies a lot. So maybe that's what threw Atlas off.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see what else that we had here from our commentary crew. Most consistent player, MCP. consistent player.
Yeah, I think he had a very consistent performance across the 3 games.
Ox is not letting the Morgana fighting go.
I mean, that wasn't
Nice.
aiming.
It's just, I'm just.
Oh, I thought it was Tiebreaker.
No, it's just MCP. You know, I've not heard that before.
We're making up terms today. That's what today's about. The hero in chaos, General Lucid leads DK into battle. Yes, had himself a heck of a game. And, you know, when we think about high performance, he was definitely one of them.
We have so many generals in the LCK, honestly. So many decorated
war heroes.
I mean, it'd be Lieutenant Lucid, right?
Lieutenant Lucid's pretty good.
If he ever, you know, if everything goes kind of haywire and he somehow ends up on Bro.
What does that mean? Maybe he just has the opportunity to come to
right.
enjoy
Surely,
the Giga
Digon.
Chadness.
As
he could be Lord Lucid in the future.
Praise
you know?
from Cloud Templar. That's not something that happens often. 500 days since the LCK debut. No way.
Must
That's
be a
got to
scam.
be a scam.
Well, you say praise, you just called him a scammer, you know? Maybe Lucid called up his grandma and was trying to get some money off him or something.
Don't joke about Lucid. Get out of here.
It's been a long day.
Next Pullman.
Couple more left, I believe. It's if Azubu Frost had Cloud Templar, the D Plus had Lucid.
That's
actually, good.
Yeah, I really like that. That's a great comment from Prince. And I think one of the things that's cool about Lucid, right, where you still see some of the inexperience, is that it's easy to forget that he had to fill the shoes of Kenyon, who is arguably the greatest jungler of all time, which is kind of insane. And it really reminds me of what Pates was able to do as well, where barring some moments, for a lot of the games, he was able to kind of make people not constantly remind you of we had Ruler and now we have Ruler at home.
Yeah.
And I think that Lucid has kind of done the same thing.
I'm not gonna lie, until you reminded me of that, I forgot. It was such a big talking point all last year, and he's just been so great and consistent for that team.
Yeah, I just really think it's great we have Chronicle here to talk about challenger players, and then he brought another challenger player in to compare about the challenger player he was already talking about. So you could like reference a challenger player to talk about the other challenger player, just, you know, challenger playerception. You know, thank you for that. You know, that was really important.
All right, well, with that, those are the comments. We will have that tiebreaker on Wednesday, but we're not done with Week 9 festivities yet. We have the best ceremonies from our successful players who had themselves the wins and showed off their joy. Here's Jiwoo coming back. All that challengers practice came out to fruition on the Ezreal.
Always a little shy, but
Yeah.
I think he is definitely back in form. The Nila not quite where it was in 2023, which makes me sad. As so those weren't hearts, right? So I'm wondering, is he doing a Chihuahua?
It might be.
I think that's actually what he's doing, because it's not the cheek heart. Showmaker, another football player, obviously.
Pedri, Barcelona. That one was today's. I'm not sure.
I'm leaning Lucid?
Oh, no way!
Oh, yeah.
Chronicle's leaning Lucid.
Who are you leaning?
Whoa, what a shocker. Probably Lucid as well, but for different reasons.
I had to sit here the entire day.
I know.
Next to this man.
Yes, you did.
And then he just does that to me.
Yeah. Let us know in the chat who you think won the best ceremony of last week as we closed out round number 2, which then leads us to the standings as we take a look at the final set for the regular season. It leaves us with one extra match. There it is in that little asterisk, top right corner, Wednesday, 5 p.m. Korea Standard Time. And that's why it's K.
The best part is,
KT.
this is only happening because, amongst other things, both these teams 2-0'd each other. Bro beat DK, and both of them beat Hanwha. Like, all these things had to happen for us to end here. So as we can see, right, we have the even head-to-head, so that's where it ends. Because neither of them is placed higher.
Yeah.
And the head-to-head against each other, 2-2.
Oh, and side selection goes to D+ because they
In
had
their
the
wins
faster
against each other, yeah.
game time win.
That is cool. That is a big deal. In a best of 3, I think
Everything's been thought of. Everything.
we're just ready. I can't wait. I can't wait! It's the best timeline.
And also, if the game time was equal, it would have gone to a coin toss. We had it prepared. We had it ready.
Yeah, it's just like what Max said, flip a coin. He wasn't just saying that. He was always saying it in case there was a tiebreaker with KT that needed that break. But instead, we have Just game time settling this one. D+ versus KT this Wednesday, 5 p.m. here Korea time. It is going to be a huge one. And again, when we think about it, they're going to have to play each other right afterwards in the weekend in the 6 versus 5 matchup for our gauntlet into the road to MSI.
Oh, what's the more KT? Like, is it going? Is it going?
It's definitely win the best of 3 and then get 3-0'd.
Yeah, but then wouldn't it be funny if they went in a Rise and then like somehow ran the goal?
Yes.
There's so many variations.
It's the Pog State angle, lose 2-0 somehow, and then go on a deep run.
You know, because we brought this up before, but you could end up in the Rise group, and then you could go to MSI.
You could win MSI.
You could win MSI, and then come back from MSI and be in the Rise group. That is possible. Likely no, but possible.
I mean, if there's a team to do it, I think it would be D+ to do it, who ends up in the Rise group. But we'll see. That tiebreaker will be on Wednesday. D+ versus KT for the Legend group or the Rise group. We'll see who will make it on out. Y'all, it has been a heck of a round 1 and 2, and we're done. Except one more match, which will be on Wednesday. Make sure to check it on out. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you Wednesday for the tiebreaker.
Makes me stronger.